leaders are sort of these political entities that have their interests, but they also have power, and they want to hold on to power. And then people are just regular people that have families that just want to have basic rights and freedoms and continue to love their families, to pursue different jobs and careers and lives that they can flourish and so on. Those are very kind of different dynamics at play. And if given the opportunity to speak to leaders for me, would you advise I do it or not? And when I say leaders, I mean leaders that would make the case, the pro-Zionist case, and the anti-Zionist case. And in both cases, I would make it a very challenging conversation for both of them. Unlike today, our conversation today, you're an inspiring, incredible person. I'm a huge fan of yours. You spread so much love to the Muslim community here, to the Jewish community, just everybody loves you. But
not everybody.
Not, yes, that's true.
Not everybody.
That's true. But a lot of people love you. Yes, but this was kind of an inspiring and positive conversation. I'll touch challenging topics. You did exceptionally well there. Challenging conversation with those leaders in that world. Was that a bad idea?
Let me now. First part. I'll lose the first part. Your conversation. Psychological. Very. But when you're a first aid and you believe good work will always be rewarded, and doing right thing will be rewarded eventually. That's the one. Quite. Right? That's something I'm going to support. My dad has been through a lot. He was born in 1943. He was 5 years before. He was born all the time. He's suffered placement. He has been to be a distinguished professor of history, an author, and taking the challenges. Just also a man of principle. I admire that being a man of principle. Like he just tells me, man, stay the course. Don't be afraid. I have a support kids. I have many people around that can ultimately face. I'll say this. Stand. When people slander, you can care about a public figure. It's not going to stand throughout time because eventually any person will watch and people will very do so. I get portrayed an anti-Semite because of my son Israel, child Israel, and I will continue. It's the people in that. So slander doesn't end at least with the people that are important. It might have ratings and social media bots that it would train.
But that's difficult.
Yes, it's difficult. It's very difficult, and especially when it comes from quarters. But back to reevaluate. You lead and you lead very closest to you. You learn the lessons. Could I be doing something better? Could I be doing something different? Could I be saying something better? Could I want to achieve in life? How do I want to do these things as well? The second part of your question, though, about what you should do, if you're going to talk to people from a place of inquiry. I would say talk to people more so than leaders, and especially some of those who have been erased from the media commentary. Benjamin Netanyahu gets a lot of airtime, here in the United States. He's well-spoken. He speaks perfect English. He's an American as well. I would challenge him on some of the things that he has said and done. He has an ongoing corruption case. I think that I think he's a fascist. I think that he's a person who has done much evil. I think that he has a lot of blood on his hands, and I think that one day he will be prosecuted that have been displaced. Palestinian Christians talked to the sister of Shireen Abu Akleh, Nina Abu Akleh, who was extreme. I did not meet her, which was an absolutely disgraceful move. He should have met with her. Mitri Harrison, for example, he's a Lutheran. He's the head of the Lutheran Church in Palestine. He comes to Dallas sometimes. Christian. I think if you're talking to people in leadership, obviously there are some that will be able to represent themselves in English. Hanan Ashrawi is a very eloquent person, for example. I don't know if you're going to have any luck getting into Gaza, but I'll pray for you if you do. But obviously, if you want to talk to everybody, you got to talk to everybody, man. So,
well, and I also want to say it's very important when you say whitewashing, because I've heard also in the Ukraine and Russia. There's an interesting line between whitewashing, which is something you definitely should not do, and a deep empathy for a large number of human beings. It's a really tricky line to walk, and I also disagree with you about. Well, I think I don't know if it's a disagreement, but I think I disagree about leaders. I think I agree 100% that the most important people are the people on the ground.
okay.
But I think those are extremely important people to understand, not just as leaders, but as human beings too. And in many cases, to have a challenging conversation, but from a place of empathy, from understanding a human being.
So, if you plan to talk to right wing, the current leadership Israel, my only request to you is talk to victims themselves. Not the Palestinian Authority, talk to the victim. I know you want to, right? So I appreciate that.
Yes,
talk to the victims themselves. Talk to those people that are being thrown out of their homes and are subjected to the daily humiliation. Go to a checkpoint and walk through the checkpoint the way that a Palestinian walks through a checkpoint and tell me that's not apartheid. Walk through that checkpoint, crammed in cages, and tell me it's not apartheid. So I think you're a very sincere person. I think you're gonna do your best. I'll be praying for you.
Some of these things are harder than others, but yes, I feel like we're in the middle of a negotiation and we've come to a point where we both agree.
Everyone deserves to be. Not everyone deserves to be, but I think there's great value and benefit. Let me say I agree with you in hearing people, even tyrants, hearing them so that you can properly deconstruct and decipher what you're hearing. But just think of the voices that don't get heard. And a lot of times what's been done to the Muslim world is, and what's being done right now in the name of the Abraham Accords, what's wrong with the Palestinians? The other Arabs are making peace with them. Let me tell you something, those regimes that are signing on to the Abraham Accords, the people are not happy, but they're terrified of challenging those regimes. So if you go talk to the leaders of some of these countries that have signed on to the Abraham Accords, and that are, in some twisted way, making this about religion and peace, you can greatly skew the narrative to where Palestinians are just an inherently disagreeable people that don't want peace. They just want to live in their homes. They just want to live as full, equal human beings. They want the things that everybody wants. And they're only being further disenfranchised in the name of peace now, because voices are being amplified in the name of peace that are suffocating voices for justice.
You said hope. As a man of faith, you have hope.
Yes.
What gives you hope about this part of the world and our world in general when you look across and see so much conflict, so much division happening? What gives you hope?
I think that if you look through history, we almost were not going to exist anymore. If you lived in the time of the Crusades, if you lived in some of these darker moments of history, World War I, World War II, you probably thought you weren't going to come out of it as a world. I have hope in God, and I have hope that godly people, people that are devoted to God and people of righteousness, can shift things with His help. Um, I also believe that younger people, and I hope they'll be different. I think younger people, uh, hopefully, I'm using the word hope a lot. You know, you might hear inshallah, God willing, um, will see the path that we're heading and will seek to disrupt this bleak trajectory and bring it back to something else. So here's the thing, we live in a time of hyperexposure. That hyperexposure could paralyze you, or it could empower you. It could make you completely shut down and say, what's the point of even trying to help these people out? Why even talk about the Palestinians here? You got these people here, the Uyghurs, the Rohingya, you got what's happening in Honduras, Guatemala, El Salvador, Brazil, South America, Africa, Ethiopia, Somalia. It's so much, and it can be overwhelming to a person who cares. But you ultimately realize that the difference that you can make can become a much greater difference, even if it's after your lifetime. And I'll tell you actually a story that I remember the first time I went to Syria, Syrian refugee camps, and you deal with people in this deeply human way. Uh, for me, the most clarifying parts of the world are the refugee camps. It's where I feel the most clarity in life about what I'm supposed to be doing in life. You go to the refugee camps, and then after interacting with these people, and maybe giving a few people some trailer homes and some food and something to sustain themselves, coats and blankets, you drive out of the refugee camps back to where you're staying, and the camps get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and the people get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. But then you realize that it might be that that small section that I touched is going to be the change that affects all of them. What's going to happen to that 12-year-old boy that has seen the horrors of this world and that is absolutely committed to uplifting his people and bringing about a change, being responsible for the plight of his people? And so when I look at any section of devastation in the world, you never know which part of it that you're going to touch that's going to change everything, by the grace of God, by the help of God. So you keep trying to do your part. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said that the most beloved of deeds to God are the consistent ones, even if they're small. That small act of charity, that small smile, that small act of kindness, that small prayer might go a long way if He blesses it. So keep chipping away, chipping away, chipping away.
Do not be paralyzed by the scale of the division. Just chip away at it.
Chip away.
Small step at a time. That's I suppose all of us can do that. Young people can do that. Just one person at a time. Try to help us.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Omar, you're an incredible person. You're an inspiration. I think you mentioned you came to Dallas for a podcast, and instead you got a friend. So it's an honor to be your new friend, and I think it's time to go pray.
Absolutely.
I hope it's okay that I join you in at least in movement.
Absolutely.
Prayer.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you coming down. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Omar. So, to support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words of Muhammad Ali. Impossible is just a big word thrown around by small men who find it easier to live in a world they've been given than to explore the power they have to change it. Impossible is not a fact, it's an opinion. Impossible is not a declaration, it's a dare. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. I'm here with Mr. Beast, the brilliant mastermind behind some of the most popular videos ever created. Do you think you'll ever make a video that gets 1 billion views?
I think maybe one of the videos we've already made might get 1 billion views.
Which one do you think?
Probably like the Squid Game video with enough time. I mean, it's only a year old and it's already on 300 million. Or some of the newer ones we've done have gotten like 100 million views in a month. So those 4 projected over 10 years because YouTube's not going anywhere. Probably one of those.
So over time, they don't necessarily plateau.
It's interesting. We were literally jumping right into it. I love it. It's good. So I'm a firm believer that it's much easier to hypothetically get 10 million views on one video than 100,000 on 100. And part of why it's much easier, in my opinion, is like if you make a really good video, it's just so evergreen and it never dies. Because YouTube, when you open up YouTube and look at the videos, they're just serving you whatever they think you'll like the best, you know. And so if you just make a great video, and it's constantly just above every other video, you know, even 2 years down the road, then they'll just keep serving it and never stop, you know. Which is why it's much easier to make one great video than a bunch of mediocre ones.
What about 1 billion subscribers? You've passed PewDiePie's and most subscribed to a YouTube channel. When do you think you get 1 billion?
Let me do some math real quick. So around 120.
Do you think about this?
No, I don't, honestly. Cause one thing you'll find if you want to gain subscribers, if you want to get views, if you want to make money, almost any metric in this video creation space, if you want something, it all comes back to, okay, well then just make great videos. So instead of like focusing on all these arbitrary vanity metrics, I just kind of focus on the one thing that gives me all that, which is make good videos. And I do think we will when they hit 1 billion subscribers. I don't have a plan on going anywhere. Even though we're only on 120 million right now on the main channel, I think like we're doing around 10 million a month now, and YouTube I just don't see it going anywhere, and I don't see any reason why I'd ever get burnt out or quit. So I think with enough time, yes.
I wanted to ask you those kind of final questions before I go to the dark questions. So now,
we have dark questions, but if you wanted to hook them, you would start off with the dark questions. That's how you get them.
Okay, well, a Twitter poll you posted, a $10,000 death poll. You tweeted, if someone offered you $10,000, but if you take it, a random person on earth dies, would you take the $10,000? And 45% of people said yes. That's, at least at the time I checked, 850,000 people. So what do you learn about human nature from that?
That's a good question. Honestly, this is like late at night when I threw that up too. I was just like, oh, this will be a funny thing. I assumed it'd be 90% no and like 10% yes. But there are a lot of serious people. For you guys listening, I just did this random Twitter poll. I was like, would you take 10 grand if it meant someone random in the world died? And a lot of the replies on the tweet were like, hell yeah, why not? And I was just not expecting that. And so I don't really know. I mean, I feel like your take would be better than mine.
Was it disturbing to you, surprising to you?
A little bit, yeah. But obviously a lot of the people were trolling. Yeah. But I actually, when you read through those replies, I do think like 10% of them were like dead serious.
Well, I think sometimes the trolling and the lulls reveal a thing we're too embarrassed to admit of what the darker aspects of our nature. So I don't know if you listen to Dan Carlin's Hardcore History podcast. He has a episode on infotainment, which he describes throughout history how humans have been really attracted to watching the suffering of others. So public executions, all that kind of stuff. And he believes that's in all of us. That, for example, if something like a YouTube or a different platform streamed the public execution or streamed the torture of another human being, a lot of people would say that's deeply unethical, but they would still tune in and watch. And that we're attracted to that drama, and especially the most extreme versions of that drama. And so I think part of the lulls reveals something that's actually true in that fall. That, like,
your answer's so much better than mine.
do you think about that? Maybe even with the Squid Game, like, so I think how many how many views does the Squid Game currently have? 300 million,
Yeah,
something like this. So just imagine, thought experiment, how many views that video would get if it was like real.
Yeah, assuming YouTube was like, we'll turn a blind eye, we won't take it down. Yeah, I mean, obviously, it probably have billions of views.
How do you think you'll die? What do you think you'll be doing with video?
Probably doing something dumb like going to space when I'm in older, like trying to go to Mars or something like that. I know for a fact it won't be on a video. Every video we do with safety experts and stuff like that, so it's not really risk. But yeah, I could see myself like after a million people go to Mars or something like that, I'd probably be like, let's go and something like that maybe.
So not in the name of the video, just
No, heck no.
Are you open to taking risks when you shoot videos? You just went to Antarctica. I mean, you're putting yourself on the line a little bit, right?
Of course, but we've had that video in the works for 3 years, and then we consult with tons of experts, radar the entire path we're going to walk beforehand to see if there's crevasses. So we know there's no crevasses. We do training, we consult with experts, and we have survival guides there with us, and monitor the weather and everything. So it's like if any variable that where we could get harmed, we just pre-plan for it. Same thing with buried alive. Like I had David Blaine spent a week underground, and so I consulted with him and consulted with basically anyone who ever buried themselves alive. The coffin we used to bury me, we did so many tests. Like that coffin was buried 10 times before I was, for way longer than 50 hours, and tested the airflow and everything to the point where I was safer in that coffin underground than I was above ground. Like, so we just tend to just not leave anything up to chance.
Another strange question then. So you recorded these videos to yourself, 5 years, 10 years from now. Have you recorded a video that's to be released once you die?
Well, first off, I am just glad that not every one of your questions have to do with like views or things like that. It's nice getting different questions. So this is good. No, seriously, no, but it's fine because a lot of people just be like, how much money do you make? It's just something everything's always about money now for when people talk to me. So it's nice. But for the videos I made, for you guys who probably don't follow me too closely, when I had 8,000 subscribers and I was a teenager, I filmed a bunch of videos and scheduled them years in the future. And I filmed one where I was like, "Hi, me in a year," and the video went up a year later, and it was just like, "Hey, I think you'll have 100,000 subscribers." And then I did one where I was like, "Hi, me in 5 years." I was like, "Hey, in 5 years, I think you'll have a million." And then one that hasn't come out yet, but comes out in 2 years, was "Hi, me in 10 years," and I tried to predict 10 years later how many subs I'd have. So he's referring to. And yes, there are some that are scheduled like 20 years in the future, and so if I don't die, I'll just move them up. And I remember because I filmed these like 7 years ago, but it was I remember saying a line like, if I'm dead, then I'm currently just in a coffin and like whatever, blah blah blah. Because the only way the video go up is if I'm not alive, and if I'm not alive, then I won't be able to push back the scheduled upload date, so it would go public automatically. And so yeah, I have a couple of those. Like if I knew I was gonna die of like cancer or something, and I had like 3 months to live, I would vlog every day. I'd film so many videos, and then I would just schedule upload a video a week for like the next 5 years. So it's like I'm still alive, and I would completely act like I'm still alive and everything. And I think something like that would be cool. And I don't know why, but I've fantasized about, not fantasized, but I've dreamt about that a lot. Like, I don't know. If I only had 30 days to live, what would I do? And for me, I would try to make like a decade's worth of content and schedule upload it so they automatically go public in the future. And so it's just like I never die. I'm just there.
Yeah, it's kind of immortality, but it's also a concept of time.
Yeah.
That you can die in the physical space but persist in the digital space. I recorded a video like that because I had some concerns, and I just thought it's also a good exercise to do. A video with like to be released if I die, and it was actually a really interesting exercise. Like, cool, like it shows like what you really care about. I guess it's like writing a will. But when you're younger, you don't think about that kind of stuff. Right?
Exactly. Mine was just dumb.
Yeah.
Like I'm bones in a coffin.
Yeah.
Yours was probably so serious.
No, it's fun actually. What you realize is like there's no point to be serious at this point. It's a weird thing. I guess you've done this, but it's a weird thing to address the world when you, the physical you, is no longer there. So like this would only be released if you're no longer there.
Exactly.
It's a weird
And
exercise.
what's funny? Of all the people listening to this, we're probably the only two people that have made videos for when we die. It's like such a
not just about YouTube; it's also social media. Just think about it. Like, there's going to be a last tweet, and a last, I don't know, Facebook post, or a last Instagram post, and yeah, I feel like there's some aspect that's meditative to just even considering making a post like that, and also it's a way for the people that love you to kind of celebrate. Do you think that would help themselves or not? If someone randomly watches it, did film a video, for if they accidentally died in some freak accident, you give it to their family, do you think that would? And it was like a genuine. I think it would really help. I mean, it depends because like how would you even intro that? Like, hey
Yo,
mom,
what's going on, Aloe? How you living, pimp?
I'm probably dead. Yeah, exactly. That's how you intro.
Yo, Rabbi, you are awake.
Absolutely,
Okay.
big dog. Hey, man, it takes a lot of sleep to be this handsome. What's good in your neck of the woods?
Um, I've seen footage like it was posted like 3 hours ago
Okay.
about UFO that has been wrecked. I mean, dropped down.
Sure.
UFO crash.
Okay.
That's what I went
Where do you find that?
on YouTube.
Okay.
Classic.
Okay. I'm looking right now. Did you watch Joe Rogan? It's okay.
No,
It's
I
okay.
haven't seen podcast. Joe Rogan's podcast with Bob Lazar.
That's
I
okay.
know I'm on 2010 to 20 how to say that 2 and 2 minutes.
Oh yes, absolutely. Well, we can watch it later if you want. Um, so we have UFO crash. I'm looking. This was 2 days
I
ago.
can send you this video.
Excellent.
On,
Please do.
private.
I watched the other one and I had seen that. That's like off the coast of Oregon, and they were saying that they just had a pilot who was flying from like North Bend or around Coos Bay or something, and he was like, "Hey, do you have any knowledge of this aircraft that's like 200 miles away?" And they're like, "Well, we have something, but not really." And he's like, "Well, there's like five of them," and that was quite interesting.
Wait a second. I need to mute one of your channel.
Yes, yes, you do.
And something's resounding.
Absolutely.
Uh, could you repeat that? What were you saying?
Sure. Uh, I was saying that I saw the other video that you sent me that was took place in like Oregon, near like Coos Bay or North Bend or something, and the pilot was saying that they were like, "Hey, do you?" He was talking with um, the flight crew on the ground and asking them if they were aware of like objects that were like 200 miles away. They were like, well, there might be something. The radio control tower and the radar control tower, and then he's like, yeah, but there are five of them, and that's quite interesting that they're having these kinds of discussions.
Yeah. They speculate that the drones are from Iran
Stop, stop with
or
that
just
garbage.
Iran.
Stop with that garbage.
You think so?
That's garbage. That's if anything, it's propaganda. If it were another
I think
country,
too. It's strange
if it were
to
another
say
country,
things like that.
look, for the last 20 years, the United States has been trying to come up with reasons to invade Iran. And so it's like just more garbage to just invade another country that hasn't done anything to us for whatever reason. Um, in reality, it seems like they are not from here.
Yeah.
Did you send me the new one?
Yes.
Excellent. I'm looking right now.
UFO crash in New Jersey was before it's taken down. I don't know. It was posted 6 hours ago, something video is very curious. Sorry, the second segment. This is actually funny. Maybe not funny, hilarious. Maybe the audience are like, wow, this country wants to share technology. We think you can improve yourself. And the Americans just like, pew pew to them.
Okay. I just watched that. That was very interesting. Um, one or
To share with you.
excellent. Okay.
I mean the first video. It's curious for me because the shape of this aircraft is like um, it doesn't look like plane. It's like
Circular.
yes, exactly, like ellipsoid.
Yeah.
I don't know if
Or
words
uh,
in the English.
yeah. So an ellipse is more like oval.
Mhm.
This to me looks circular, which is very close. I mean, it could be oval, but I'm thinking it's like a circle, like a disc.
Mhm.
Okay. So whatever that was looks very similar to. I've seen a crashed UFO from the Soviet Union, um, which I can show you. It looks just like that. It's like a big,
Oh, okay.
yeah. I mean, it's in the absolute best documentary on the subject I think I've ever seen. All right. So just give me a moment, and we will. I'll show you the best evidence of UFOs ever. Just one moment.
All right. Mhm.
It's just gonna take me a few moments.
No problem.
Thank you.
I thank you for saying
Oh, most certainly. And just
there is.
know we have Bob Lazar still ready for you, but we'll go to just for a moment. It's called.
Secret KHP. It's from Soviet Union.
Yes. Okay. To save us a little bit of time, I'll just show you what it looks like.
All right.
Just one moment. Here it is. That's a crashed UFO. Just a moment though. Let me
Holy
get it.
shit.
It looks just like what you sent.
Mhm.
Just one moment. Let me see if I can find it on another, like on YouTube. This is on some other website that seems to be slower.
Wait a moment. I will unmute you on your main channel.
Sure.
Okay, you can speak now.
Sure. Just one moment. Let me see if I can find this on YouTube where I can get you Polish subtitles and also hopefully it's smoother because this website, whatever one I'm on, is just slow. But whenever they put this on YouTube, they take it down. So just one moment.
Okay. I found it on Polish site, CDA, with Polish lecture. Lecture? Polish speaker. What minute should I start?
Sure, just one moment.
Okay.
27 minutes.
I've got it.
Just watch for like 10 minutes. It's mind blowing.
10 minutes. All right. What do you mean? What do you see in the ground?
There was a
I mean
disc.
this round shaped object. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And that looks like what you just showed me.
Yeah, but later
Right.
it's similar, but I think they modernized it.
Could be.
Hmm. And they were talking about new upgrades in the market. I'm curious uh, what the futuristic things that they were like. What I don't know, magic stopwatch or what?
I don't know.
But yeah, it's definitely something like that. What I sent you. She. And I've got another video to share with you.
Send it.
Give me 1 second.
Take your time.
So it's from the same Polish channel that I subscribe. And to be honest, it's wholesome. This channel. Okay, I've got the link. Wrapping based. Here we go. There's the timestamp. It should work. I hope so. And this is the footage from.
Oh, the
I
flirt.
don't know what.
Yeah, this is from off the coast of San Diego. It's from the United States government. This guy, the guy who took that, the guy who took that video, was on the Joe Rogan
Mm-hmm.
Experience as well.
Oh, okay. Do you remember his name?
Yeah, his name is uh, just one minute. Let me make sure I get it right.
David Grush?
Yeah, that's it.
B?
Yep, that's it. I was gonna say I think it's David Grush, but yeah,
I just typed Joe Rogan UFO, and
yeah.
that's the cycle.
No, 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 no. It's not. It's David Fravor.
Is that him?
No, it's David Fravor. It's 1361.
Dave Favor?
Yep,
Fravor.
Fravor. Yeah,
Okay.
1361.
1361. Yeah, I've got it. Okay,
Excellent.
so let's save it in the playlist. So this video shows something like it has been spotted. I don't know, is it from a month ago in New Jersey? I mean, these orbs, drones, they call it. Okay. Um, and video, it has this sphere, as I said. Um, do you know any videos like that?
Yeah, just one moment. I sent it to you.
20 years ago?
It happened 20 years ago, but it wasn't released.
Yo, this is sick. Do you know what's the name of this device? What we call it?
Yeah, it's called well, the camera. It's called a FLIR. FLIR.
Flare. Yes?
Yeah, let me make sure I spelled it right. Just a moment. FLIR camera. It stands for something. Forward-looking infrared. So it's called a FLIR camera. It's a thermal camera.
Can you write it
Yeah,
in
sure.
DM?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Find it.
think about it.
Cool.
And which mode is it on this video used?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, so we can say. Mm, I was curious about that. It can show a temperature of the object. So anything about it, on the screen. Mm. Is the has the USA government mm, turned on the state of emergency in USA?
Um, as from what I know, the state of New Jersey had a limited one.
Okay. And how is it when there was COVID? You must stay at home and don't go around
Yeah, probably something,
so often.
probably something similar.
Okay. I hope the time will show what's going on.
In here, my friend.
I have to go. Thank you for the time, Rabbi.
Absolutely. You take care, Aloe. Anytime.
Thanks.
Peace, friend.
See ya.
Take care. Somebody's gonna watch this fucking Joe Rogan someday.
Literally. That's the opener. I just want you to know, yeah, yes. Yeah, and I guess you could say it in a kind of funny way, but and just talk about the things that mean a lot to you. Because otherwise, you're at the risk of the last post you have is like I don't know, talking shit about like McDonald's. Exactly. And then you're dead. That's it. 100 years. I don't know. I do recommend it. It's like the Stoics meditate on death every day. In the same way, you kind of meditate on your death when you make a video like that, because it's actually not just talking to yourself; it's talking to the world. And it like for some reason, at least for me, they made it very concrete that there's going to be an end. And I'm like, it's over for me. If I'm making the video, it's over for me. It's an interesting thought experiment. I recommend people try it. Okay. Uh, are you afraid of death, by the way? Yeah, I because like, what if you just die and just you hit the blackness and you're just like that for trillions upon trillions of billion squared years? And before you're born, you don't remember those what X amount of years either. So that gives me a little comfort, but it's definitely very scary. Something I'd rather not think about is something like aging. I'll deal with that problem then. I don't know if I told you this, but I'm kind of hopeful that someone like Elon or one of these like freak smart people would just like, you know what, screw it. I'm gonna figure out a way where we could slow down aging, get it where we can live to be 200, 300 years old, and just like set their sights on that, and then just kind of save us. That would be really nice. Like it's almost absurd to think that in our lifetime they won't figure out a way to just even slightly slow down aging, where we could live to be like 120, 130, and then that extra time they won't figure out some way where we could live to be 200. Like obviously not immortal, but I don't see how in my lifetime the life expectancy doesn't just expand. Well, it also could immortality is achieved in the digital realm. Like could be long after you're gone. There's a Mr. Beast run by ChatGPT type system.
Exactly. Yeah, that consumes everything I ever said, everything I ever wrote. I don't want that. I want to live. One of you smart people out there, figure it out. I'll keep you entertained, but I need you to figure out how to keep me alive. Give me till 200. That will make me happy.
Well, that's funny. Who owns the identity of Mr. Beast once because of the body is donated? Like, is it illegal to create another Mr. Beast that's ChatGPT based? I don't know what the laws are on that.
Yeah. I mean, once I'm done, I don't care.
Well,
But
well, you just said you did care. I mean, there could be a AI like many Mr. Beasts that are created after you're gone.
yeah, I mean, that would be cool to be able to like train up a model and let them loose so my content lives on. I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, but it somehow feels like it diminishes the value you contribute.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's inauthentic, but it's also there's some aspect to the finiteness of the art being necessary for its greatness.
Yeah. Once the second that thing starts spamming out videos, the videos lose all meaning. It's funny. It's like money grab.
If you ran YouTube for how long should you run it? For a year, how would you change it? How would you improve it?
It's hard because obviously I'm biased because we're doing really well, but I feel like when I open up YouTube on my television, I get the videos I want to watch. I don't know. I don't ever open it and wonder like what are these? What are these 10 videos on my homepage? When I click on a video on my suggestion, I don't ever wonder what these are. Like I and maybe it's because I'm very adamant about like the kind of videos I watch, and I try not to watch videos that I don't want to get recommended more because that's how I think. But I'm very happy with how it is at the moment. I think one thing though that I just hate with the passion is the comment section. It's just so bad. But that I know that's not something that's going to 10x the growth of the platform. But if you think about it, you go to Reddit to read comments, and somehow like usually it's the top 20 posts on a popular Reddit post are not spam. You know what I mean? Like, have you ever clicked on something on the front page of Reddit and then the most upvoted reply to it is like, "Go check out my site right here," and it's like trying to scam you out of $1,000? Yeah, I can't even think of one instance I've ever had that happen. So, like Reddit, it's so nice to click on posts and just see what people have to say. And I almost wish like you had that same feeling when you read the comments on a YouTube video. Instead, it's like it's so many people just copy and pasting, so many bots that just grab the top comment from your previous video and paste it over, so the top comments on every video are the same. And the things that break through that are just scammers trying to get you to give them $1,000 for a free, fake ad.
That comment section is one of the most lively on the internet. So it'd be amazing if YouTube invested in creating an actual community, like where people could do high effort comments and be rewarded for it, like on Reddit.
Yeah.
Like actually write out a long thing.
That would make me so happy. Because like when I upload a video, I usually go to Twitter to see feedback. Like I read my comments and I'll flip through newest, but it's just I feel like Reddit and Twitter just give me so much better filtered feedback, especially now that with Twitter Blue, because people pay $8 a month. Um, I've noticed like any tweets I get from verified users now, they're usually not just garbage troll takes. Like these are people paying $8 a month. Like they're usually relatively sensible, and so it's been pretty nice. Like after I upload a video, I just go on the verified tab on Twitter and just see what people have to say. And anyways, I live for the day that YouTube's like that.
What do you think about Twitter? What do you think about all the fun activity happening recently since Elon
Yeah.
bought Twitter?
I think he should make me CEO, like I tweeted.
Well, I should say sort of the conversation with Elon is you guys had exchanged some excellent ideas. So yeah, I legitimately think obviously you're exceptionally busy, but I legitimately think it would be awesome if you somehow participate in the future of Twitter.
Yeah, it would be fun.
Because there's so much possibility of different ideas. First, in the sort of the content, like dissemination, hosting, and all the different recommendations, like the search and discovery, all the things that YouTube does well.
The exciting thing is he's willing to move fast. I think there's going to be a lot of interesting things that come out of it. He's just moving quick. A lot of these more mature platforms just take years stuff, and they're very bureaucratic. So it's gonna. I mean, there it goes. When you just kind of take a move quick, break things, whatever type approach to social media, I'm actually pretty curious to see what he can do over there.
So, what would be your first act as Twitter CEO?
I gotta get high with the platform.
Anything with the medium, the
Will always be closer to TikTok than it is to YouTube. Like at least in its current form. Like I don't see 20-minute, 1 hour long videos or whatever. Even 15-minute videos being watched over there. I see it more as like the short, snappy stuff closer to TikTok.
but at the same time, Twitter is a really good comment section for the internet.
I mean, it's almost weird why, like, why doesn't Twitter allow you to embed YouTube videos? Like, why does just have, you should just ask Elon that. Like, I don't know if that's a YouTube thing, but when a YouTuber posts a video, why do they have to link to YouTube? Why can't they just embed it in Twitter and just play it there? I mean, wouldn't that just solve a lot of problems?
Yeah, but then there's two companies that have to agree to integrate each other's content.
I don't know, but it seems like a win-win. I mean, well, it's more of a win for Twitter because then people don't have to leave the platform. I mean, that'd be the easiest.
But who gets, like, when you watch the ads on a YouTube video that's embedded in a Twitter, who gets the money?
It would still be YouTube, but at least then right now people just post a link and it takes you off Twitter and it just kills your session time with Twitter.
That's really interesting. But yeah, because the Twitter, whatever the dynamics of the comments, especially once the spam bots are taken care of, Twitter just works. So Reddit is a nice comment section for the internet. It's like slower pace, more deliberate, like higher effort. Twitter's like this high paced, like ephemeral kind of stream. But there's the upvoting, the downvoting works much better because you could do retweeting, right? Because the social network is much stronger than it is on YouTube. Like the interconnectivity.
Yeah, on Reddit you're going to get the top replies are going to be the most refined ones. Whereas Twitter, stuff floats to the top that's not super refined. But like you're saying, it's more off the cuff stream of consciousness, which a lot of people prefer because it's a little more personal.
How do you think Twitter compares to YouTube in terms of how you see its future unroll in 2023?
I mean, I think YouTube's going to be YouTube, and not much is really going to change, but it's going to keep growing just because, that's just what it does, because it's owned by Google. Um, but Twitter, I don't know. I mean, it's one of those things like you can't predict if a year from now an economy is going to be in a recession or booming, and I think Twitter's kind of the same thing. One thing's for certain, a lot of things are going to be rolled out, but who knows? Honestly.
You responded to Elon saying Twitter's unlikely to be able to pay creators more money than YouTube. What do you think that is?
Well, yeah, because I think the tweet I responded to was one where he was saying um, that they, users will jump over if Twitter can potentially pay more than other platforms. I was just saying, obviously, because Google has Google AdWords, and that's Google's whole thing. It's putting ads on stuff. They've been doing it better than anyone else in the world for a very long time. It's very unlikely in the next few years that Twitter is going to just magically, or any platform, give a creator the ability to make higher CPMs than on YouTube. It's kind of crazy. Like some creators in December, Q4 because the ad rates are higher because of Christmas and everything. Some creators literally make like $30, $40 for 1,000 views, and that's after YouTube's cut. Like it's almost like hard to think about like how high the RPMs get. And even then, once you pull out of financing, cars, the high CPM niches, and you move into just normal stuff, it's still just crazy. The sheer volume of creators and the fact that all of them get these multi-dollar CPMs at scale, it's pretty beautiful.
So you do, I don't know what you would call them, but like integrated ads in your videos, and you do it, I would say, masterfully. It's like part of the.
Are you talking about brand deals?
Brand deals, is that what you would call that?
Yeah.
So brand deal is part of the video. It's still really exciting to watch, and yet there's a flood of the brand.
In general, just brand deals, since you brought it up, integrating them well. I think that's something a lot of creators don't do. Like, they'll just do a brand deal out of the blue. They'll just be filming a video, and then around the 3-minute mark, just start talking about a random company. And I feel like if you don't want viewers to click away and you want people to not get pissed off and call you a sellout, you got to find a way to integrate it into content. Ideally, use the money in the video to make it better. Like, the easiest thing you do when you do a brand deal is just tell people how you're using money from the brand deal to make your content better. And if you do that, like no one cares. Now they're supporting you for it. And you go from being a sellout to like, oh, I'm doing this to make better videos for you guys.
I don't know if you can share, but with those brands, when you have discussions with them, are they strict about how long you need to be talking about it, or is it more about they're leaving control to you about the artistic element of it?
The problem is the ones who don't give us the artistic element, we just don't really work with anymore.
Sure.
Because it's just, we get 100 million views a video now, and I can confidently say I know how to entertain them and convert them better than these random brands. So, yeah, if they don't give us that freedom, I just won't work with them.
We have that leverage, but for smaller creators,
it's a lot harder. Yeah, and they're gonna just say 45 seconds. Here's what you say. Take it or leave it, and it's like pretty brutal. Because I think just in general,
if brands were more accommodating to let creators tell their story of the brand and talk about the brand in a way that felt a little more natural, I think it'd be less cringe. People would be less likely to go and tap 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 skip, and obviously it would convert better. But they're just so afraid, and they want this standardized thing. Say these words at 45 seconds, right here at this 3-minute mark. Yeah, I often think about how to resist that. You just don't do it, though, right? Not on YouTube, right? I do, on the audio, I do add in the very beginning, and I say you can skip them if you want. But the brand loves that. I don't like. The point is they. So the funny thing about podcasts is it's different than YouTube videos. Podcast people actually do listen to ads a lot because it's a slower pace and they like the creative voice of talking about the thing. But in general, I just don't believe you should be talking about a thing for a minute exactly, and that's going to be effective. I want to see the data for that. I think what's much more effective is the way you do ads, which is like integrate into the content, like put a lot of effort into making it part of that, like doing the brand deals. It's difficult to have that conversation. It's a very strenuous conversation you have to have with brands. You have to each one at a time. And I just wish there was more of a culture to say like the quality of the ad read matters a lot more than like the silly parameters of the timing of it, how long it is, the placement of it, all that kind of stuff. What percentage of your viewers do you think have seen one of my videos before? What percentage of the viewers on YouTube, right? Yeah, of your viewers. Of the viewers on YouTube, though. Yeah. Most of the people. Okay, sure, or all of them. It's just interesting because you're speaking very specifically like about my brain deal process, and so in my head I'm like, I wonder what percentage of these people even have any idea what he's talking about. That's interesting. I love the thinking about numbers. The whole time we were having this conversation, that's all I could think about. I was like, oh, God, this idiot. There's probably like 50% of these people have no fucking clue what he's saying, probably. And we're about to torture him for 5 minutes. Yeah, probably. But that's something I can't turn off in my brain. Less than 50%. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Is that exciting to you that there's like 50% of people don't not watch the Mr. Beast video? Isn't that an opportunity? Like, yeah, I guess it's an opportunity to grow. I don't know. Honestly, I was just kind of excited to hang out with you. Yeah, me too. Today was a lot of fun. Who cares if it's like... Yeah, so it's kind of like having a buddy to go along the journey as I'm just kind of eating shit and doing my normal grind. It was like kind of fun, and also you just say really wise stuff constantly. So honestly, no, I never even put any thought into like the demographics or what I could gain. It's just interesting because like my retention brain, when you talk about something, I'm instantly like, what value are they going to get? How many of them are going to be interested? What percentage of people do I think will lose? And I'm like running all those calculations in the background, and that whole conversation, like the long, and it's just something I can't turn off. My like bells are like error. This is bad. What are the different strategies for high retention for your videos and in general? It's like how do you cook good food? You know what I mean? That's like the same kind of question. I see. So there's so many different ways that you. So it boils down to, I mean, do you think at the level of a story, or do you think like literally watching 5 seconds at a time? Am I going to tune out here? I'm going to tune out here. I'm going to tune out here. It's all of it. You need the overarching narrative, and then you also need the micro where every second, needs to be entertaining. And you basically, what's interesting is the longer people watch something, the more likely they are to keep watching. So you don't have to try as hard in the hypothetically back half of a video as you do in the front. Like even right now, we're so deep into this where a lot of people listening are probably just going to keep listening relatively close to the end unless we just have a really boring part of this conversation because they're in it, they're immersed. And so a big like to really boil it down to a simple level, you just want to get people where they're immersed in the content and then just kind of hold them there. We had this discussion offline. And by the way, I should mention that this is like late at night. It is. What time? It's 9 o'clock. And I only slept 1 hour last night because I'm an idiot, and I flew to the wrong location. Well, here we're like, hey, let's book you a hotel and a flight. He's like, no, I got it. We're like, sure, we just do it. We always do this. He's like, no, I got it. He's gonna have to rub it in. I know. And then today, come to find out, he flew to the wrong airport. Airport with or a city with a similar name to ours. The same name. Yeah. Same name in a different state. and I was like, that's why you should let us book it. And so he saw 1 hour of sleep, and he's literally been dying all day. Before this podcast, he downed like 2 things of coffee. We've been going all day hard. Yeah, I've been got to interact with him. I should say that this gave me an opportunity to. I got a ride from a stranger, and it was an incredible person. So I got to interact with him. So there's so many kind people around here, just like this kind of southern energy. and then I got to go to a diner because I could, you know, there's only 1 hour between me arriving and having to fly out. So I went to a diner. There's a really kind waitress that called me honey. So that was a beautiful moment, you know.
I was so confused. You tweeted about that, and he was like my assistant Lex isn't here yet, and I saw your tweet, and I was like, he's here.
Yeah.
He was like, no, he's still flying. I was like, like an hour ago, he just tweeted about a nice diner.
Yeah,
I didn't realize you
it was
posted
a
about
diner. It was a diner in a different state.
and then you had to fly over here.
Yeah.
And then I called you, you didn't answer. I was like, something's not adding up.
Yeah, I feel like such an idiot because apparently the world has cities like Springfield, right? There's like every single state has a Springfield.
Oh, really?
I think so. I think
whatever.
That's like a Simpsons joke, right? That like it's the city in The Simpsons is Springfield, and I think every single state or most of them have a Springfield. And the same is true for like Georgetown. I think the most I forget what's the most popular. I don't know. There's like a list. People get once they run out of ideas, they just keep using the same.
They're your Achilles heel.
Anyway, I got to meet a bunch of people from your team. It's just incredible human beings. So let me just ask on that topic: how do you hire a great team? Like, what have you learned about hiring for everything? For the main channel that you do, for the React the game the gaming channel, to Mr. Beast Burger, to Feast of Games, all that.
The big thing is, especially in this content creation, because it's not like anything that's done on Netflix or different content mediums. I really need people who are coachable and like really see the value in what I care about, because it's a very specific way of going about things, and it's a thing. There's no one like plug and play. Like if Netflix wanted to hire someone to do a documentary, there's probably tens of thousands of people you could hire that have worked on documentaries before. But if you want to hire someone to make super viral YouTube videos, like we do, there's just no one you can really pull from. Like sometimes I'll hire people from game shows, right? And they have all these preconceived notions about pacing and how a video should be, and you have to spend like the first year like breaking all these habits, and and they think they're better than you. Like a lot of people in traditional think they're better, and they think their way is better than what we do. And so for me, it's almost easier to hire people that are just hard workers, that are obsessed and really coachable, and just train them how to like be good at content creation and production, than to hire someone from like traditional, which is the only way to really do it, because there's not that many YouTube channels that have scaled up. So it's not like there's a huge talent pool of people who worked on YouTube channels. So it's easier just to train someone than just pull them from traditional, because traditional people just, I don't know, they have all these opinions and things, and they just think our way of going about things is dumb.
Yeah, so you want people who have the humility to have a beginner's mind, even if they have
And
experience.
see the value. Like actually, you'll still get it. It's so crazy. Like especially some of my other friends that are scaling up their YouTube channels. There's people that will come on and you'll ask them like, "What do you want to be doing in 5 years?" And instead of saying, "Oh, I want to be working on this channel," they'll be like, "Oh, I hope to be working on movies or this or that." And they see like working on YouTube channels and Launchpad to go into traditional, and it's like, no, like you just don't get it. This is the end goal. This is your career. Um, and so I'm just so tired of having those kinds of conversations. Like I feel like people really should be coming around.
Are there like recurring interview questions that you ask? Is there ways to get?
Yeah, the biggest thing is like, what do you want to be doing in 10 years? And if their answer isn't, making content on YouTube, or if their answer is anything like movies or traditional stuff like that, it's like just a hell no. Like it just won't even remotely work.
Oh, so you really want people to believe in the vision of the YouTube?
Yeah, I mean, ideally, it's like, oh, working here. You know what I mean?
So it's less about the medium and more about just being a great team.
Yeah. Well, and yeah, the media as well, because it's hard to put it into words, but it's just two completely different ways of going about things. Like our videos aren't scripted, and it's a lot more run and gun. And if we hypothetically blow up a giant car or whatever, like you only have one take, you know what I mean? So, and it's not scripted, and so you have to overfilm, overshoot things, overcompensate for like the dumb way of going about it. And a lot of traditional people would be like, well, just plan what you're gonna say, just plan the angles. You can cut the cameras in half. You can save 50 grand here. You can save 75,000 editing, this and that. And it's like, yeah, but that's not authentic. But and blah blah. You get it. It's almost so obvious that it hurts to have to like constantly have these conversations, but it's the world we live in.
But there's also detail, like there's a taste. Like I've watched a bunch of videos with you, and it's clear to you that you've got really good. I don't know what the right word is, style or taste, to be able to know what's good and not in terms of retention, in terms of
Yeah,
just stylistically, visually. I don't have to think. I can just watch a video, and it just screams in my head like this is what should change based on the million videos I've watched and all these viral videos I've consumed. This is lovable and what's optimal and things like that. It's almost like your brain's like a neural net. Like if you consume enough viral videos and enough good content that you just kind of start to like train your brain to like see it and see these patterns that happen in all these viral videos. And so that's anytime I watch a video or a movie or anything, I just can't stop thinking about what is optimal. And so it's like it gives me a headache sometimes when I watch something too slow or I don't think it's optimal. Obviously, my taste isn't the end all be all, but that's something that kind of torments me. If that makes any sense.
Oh, you can't enjoy a slow moving
No, I can't. Movie. And that's not to say there was
attention on The Godfather is horrible.
Yeah, no, exactly. I've tried to watch that movie like 3 times, but that's not to say slow movies are bad. Like there's an audience for it. It's just obviously not what I've trained my brain to like. In social media and YouTube right now, like that's just not the meta.
And in general, like you said, in neural networks, you're training your brain in part on actual data, right? So you're actually data driven. So you're looking at like in terms of thumbnails and titles and different aspects of the first 5-10 seconds, and then throughout the video, the retention, all of that. You're looking at all of that for your own videos to understand if I'm doing better. That's what the neural network is training.
Yeah. Basically, there are ways you can kind of see like the most viewed videos on YouTube every day and stuff like that. I just kind of consume those every single day. I've been doing that for way too many years, and then you just start to notice patterns. Like the thumbnails on the most viewed videos are videos that go super viral tend to be clear, tend to not have much clutter, tend to be pretty simple. Titles tend to be less than 50 characters. The intros tend to be this. The stories tend to be this. And you just kind of like after you see those thousands and then tens of thousands of times, it just starts to click in your head like this is what it looks like.
So how are you able to transfer that taste that you developed to the team? So for like you said like broad things, but I'm sure there's a million detailed things. Like what zoom to use on the face to use in the thumbnail, right? Like
the answer is whatever makes the best video. Because the problem is the more I have so many friends who are like this, they'll make like checklists for their editors. They'll be like, this beat and this beat, and you need to have like a 3-part arc and then this. But the problem is that's how you the more constraints you put on the team, the more repetitive and less innovation you get, and the more like after 10 videos, people are gonna be like, all right, I've already seen this. So to me, and I'm 24, and I'm probably my mindset will change in the next 10 years. I just haven't been in this industry too long, but the only way to like really make innovative content and keep things fresh is to not put constraints on, or put as little as possible. And so that's why I'm very hesitant on all that stuff because the more I say, the more they're like, oh, then that's what we do. And then I'll say one time like, oh, ideally there's a cut every 3 seconds, and then next thing you know, every video there's a cut every 3 seconds or whatever. So it's hard because I try to give as little not training, but as little facts or as possible, and more just make suggestions. If that makes any sense.
you mean publicly or to your team?
To my team, yeah.
So you talked about sort of teaching your voice or your style, whatever we want to call it, to other people on the team so they can be kind of a Mr. Beast replacement. So what's the process of teaching that? So you don't want to.
No, I got you. So you're more talking about like what I would call almost like cloning, right? Yeah. Like Tyler and other people like that. Yeah. So when we were hanging out today, I was showing him how we have multiple people and then come. It's almost like talking to the camera.
Yeah, you turn slowly to the camera.
I was like, dude, have it.
Is it weird to you to not be looking at the camera?
This whole interview, I constantly have been turning towards the camera, looking at him, talking to him. Yeah. It's a habit. Because my whole life I've just been talking to the camera.
Who are you thinking about when you look at the camera? Do you like imagine somebody?
I'm fully thinking about the person just sitting watching it, and I almost it's weird when I'm looking at the camera. I don't see a camera. I'm like in a haze, picturing what the viewer is seeing when they watch it. If that makes sense. And that's where I'll be saying things and or doing something, and then like when I'm watching, I'm like, that's not what I want, and then I'll freeze up. It's very weird when I'm filming, and it's for people who haven't worked with me too much, they'll think like I don't know, it's very weird. Like how I go about it, because I'll just be doing whatever, like lighting a firework. All right, this is a $1,000 firework, and I'll go to light it, and I'll like freeze because in my head I'm like, this is, I don't know, I don't like how that flow or how that shot looks because it's weird. I can perfectly picture what I'm filming by just looking at the camera and then putting myself through the lens of the camera while making content. I can do it at the same time.
So you're like real time editing.
In my head, yeah. That's something that didn't at the start come natural to me, but in the last recording the video, being the talent for the video, and then watching the editing, and like analyzing it carefully, doing that over and over
Yeah,
and
you
over
do
and
that
over and over. You
10,000 times. Yeah.
you do the editing more than being in front of the camera. So like you, you start to see the stuff from that third person perspective.
Exactly.
And then maybe that actually helps with the nerves a bit too. Like you see it as creating a video versus performing. Right?
Yeah, yeah, I think so. No, it's weird. I've never been nervous talking to a camera. It's harder for me to talk to a person than it is to talk to a camera. Which I feel like a lot of people say that though that are whatever making content, right?
Interesting.
I've heard that so many times. Or maybe not. Maybe I'm just awkward and dumb.
Maybe they're practiced. To me, it's. I mean, both are terrifying, but being in front of the camera by yourself is more.
So much easier.
Really?
So much easier. I prefer it a million times over. But that's my whole life, you know.
Yeah.
So that's why it's interesting. Like you spent more of your time talking to people, comes natural, and I talk to a piece of plastic.
Oh, yeah, I guess you're talking to a person too. We're just saying on the other side of the camera.
Yeah, there's just a big phone in front of me.
So cloning. How do you achieve it?
Oh yeah, that's right. Let's all rabbit trail. So I was showing him that I have a lot of people in the company who are able to think like me and basically make decisions like I would make if I was like if you were asked, hey, in this video, should we climb a mountain or should we dig a hole, right? And like they would pick the same answer I'd pick 90+% of the times. And so like one example is Tyler, who I was showing you, when he was pitching some content, and like you could see, like he was on point, and basically for just 4 or 5 years, we just spent an absurd amount of time together and worked on every single video together. We worked side by side. And same thing with my CEO, James. He literally lived with me for a couple of years. I'm a big fan of just like finding people who are super obsessed and all in and A players that, they really just want to be great and they're just dumping everything I have in them.
And like you were saying, I'd love to find that and develop that. You were saying you're basically for a long time just said everything you were thinking to them.
Exactly. Like James, the guy who's basically my right hand man right now, for 2 years he lived with me, and we probably talked on average over those 2 years 7 hours a day. I mean, anytime I had a phone call, I'd throw it on speaker, and I'd let him listen. Anything I was reading, any content I was consuming, like really just training his brain to think like me, so that way he could just do things without my input, without me having to constantly watch over him or give him advice, and that's where we got like so for the first 6 months he didn't do anything. He just studied me and studied everything I cared about and how I spoke and blah blah. And then the next 6 months he started taking on some responsibilities, and now he can just run the company. And I don't ever really have to check in on him. Like most of the decisions he makes are exactly what I would do. And so I call that cloning. I don't know what other people would, but it's just like finding people that are really obsessed and they just kind of really want it, and just being like giving them an avenue to like get it. If that makes any sense.
Another way to see it is you're converging towards a common vision, and that makes like brainstorming much more productive.
Yeah, it just makes it where I don't have to be so involved in everything because I just have these people I know will think like I will, at least relatively close to it. So I can kind of almost be in multiple places at once, per se. And so these things that I think we're filming all the creative, I prove it, but I don't have to like be in the weed nuances. I just let them handle it. I can just do the more macro things.
I did into a lengthy brainstorming session with others.
Yeah.
That was really. Can you talk about the process of that? People pitching ideas, and you pitching alternatives, or shutting down ideas, and just going like plowing through ideas.
I mean, you kind of just described exactly what we did. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but the ideas are really, really good. It's just tossing out like different categories of ideas, and then also fine tuning them to see like how do I change. Thinking about the titles and the thumbnails.
I work so well off of inspiration. It's like it's something like give me any work. I don't know. Make it relevant. Space. Yeah, like I went to space. What happens if you blow up a nuke in space? Or I went to the moon. I went to Mars. Right? Because you said that one word. Was able to inspire me to come up with 4 ideas. So that's just it's for me. If you the way to get 100 million views on videos, you need something original, creative, something people really need to see. Ideally, never been done before. All these like things, and so you need like if you want to consistently go super viral, you need just a constant stream of ideas. And the only way I've really found that I can consistently come up with 100 million view videos is to intake inspiration and then see what my brain outputs. And so that's kind of at its
core foundation what I'm doing there. It's just like intaking a lot of random inspiration to see what spawns in my mind so I can output it. But the neural network of your brain is generating the video, the title, the thumbnail, all like jointly. Right? Exactly, and that only comes because I spent 10 years of my life just obsessively studying all that stuff. Because I mean, it seems like you would literally potentially shut down a video just because you can't come up with a good title. Yeah, or a good thumbnail. Or a thumbnail. Yeah, I mean, that's what happened to 70% of those in that pitch session. It's like, oh, what was one of them? Genius versus 100 people, or yeah, like maybe average intelligence versus genius, something like that. Or, yeah, I was like, what the heck is the thumbnail? Even if the title is good. Yeah. I mean, so many, but yeah, people don't click on why. That's so interesting. But you developed over time the ability to kind of give it what makes for a good title? Short? Not just short. It's also, I mean, if someone reads it, are they like, do they have to watch it? Is it just so intrinsically interesting that it's just gonna fuck with them if they don't click on it? You know what I mean? So it doesn't have to be short, but it has to be like you almost want to have a retention to word by word reading. Ideally, the title also that because the titles don't live in a vacuum, right? So it has to lead into the content. So ideally, the title represents content that you would want to watch for 20 minutes. So if it's a 20-minute video and the title is "I stepped on a bug," it's not gonna because it's all of it combined. The click-through rate is gonna be much lower than if it was like a 5-second video. People might click it. So you gotta like even nuances of the length of the video based against the title will affect whether people want to click it because sometimes they just don't add up. It's that yes, ideally you want it below 50 characters because above 50 characters in certain devices you run the chance of it going dot dot dot. So like I took a light pole and I saw how many dollar bills I could stack on top and then it would just go dot 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 because it's too long and it can't finish it, and that's the worst thing because then people don't even know what they're clicking on, and so it's going to do even worse. Short, simple, ideally, and just so freaking interesting they have to click, and it is a good segue into the content, and it represents the length of the content. And there's probably stuff it's hard to convert into words for you, like I stepped on a bug versus stepping on a bug versus Mr. Beast stepped on a bug. Yeah, versus well, I mean, bug stepping it's funny video. That so it's like, yes, the more extreme the opinion, typically the higher the click-through rate. If you can like pay it off in the content, then it just supercharges it. So like, so you have a kind of estimate of the extreme. Like this water, right? You're like, Fiji water sucks. Yeah, that'd be fine. But if you said Fiji water is the worst water bottle, or the worst water I've ever drank in my life, yeah, way more extreme opinion would be way better. You have to deliver. Yeah, but then you have to deliver because the more extreme you are, the more extreme you have to be in the video. Yeah, that's almost an inspiration for you to step up. Yeah, but you can be more extreme in a positive way. A lot of people, it's easier though. Positive, uh, negative clickbait is much easier than positive clickbait. It just is. It's so much easier to get negative clicks, and so a lot of people are just, in my opinion, a little bit lazier, and they just take the route like, oh, well, this one gets the same amount of clicks, and it's easier, less effort. The positive one is doing a large number of numbers of something. Like I spent this number of hours doing this. Well, whatever. If you just wanted to help people, or right, it's just harder to get 10 million views on a video helping people than it is to get 10 million views on a video tearing down a celebrity. You know what I mean? Or whatever negative video you want to insert there. Well, that said, most of your videos are pretty positive. Yeah. So what's... But not a lot of people do those kinds of videos because they're hard. Yeah, they're hard. Yeah. Some of that is giving away money, right? Yeah. What's the secret to that? How do you do that right? Yeah. Like give away money, or in the video to make it compelling. So there's a number that is better than another number, right? The higher number is always better than the lower number. Yeah, for the most part. It's interesting. Like some videos will give away $1 million, some videos will give away $500,000. There's not really. I guess I'm retracting what I just said. I was more joking with that, but there's no difference whether I put 500K or a million. There's probably not even really a difference between 100K or a million. I haven't really looked into it. Like some of our mostly videos are not giving away $1 million, and sometimes the $1 million videos just don't do as well as the other ones. So there is a certain point where a dollar amount is just a large dollar amount to an average human. So I think that point is 100K. Like anything above 100K, the average human is just like, that's a lot of money. Like it doesn't 100K and a million like doesn't really move the needle. If that makes sense. Which that's a very nuanced piece of information that applies to very few people, but yeah. No, I think it applies. It's fascinating. It's fascinating. Our relationship with money is fascinating. Like, why is it so exciting to get? I mean, the times I found like $20 in the ground are like incredible. Why? Right? Why? Why are you so happy? Like, what exactly is so joyful about that? I mean, it depends where you are in life, what the situation is. Yeah, I don't know. There's also a gamified aspect to it. It's exciting.
Yeah, no, I get it. Like why people want to see people win money. It's just interesting that past 100 grand is it doesn't really seem to make a difference. Like it's the same basically.
So you found that to be true with all the money given away.
Just in click through rate. Like obviously in terms of someone receiving it, yeah, $1 million changes their life drastically more. Like that's the difference. Like oh, if you wanted to, you could really quit your job. If it was 100K, it's like not really.
So you probably do like a scientific study, like a formula, giving away money to click through rate.
Yeah,
there could be some kind of diminishing return.
It definitely the returns level off dramatically after 100K. That was
100K.
basically the premise.
What about 10,000?
No, there's 100,000. It's funny because it's such a small niche thing, but yeah, 100,000 does. And from what I see in our videos, get more clicks than 10,000. But the difference between 100,000 and million is just so little. I think big number to a lot of people. So pass that point.
Yeah, so for 100,000, you can, like, given average salary, you could probably live for a year, given the average salaries in America. So that's like a big. That feels.
Yeah, I think it's also just more when they read the title. It's just like it's a lot of zeros. It's fuckloads of zeros. Okay, click. You know?
Yeah. Oh man, that's fascinating. So on the thumbnail side, again, that's probably going to be much harder to say probably. But offline, I got a chance to look at a bunch of thumbnails. And it's fascinating which ones do well and which ones don't. Is there something you could say about what are the elements of a thumbnail that work well, or is this also deeply?
Well, that's where it's the same thing. Like, how do you cook good food? But it's easier if you pull up a thumbnail and I can be like, that's why that's good. That's why that's bad. That's not like an example would be like one of my friends. He just uploaded a video recently, and I called him. I was like, what is this? Because he's a very very smart guy. And in the thumbnail, he's he's getting chased by cops, but the cops are wearing yellow vests, so they don't look like cops. I was like, well, why are the cops in your thumbnail wearing yellow vests? It's like that makes it so much more boring. And he was like carrying a flag, but the pole and the color of the flag were the same color, so it's like it's a little harder to see the flag. It's like also you're wearing like a shirt with like 5 different colors, like so it's like it's hard to tell what your outline is, and then in the background there are cars, and I was like, well, if you have cops chasing you, why not make the cars cop cars? And and it's like because in my head I'm like, dang, if you just did those like 4 or 5 things, the video probably would have got like 7 or 8 views.
How much iteration? Because I also got a chance to see the number of iterations you do on a just a thumbnail.
It's a problem now. It's an addiction.
Is it? So you kind of. There's a lot of the versions are really good.
Yeah.
How do you know what to like?
I love how when we pulled up that the burger one and we were flipping through, you're like, that's really good. I was like, oh, that's version like one of like 1,000.
But even the sketch, the idea was good. Like already even the original idea is.
Yeah. So one of our coming up videos, we made the world's largest plant-based burger, and the thumbnail we were thinking is like me standing beside the burger because it's 6 feet tall. That's what he's talking about. So like just picture a giant 6 foot tall burger, super wide, thousands of pounds, and then I'm beside it, and then it's like eating the world's largest burger. That's just something you have to click. Like so you were saying like how would you describe a good thumbnail? Like that, you know what I mean? Like,
but I think you said the one I noticed first that was good, where you were very small in it. Well, just and you didn't like that one.
I needed to come forward a little bit, and also the photo we took was just my upper body.
Yeah.
So they photo manipulated and created my legs in Photoshop, and that's why I said I didn't like it because my right leg was a little like off. It was like bent the wrong way. And I had to build those legs in Photoshop.
Well, I mean, does the physics in a thumbnail have to even make sense? I mean, you can just like exaggerate the head size and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, things don't have to be relative. You can have a car in the background that's 3 times the size. Yeah, and every one of my thumbnails, my face is in the left side, very big. So brand recognition, so just people know. Oh, especially because now that a lot of people copy our videos, it's just nice to like, everyone else might make thumbnails like this, but this is mine. And obviously, we usually over deliver and do bigger stuff.
Would you recommend to other creators that want to make it big, and they see Mr. Beast and they look up to you, to copy some elements of you, or just really try to be unique?
Unique, 100% unique. You're not the next Mr. Beast, unquote. It's weird saying that third person, but whatever. Is not gonna do what I'm doing better. They're gonna just invent their own lanes. Like you're just not gonna do what I do better than me. And there's so many. I literally have the best people in the world working here, and I reinvest everything I make even to this day. You know what I mean? Like it's absurd the amount of money I spend on content, and I don't care. I'll just stop sleeping, and I'll just film every other day. Like you're just not gonna beat me at my own game.
game, and that's fine. You shouldn't. Like, I didn't get where I am by just beating someone else in a video game. I just found my own lane and innovated and adapted. And so, yeah, there's a lot of people that do copy me, and it's fine, whatever, do it. But just know you're not going to get to where I am doing that. And so I'd advise you don't. You give away a lot of secrets, basically everything, about how you operate. Is there? I don't hold anything back. Go for it. You know, how do you think about that? Because that's pretty rare. I think, and this is definitely not. Most people in my stance, I don't think would take this, or my position would take this stance, but I see every other YouTuber or person on social media, even because we're also focused super heavily on YouTube. Last year, we were also the most followed TikTok creator in the world as well. Actually, we were most subscribed to YouTube channel and the most followed TikTok account in the world. But in general, I just see everyone else as collaborators, not competitors. I don't think giving advice and helping other creators do well in any way harms me, and I think it only brings more value to my life. How was it jumping on TikTok and trying to understand that platform from scratch? Yeah. So from being a successful YouTuber to understand a totally different algorithm, fundamentally different algorithm. It's interesting. Well, not even just the algorithm, just the content. Like, I'm going from basically 15-minute short films to one sub 1 minute vertical content. It's a whole different just ballpark. And so the first little while I was doing TikTok, it was just kind of figuring out what does Mr. Beast look like in this short form content. But recently we really started to catch our stride and come up with some original concepts and figure out how to innovate over there, just like we did on YouTube. Because I didn't want it to just be shitty YouTube videos, you know. And so, like, an example is we played The Rock for 100K and rock paper scissors, and the loser had to donate 100K to charity. We did we went to random people on a campus, and we offered them. So I said, I'll give you $100 if you fly to Paris and give me a baguette. And then they said no. I was like, I'll give you $300 if you fly to Paris and give me a baguette. I was expecting this person to say no, and it go up to like 10 grand. And he's like, yes. So he flew to Paris, got a baguette, and brought it back and gave it to me. And that across everything got like 450 million views. Because it's just really cool just to see this random guy get on a plane, spend a day in Paris, and we cut it up real nicely and bring it back. And so we're starting to find just tons of original content over there. It seems like an epic video to make for 1 minute. Exactly. No one on short form's doing it. That's the thing. It's like, it's just so funny because like TikTok's been big for a while now, years. And then you know, as we started to really figure out things on the YouTube channel and get it cranking where I have some free time, we set our sights on TikTok and like, okay, what are people not doing? How do we make it better, put in more effort, make it good? And we did the same thing we did at YouTube, just different. We're the fastest growing or most followed TikTok account in 2022. And it's just funny that no one else did that. And you're not afraid to do epic stuff, which also during the brainstorming, some of the ideas you're like, that's better as a short. That's crazy. Yeah, but can you remember one? Because I remember I said that a bunch. I can't remember. All I remember is that they were like epic videos. Like, really, you're going to do that for a 1 minute video? Yeah. So like, are you posting similar content to a YouTube short and a TikTok? Yeah, those we just double up. It's just hard. You know, what's actually pretty fascinating, and people who do social media listening to this will probably find this pretty interesting, is picture like the content creation meta 3 years ago versus now, where you can make sub 1 minute vertical content and it go viral on TikTok, it go viral on YouTube Shorts, it go viral on Instagram Reels, it goes viral on Facebook, it goes Reddit. You know, you swipe through vertical content now, and Twitter when you click on a video and you click through it. So this is actually very weird. This is the first time in the history of, I guess, Western social media that one form of content could actually go super viral on every single platform. It's never been like that before. So they go viral individually. Yeah, like I can post something on TikTok that'll get 100 million views, and then post on Shorts and it'll get 200 million views, and then post on Instagram and it get 50 million views, and then I haven't yet, but you can then turn around and tweet it and you get tens of millions of views, and you can post on Reddit and it gets tens of millions of views, and Facebook you get tens of millions of views. And that just wasn't a thing 3 years ago. Twitter didn't have because a lot of you probably don't even know this, but when you tap on a video now and you swipe down, it just turns into TikTok. That wasn't a thing even a year ago. Reddit, that wasn't a thing a year ago. Probably 2 years ago, that wasn't a thing on Instagram. 3 years ago, that wasn't a thing on YouTube, right, with YouTube Shorts. So this is all new. And I don't, it's weird, I haven't heard a single person talk about it. But this is the first time where content can actually go viral on every single platform. And you don't have to write or film a video for Facebook, film a 12-minute video for YouTube, film a sub 60-second video for TikTok, write a tweet for Twitter, and post this on Reddit. You can just do the same thing on every platform. And the fact that your content has gone viral on multiple platforms regularly means that virality is not accidental. Or sometimes it can be, of course, but
it's just
it can be engineered.
Yeah, so many people say it's luck, like you're just lucky or this or that, but what do we have to? Probably like 1,000 videos over 10 million views. Like we don't ever have a dud. Like you can call it luck, but I think it can be trained. I counsel YouTubers all the time and show them how to go from getting a couple million views a month to 10 million views a month very easily. About even certain ones, like just one of my friends, like he was just really struggling, and so I just started showing him basically everything I know and just doing like once every week, sometimes once every 2 weeks calls, and it went from $10,000 a month on YouTube to over 400,000 just doing these little counseling calls. And so I mean, people can make excuses all they want and say it's just luck or say, well, anyways, I don't even want to quote all the other stuff, but it's just, it is a teachable skill. It's a learnable skill. You can study your way to consistently make viral videos, no matter how small your channel is. Even if you have 0 subscribers, you could if you actually studied hard enough and like basically if you knew what I knew and some of these. So I don't sound so arrogant. Also, like some of these other friends I have that I'd say are the smartest people in the world when it comes to content creation online. If you had the knowledge that was in our heads, you could do it very easily. I see people do it all the time. Um, and what's even more interesting is I go on podcasts and I say everything I know. And these people are also very open. Some of them I know. It's all out there. And a lot of people, instead of just studying that and trying to absorb and apply it in their own way, they're just like, no, it's just luck.
So you do lay it all out there, but I got to push back to one interesting thing. I think a crucial component of your success is the idea stage, the idea generation. The brainstorm I heard today, but getting really good at generating ideas. So it's not just the selection of the thumbnail and the title, that creative process. It's also just the engine of generating really good ideas and getting that. I mean, I would say that is probably the thing that needs to be trained the most in most creators, right? That they just don't put enough ideas on paper.
Yes, but also a lot of creators also just don't, which I didn't either for the long time. Just don't make good enough content. Content that's worthy of getting 10 million views.
In the idea or the execution of the idea?
Both. I mean, like think about how many people just make videos they film them in under 20 minutes and they don't really put any effort into it. And it's like my first 500 videos didn't deserve to get a million views. Like there's a reason they didn't. They're terrible. But at the time I thought they did. Right? And I'm in the mindset of a lot of small YouTubers where I thought those videos deserved a million views. And I thought the algorithm hated me. But I watch it back now and I can tell you exactly why. It was just like horrible. You know what I mean?
What was the breakthrough for you to start realizing, to start having the self-awareness, about these videos aren't good enough? You're probably still going through that. You're probably still growing to see.
Yeah, every 6 months you should look back and hate your videos, or at least see things you could improve, and be like, oh, I could have done this better, that better. If not, then you're not learning quick enough, in my opinion, at least.
Where's the source of that learning coming for you now? Just look at.
I just got back from I just got back from a mastermind where I just got like 10 of the smartest people I knew, and we just locked ourselves in a cabin and taught each other stuff. And constantly, every day, not every day now, probably every other day, I go on a walk and I just call random people. I'll just teach me something. And I mean, it's just you just have to have a never-ending thirst for learning. Like that's very imperative, especially if you want to get on top and then stay on top. The only way to do it is just to constantly be learning. Or someone who is learning is just gonna have a leg up on you in the knowledge game.
What kind of stuff are you? Because you've talked about offline that you just love learning of all kinds. It doesn't matter. But in terms of videos, are you studying videos? Are you studying?
Recently, not as much. I'm more because to get to the videos I want, I have to build this business and scale up and hire. So more of my recent time has been like my teenage years were spent studying virality and studying content creation. Now I'm studying how to build a content company so I can actually produce the crazy ideas I want to produce. If that makes any sense.
So yeah, on that, the business side, you talk about hiring. Do you have trouble firing people?
No, I'm pretty sure almost every person. Yeah, actually, every person I've ever hired, we just give them severance, and I like to see it more as there's no ill will. Like if there's like if I fired you, if there's some other job you want me to help you get, I'll DM them on Twitter. Like, if you want to go work for I don't know, insert whatever MTV, give me someone to DM. I'll DM them. Like, I try to make it more like a transition and do whatever we can to make it as easy as possible.
And if something was just not working for you, because you want people, like you said, super passionate.
Because at the end of the day, if you hold someone that onto someone that you don't see being here in 10 years, you're just doing them a disservice. You're just getting them more ingrained, more enrooted in where they are.
And the sooner you do it and help them move on to their like new life, the better. Given all the wisdom you have now, if you were to give advice to somebody, or if you were to start over again, you had no money, what would be the first 10 videos you tried to make on a new channel? I guess that's advice for a new person. And nobody knows you. Yeah, nobody knows me. Yeah, like having to have a mask on. And you also, I guess, don't have the wisdom. But if I don't have what I have in my head, then I would say just fail. Like, just a lot of people get analysis paralysis, and they'll just sit there and they'll plan their first video for 3 months. And any of you listening, if you, especially if you have 0 videos on your channel, your first video is not going to get views. Period. It's not. Your first 10 are not going to get views. I can very confidently say that. So stop sitting there and thinking for months and months on end, and just get to work and start uploading. Like, all you need to do, this applies to people who have not uploaded videos but have dreams of being a YouTuber, is make 100 videos and improve something every time. Do that. And then on your 101st video, we'll start talking. Like, maybe you can get some views. But, your first 100 are going to suck. There are very freak cases like Clyde Sakoshi or Emma Chamberlain who have really good personalities, and it doesn't take them as many videos. And it's just like people who are 7'5" and making an NBA. Like, yeah, there are freak cases you can find, but for the average person like us, who don't have these exceptional personalities and backgrounds in filmmaking, just make 100 videos, improve something each time, and then talk to me on your 101st video. Well, do you improve something each time is the tricky one. How do you improve something each time? The second one, just I don't know, put more effort into the script. The third one, try to learn a new editing trick. The fourth one, try to figure out a way that you can have better inflections in your voice. The fifth one, try to, study a new thumbnail tip and implement it. The sixth one, try to figure out a new title. There's infinite ways. That's the beauty of content creation online. There's literally infinite ways, from the coloring to the frame rate to the editing to the filming to the production to the jokes to the pacing to every little thing can be improved, and they can never not be improved. There's literally no such thing as a perfect video. So if you knew everything you know now, but no money. Step one was I just brainstorm, like, okay, I don't have money. What are some viral things? Like, I mean, the first thing that comes to mind is something as simple as when I counted 100,000, which is what I did do when I was poor. And like that worked. But like, what's something like that I could do that would be even more attention grabbing? Yeah, you were as part of the brainstorm. You throw out a lot of ideas. People throw out a bunch of ideas, and one of the questions is this even doable? Right? Yeah. First off, come up with ideas you think would do well, and then ask yourself later if they're doable. Because there's different ways you can accomplish something. Don't be cynical about the doability and stuff. Yeah, because there really are so many different ways you can accomplish a goal. Like, when we give away an island, like we gave our 100 million subscriber island, and then, you can't find private islands that don't look like shit for less than $10 million. So this isn't doable, right? All right, the idea doesn't exist, not doable, X it off. But then you dig into it and you find different alternatives. You find, okay, what if we just buy a $2 million island that sucks, and then spend $1 million, importing some sand. Let's build a beach. Let's import 300 trees. Let's build a little bit of canal. Let's cut some paths. Boom. Now it's a really nice island, but it's actually affordable because we don't have $10 million to spend on a video, but we can afford to spend 3.5 and lose whatever $1 million on that video. So like that's an example of like, yeah, if you just went off the gut test, like this isn't doable. Every island's $10 million. We're screwed. Like if we go cheaper, it's just a terrible island. No. And so if you like, there are so many different ways you can achieve what you want. You really got to push through no's, which not a lot of people do. You have to have like a more of a dominant personality and just a willingness to, when people tell you it's not possible, just actually go through all the variables and eliminate them all yourself. Have a stubbornness and a resilience to failure, maybe. For what we do as creators online, it's very imperative that you have that a no isn't a no to you. Like you really have to like think and just like we take a personality test, and like just having a dominant personality is a better indicator that when someone tells you, oh, there's no way you're gonna build a brick wall for under 100 grand, you'll be like, okay, and then still go check the next 10 vendors and figure it out. Yeah. What advice would you give to an already established channel, like with 1, 2, 3, 4 million subscribers? How to like 10x it, like increase it, without losing maybe. Yeah, that's where it's very like channel by channel. You can't give general advice. Okay. Yeah. Because if I do, millions of creators are gonna see this and then they're gonna do it, and I'm gonna fuck them over. Oh, I see. So let's say I have like 2 million subscribers on this podcast. Yeah. Like, how would you 10x that without sacrificing what it is? 10x your stuff. Does it matter? So you've talked about with success. Yeah. It's different for everyone. Like, is 10xing your definition of success? No. Well then, it's gonna you should be cognizant of that because you created not just some of the most watched videos, but some of the most amazing videos ever. So there's a strong correlation there. It's not like you're selling your soul to make a highly viewed video. It's actually, if you look at the metrics, it helps you understand what is compelling and not. And so I feel like I am, uh, I feel like there's some value to investigate when people tune on and when not, to be more data driven, even on podcasts. But I'm really afraid of that.
On the flip side, I think part of the appeal is that you don't care about that kind of stuff.
But there could be stuff that doesn't have to do anything with that. It has to do with stylistic choices of lighting and cameras, or maybe with, for example, topics.
Yeah.
You know, like
even what you've asked me here is like different than what most people ask me.
Yeah, so it could be. I mean, and it'd be nice to understand that. But again, I'm worried about polluting the
At the
creative
end of the
process.
day, this is a true case of it's your own intuition. Like you know your viewers better than anyone else. It's whatever.
See, I'd like to push back on that. I really don't.
You do. Who else? Name one person who knows your viewers better than you.
Somebody that looks at numbers and podcasts.
No, you know your viewers. You know you're the only. How many episodes have you done?
350.
Exactly.
But I'm not.
You're the only one who's watched every second of all 300 videos. Probably.
Okay, that's just not. No,
you
I
do.
haven't. But
because you did it, so you do know what's in the album. It's
sure,
your content is you. I'm telling you, you do, and this is just one of those moments where you're an intelligent guy and you just have to trust your like instincts. Like, just think, what is the typical X viewer, and what do they want?
I don't think like that.
But that's all you would have to do, and whatever your gut tells you, that would be the best guess.
You don't know what the typical viewer is, though. I don't because to investigate that would be very, very difficult. And then you have to start looking at the numbers and to start to like look to the demographic. Yeah. The only way I know that anybody even watches it is because I'll sometimes run into people like when I run along the river and they'd be like, "I love you, Lex." It's like, okay, well that's that's a data point. And they're like cool people, but I don't know. I don't have any other. It's difficult, man. It's difficult to know. It's difficult to know who listens to podcasts. It's difficult to. Do you have a sense of who's? I mean, like, you're so huge that everybody watches.
Yeah. But no, I still do. I'd say if you were to just put a gun to my head and you're like, all right, we're gonna pick a random person that watched your last video, and you have to like roughly guess what they are, and if you're not close, we'll kill you. I would say probably like a teenager that plays video games. Like some like that would be probably the typical one. And then there are people that are maybe a little bit younger. A lot of people are older as well. But in a random sample size, yeah, it's probably like a male boy that plays video games. Like that's the best way I would describe it. But I don't try to pertain to them. I just make whatever I think is interesting and good content. And this is what we were talking about before. Even though hypothetically 35 to 40% of my audience is women, which is less than the majority, if we get 100 million views a video, that's still 30 to 40 million females that watch every video, which is probably the largest, views per video for women on the whole platform. Which you wouldn't think that. Like I can't think of a single other creator that gets more women to watch their videos than that. And so it's just like anything, even like people above the age of 30, even if it's only like 3 or 4%, that's still 3 to 4% of 100 million views is a lot of people that age. So we hit a large group of kind of every demographic. If that makes any sense.
So what if we look at other maybe more challenging kinds of channels, or not? But if we look at educational, for example, like lectures, educational, maybe short videos. Like how would you 10x that? Like something on robotics, on biology, on science, on engineering, on all that. That's more educational focused.
We would honestly just have to pull the because it's the same way if you went to Gordon Ramsay and you said, "How would a new cook cook better?" It's like
even then, that's not even specific. You have to go channel by channel.
You really do, or I'm giving horrible advice because if there was these just golden rules, everyone would do it. You know what I mean? Like if there's these magical little principles.
How quickly, when you look at a channel, can you kind of give advice?
Yeah, it's like surface level at the start, and then the more if we watch 10 videos, I feel like it would have a good profile, and I could tell you, in my opinion, especially once I look at the analytics and I get more ingrained in like, okay, typical viewers this, they're from here, here's how they're feeling, because there are people who make videos for rednecks, and like the redneck taste of content is just so much different than obviously women watching makeup videos, which are so much different than teenage boys watching a Minecraft video. They're just all different. So the biggest thing you have to do is put your head in the headspace of the viewer and see the content how they would. Because if you just try to only give your taste, which is what a lot of people that's actually how you do more harm than good, which is something I'm very careful of.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's generating a lot of ideas. I think the first time I talked to you was on Clubhouse, actually.
Yeah.
And I mentioned something about robots, and like almost immediately went to generating a bunch of ideas around robots. It's just
100 robots versus 100 humans. Yeah. How far can a robot throw a potato?
I think your idea, like the first idea was because you just said so many ideas I never even thought of. But it shows the value of basically brainstorming with people that think differently.
But at the end of the day, my ideas are probably, might lean towards some people a little bit younger than your audience. Like some of the stuff
But there's still ideas. Like I think the first one you said, because we're talking about quadrupeds, robot dogs. You said to replace a biological dog with a robot dog and see if the owner notices something. You were just quickly brainstorming different ideas of like how.
This was years ago. I remember. Yeah.
Which is just, I mean, it's like, oh yeah, I never really thought about that kind of. So it's the basic, the tension between what does it take for a robot and an AI system to replace the biological systems that the biological creatures that we love in our lives. Yeah, but like that was like the pace of idea generation was the thing that struck me today and in general. It's like that's how you get good videos. You keep thinking.
It's much easier to make a video around a good idea, obviously, than a bad one. You just set yourself up for success.
Okay, so that's for 10xing the already popular channel. What's the hardest number? You said the numbers that matters: click-through rate, average view duration, and surveys. What's the hardest number to optimize for?
Probably surveys.
Do you have an insight into the surveys at all?
No, not really. But if you just click on a bunch of random videos online, you'll eventually get a survey. Was this video transformative, heartwarming, inspiring? What people rate does make a difference. And it's like you can get people to click a video, you can get them to watch it, but you can't really fake whether or not they're satisfied. Like they don't lie. The surveys, maybe one person here or there might troll, but once you aggregate enough, it's a pretty clear telltale of the video. So either you're making a great video or you're not.
What is it? Minimizing the non-regrettability.
Yeah, I think Elon tweeted that's what he's trying to do on Twitter.
That's interesting. That's basically the survey metric. How happy you are that you've been using the platform.
Yeah, Elon tweeted, we want to limit the amount of regrettable minutes people spend on Twitter. And the first thing I thought was like, that's something YouTube already has unlocked. Like their whole survey system with feedback loop.
How tough is it to take on YouTube, you think? Like
for Twitter?
Yeah, for Twitter, for any videos.
I mean, it's gonna be basically impossible. I mean, YouTube's not going anywhere, and I don't know. I don't think anyone's gonna do what YouTube does better than them, at least not in the next 10 years.
You asked on Twitter, would you rather have $10 million or 10 million subscribers on YouTube? What would your own answer be at various stages?
If I had nothing, I would say $10 million. Because with $10 million, you can hire some people and pump out content. With like a million or two, get 10 million subscribers, and then keep the other 8 million.
So that's if you believe in your ability to grow a channel.
Well, if you don't believe in your ability to grow a channel, then you shouldn't take the 10 million subscribers because you're just gonna kill the channel.
Yeah,
so the 10 million is definitely a better question would be: would you rather have $1 million or 10 million subscribers? That's where it gets a little tricky because now it's like, $1 million is a life-changing amount of money. But if you semi know what you're doing, you probably make $1 million off a 10 million subscriber channel. But it is a little bit of risk.
So $1 million might not be enough to build a strong team. If you don't know how to do it, so you might waste all of that money.
Yeah, or they just keep it and retire. Yeah.
Okay, that's true.
Yeah, because 10 million is just so high, it's like just never work again. Who cares? For the average human, that's so much money.
It's interesting to me also to the value of the subscriber versus the value of the dollar. I suppose how valuable is a subscriber for like what percentage of the videos, like how active is the subscribers in watching the video? For you?
That's hard. I don't know. I was actually thinking more about the subscriber to dollar. Like if someone has 10 million subscribers, have they made $10 million? I don't know why that kind of popped in my head. It's an interesting thought.
Do you ever, when you analyze videos, do you ever analyze videos like we've talked about offline of other videos across YouTube in general, just to try to understand social media?
Not all, but a lot of your questions are analytics based.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so
fun. I love it. I mean, it's just a giant social experiment, right? Like what people like to watch, what people share.
Yeah.
It's like a fascinating.
Like I said before, what percentage of your audience do you think care about this
large amount care about uh, curiosity and exploration of interesting ideas. So in that sense, yeah, this is
I love it. It's just funny. I mean, this isn't me like trying to like. I love you. And I, actually, I love your
too.
Magnus one and even your Hikaru one was really good. A bunch of others, but I think we're getting to the point now where only analytics junkies would want to keep hearing more analytics talk, and the normie is probably like they've had their dose of YouTube talk for the next 3 years. Maybe I'm wrong. Hey, comment if I'm wrong. I could be. I don't know your audience. See, this is where you would tell me, "Shut up. I know my audience, you dumbass."
And I don't at all. I just follow the thread of curiosity, and I think there's just a lot of curious humans in the world, and to me, it's like so. The question about analytics is a question of basically stepping away, stepping outside of yourself, and thinking, why the hell do I like TikTok so much? Why do I like Twitter so much? Why do I like YouTube so much? And getting, even if you're not a creator, getting an insight into that is really interesting. It's like what, because all these platforms are fundamentally changing the nature of content. People are reading books less. They're probably going to be watching movies less and less. They're probably going to be watching Netflix less and less. Do you ever think about the sort of the darker side of YouTube with shadow banning and censorship and all that kind of topics, especially if you see it on other platforms like Twitter, that Elon recently highlighted the shadow banning that was happening, and in general the censorship that was happening on those platforms. Do you think about the role of centralized control, which information isn't or isn't made available through search and discovery?
I'll be honest. I never really think about it. So,
you just try to make fun videos.
Yeah, I'm kind of more in my own lane, but it's not like that. I don't just specifically think about that. I just like a lot of stuff in general. Like I'm just kind of in my own lane, thinking about my own stuff. But now that you asked, I'm curious. What are your thoughts on YouTube and that kind of stuff?
Well, I'm generally against centralized um, censorship or shadow banning. Shadow banning is the worst one because not that the goal of creating a healthy platform where you're having great conversations and uh, videos that are not spreading misinformation, that sounds like an admirable goal, but it's too difficult of a job for a centralized entity. That's too big of a
yeah. Well, and then there's the misinformation stuff, and then there's also just like the videos where they do something that causes what happened back in the day for apocalypse. A lot of creators' revenue plummets because people are doing videos that advertisers don't deem acceptable, and then now all these big advertisers are pulling, and the little guys are getting hit, and because ad rates dropped by 30%, and the person who just quit his job to go full-time content creation now can't sustain it. So it's like a lot of different variables as well that makes it so complicated.
Well, I think the big thing is transparency, especially around shadow banning. People.
I agree. On shadow banning, you should be transparent. You should let people know. It, obviously there has to be some type of control. People can't just post whatever. And so if you're pulling those levers, they should at least know.
Yeah, so they know how to improve their content. They can understand it. They can
exactly.
If it's a wrong shadow banning, like as a society that we should not shadow ban this kind of content, that means we should be publicly discussing it and having.
Because if not, and if it's not known, then it's just kind of like, well, then who's pulling the strings, and like, how do we know they're not just manipulating things to get whatever message they want out there and silence other ones?
Yeah, there could be sort of in the background government influence, which is where actual freedom of speech comes into play. That the government should not have any control or be able to put pressure on censorship of speech. And it gets weird. It's none of that is speak. There's no transparency around any of that. But to be fair, that's a huge responsibility. The amount of content that YouTube is uploaded on YouTube is shared by YouTube, viewed by YouTube.
But even more of a reason why it would probably make sense to be transparent.
Yeah.
Because then people can help fact check it.
That's right. But that requires building a platform that makes that easy, right? Like to make fact checking easy, to make like Twitter now has like being able to share context and all that kind of stuff. Like crowdsource it. Crowdsource it the way Wikipedia crowdsource it. I mean, it's right.
And then you open a random Wikipedia article.
But like people criticize Wikipedia because there's a political lean to the editors of Wikipedia, and then there's some articles that definitely have a bias to them and all that kind of stuff. And it's a difficult problem. It's a difficult problem to solve. That ultimately as much as possible, it would be nice for the viewer to have control of that versus the entity that's hosting it. So for the viewer to decide.
I'm just gonna make
Cool videos of that happen.
Yeah. Let's go to Antarctica again.
How was that? How was going to? You just came back from Antarctica. I watched the video. That was fun. That was a really fun video. Um, there's a lot of things I can comment about that. But what was that? What was the hardest part of making that video?
The hardest part was just getting out there. It's just so remote, and you know, you land the plane on just this ice runway, and it's so sketchy. And then once the plane takes off, you're just there. You're the most remote place on the planet, and it's very breathtaking. I don't. If you have the chance to ever go to Antarctica, I would recommend it. It was probably like in the video we climbed a mountain that wasn't named, so we can name it. And like standing on top of that mountain and just seeing kind of like nothing. Because once you get outside the outskirts and you get deep in Antarctica, there's no penguins. Nothing lives there at all. Um, and so there's just nothing in every direction. It's just snow and these crazy beautiful mountains, and some of them stick into the clouds. And if you go during summertime, the sun never goes down. So the sun's up 24/7. And it's just like spinning in circles at the top of the planet or whatever. It looks like top.
Yeah, you guys commented several times how beautiful.
Yeah, and so it's very beautiful.
What about shooting and stuff, like the technical aspects of shooting it?
Oh, I mean, well, somehow we lucked out. One of the days was like the warmest day in like forever that's been in Antarctica. It's positive degrees, but at certain parts it's also like -20, -30, and that's where the cameras you constantly have to be switching out the batteries and heating them up and like putting them basically in like your pants so they don't just get way too cold. And we were prepared for much worse, but it ended up being much better than we thought.
So for that video, but in general, maybe some other challenging videos. How do you go from the idea stage to the actual execution to the final video? Can you take me through like a full process of like we're talking about some crazy wild ideas today. How do you go from that to a final video where you can publish?
Well, I mean, obviously, first things first, you got to figure out the idea, and then it just depends. I mean, pick any video you can think of on my channel. I can take you through it.
Well, what about the in the circle? You have to stay in the circle for 100 days.
Yeah, so for that one, step one.
One of the most popular ones.
Yeah, that video did really well. So problem is, we have, this is where you get really into the nuances of a company, because we have a lot of videos going on. You can't just, in a vacuum, be like, all right, we're not doing anything for 100 days, we're only filming this. So step one is we had to build an independent crew that could actually do that for 100 days. That way everyone else can keep working on the normal videos and not just clear everything out. So step one, build that team. Okay, we got the team. Now what do we need? Well, to do this, we need probably like 10 cameras at least rolling at all times. So we're probably going to need to get a trailer and hook up a bunch of storage and stuff to just carry up the sheer volume of footage we're going to have. And so get a trailer, set up the cameras, go out in the field, paint a circle. Now we need a house. So buy a house, bring it out there. And then it's like, oh, wait, I think it'd be funny if I brought the house in on the intro. Find a crane that can lift up a house so I can drive it in and drop it in the intro.
And that's like an iterative process where you're like, okay, this would be funnier. So it's not all up front that you sort of
Yeah,
like
ideally it would be, but as you kind of see things, you get inspired, and then you think of more and more. And
this would be better with a crane.
Yeah, it'd be better if I dropped out of the house.
Yeah, that was crazy that you decided to do that. So fearless in the kind of crazy fun you want to do.
Exactly. I'm a broken record, but whatever makes this video possible. Yeah. That's all you focus on.
Okay, so what about the delegation of like who gets to, what are the cameramen, like the people operating the cameras, who's responsible for different things? Is it like a distributed process? Or like
well, that's where whoever the lead camera would be on that video was just decided. That one, because we shot over 100 days, we didn't. A lot of it was just shot. And the guy who was in the circle just vlogging. He had one camera, and he figured it out. And then we'd have like for him just set hours each day that a cameraman would come. So if he had any content he needed extra hands, instead of just having someone on standby 24/7, it made more sense to do set hours. And yeah, it was hard, but explaining it in hindsight, it sounds so simple.
And I guess like the more, because that one is relatively simple, I guess, because it's a low number of people.
Yeah, the hard part about that is just the time. Like, I checked in on them so many different days, and it's like an hour here, 2 hours there, 2 hours there. Over 100 days adds up to be a ton of time. And even then, like, if you have a 10-person crew, paying them daily rates for 100 days, it just all of it adds up.
What about like the 100 versus 100 adults,
Yep.
kids. What was bringing that to life? That seems like exceptionally challenging.
Yeah. Basically, the thought process was we did 100 kids, or sorry, 100 boys versus 100 girls. People loved it. Honestly, I didn't think they'd like it as much as they did. The video did really, really well. So the second I saw that video was crushing, I was like, all right, we're doing it again. But last time we did it in our studio. So we built a giant room, put 100 girls in it. Sounds bad when I explain it like this. And then a giant room, put 100 boys.
Yeah.
And we're like, after 100 hours, whichever room has the most people, we give them $500,000. Did well. So we're like, all right, we're going to do it again. So we threw out all these different ideas. So it's like 100 football players versus 100 cheerleaders, 100 this, 100 that, 100 prisoners versus 100 cops. Just craziest ideas. And we settled on 100 kids versus 100 adults. Um, and then the next step was like, how do we make it better? The kids versus adults, or the boys versus adults. The problem was every time it was night when we did these long time lapses, you couldn't see the sun go up and down. And we're like, okay, this time I want to do it outside. The cubes are outside. And instead of doing circles, we want to make them cubes. And then, it's figuring out, do we want this? Yeah, just
those videos came up at least today as ones that are like really complicated because of the audio, because of how
yeah,
to film it.
yeah, that's the problem. We had a lot of audio issues because in the first one we didn't have a roof on it. The second one there was a roof, so there was a lot of reverb, which then in editing made it brutal. Like half the shots weren't usable, and it really screwed us over. So we had to do a lot of Frankensteining in the editing to make up for basically my ignorance.
So you mentioned that you were surprised on what that one did. A lot of creators talk about getting depressed when the videos don't do as well as they kind of expected. There's a kind of feeling you can get really worn out by that.
Yeah.
Do you yourself feel that, and also give advice to others that feel this?
Um, yeah, it's weird because I am a numbers guy, but also it used to. It used to very much, especially when I was like everything I had on a video. When it did bad, I was devastated. I'd cry and I'd be depressed for days, and it really would have a severe impact on my mood. But I don't know. Now it doesn't really matter. It's the video does bad. I just look at it and I'm like, oh, why did this video do bad? Probably, there's a little retention dip there. I don't think people like the thumbnail. Maybe we should switch it. I just look at it objectively, unemotional, and then just move on. And I feel like that's a much healthier way of going about it. So if a creator is listening, like that is the ideal way to um, respond to a video that's doing bad. Just remove emotion from the equation and just look at it and figure out how you get to the next one.
Is there tricks to being able to detach yourself from that? Because because like in your case, I mean that's true for creators, but in your case, there's like a lot of money on the line.
Yeah, well, and
there's videos
months
cost
of my
a lot.
life,
Yeah.
so much time, but no, I mean, I don't know. The only real answer is just the conscious effort. You just have to unemotionally look at the video, determine the problems, and then move on. Like there is no secret. You know what I mean? It's just it's that. And if you really can't bring yourself to do it, then you're just screwed. Honestly, maybe you're not meant to be scared.
Okay, so that's part of the development as a creator, is like being able to
Or
detach
longevity.
yourself.
Yeah. You have to unemotionally be able to just look at videos that flop and figure it out. Because if not, just being you can, and not every video can be a 1 out of 10. And so when a video does bad, that just stress and depression is just gonna eventually hit you in the long run.
So you said you've failed in a bunch of videos, sort of taking them to completion. So what are some of the biggest fails?
Yeah, weirdly enough, as we've matured and we've done this more, we don't have that problem as much. Especially now we're getting some multi-million-dollar budgets for videos. It's like failure is not really an option anymore. So I'm a little more particular about what I do. But back in the day, yeah, like we would do a video where we spent 24 hours on a desert island, and we filmed it, did it all, and I didn't like it after the edit. So I just grabbed the voice and we went back to the desert island and spent another 24 hours there and refilmed it. Um, or
Could that have been caught and prevented by your take? Or like,
No, it's a good idea. It's just poor execution. To be honest, when we were out there, it was hot. We were just like we all at one point just kind of wanted to die. It was just miserable.
so how do you avoid that these days?
Well, I just went when it was a little cooler, to be honest. And then we had literally the amount of fun we had in the video was like 10 times higher.
So you like there's some practical details that you just learned.
Yeah, I don't
What it takes to
videos that where it's very hot or it's on water because I get super seasick. There's like a kind of like 10 things that if they have these variables, I'm down to do it, but my fun meter is not as high as normal. Like we tried to anytime we do anything on a boat, like when we spent 24 hours in the Bermuda Triangle, or when I tried to spend like, which it didn't get uploaded, but I tried to spend like 100 hours at sea or whatever.
video. I know this is probably stressful to some creators. Um, like, how much stress? How do you feel when you have to click publish?
Uh, I don't have much.
You're able to detach yourself.
Yeah. Again, in old me, tough. Bro, I'd be like scratching and nervous, and like my hands will be sweating, like to the point where I'm almost about to puke. I'm like, I hope people like this, but you know, I don't know. I think that's just part of maturing. And there's different as a content creator. There's different phases, and uh, you just like once you get over the fear that you're just gonna wake up one day and be irrelevant, and you just accept that like you believe in yourself, you believe in your content, and that you can continue to be relevant, then you don't. I don't know. You kind of are. It's a little bit easier to detach yourself, I guess, and it's a much healthier place to be. You can't do this for 10 years if every little thing just causes these huge emotional reactions. It's like that's why a lot of creators go a little, mentally insane. You have to get out of that game, right? Because it really messes with you.
We've talked about this a little bit, but how do you define and how do you suggest others define success?
It's so subjective. Some people's success is retiring their mom. For you, success is inspiring people and educating them, and whatever, piquing their curiosity. For other people, it's just quitting their job.
You have to self-reflect on what your definition of success is, because I think a lot of creators kind of don't really think, don't introspect. Like, they kind of want to keep getting more and more subscribers, kind of thing.
Yeah, but subscribers is just a vanity metric. It doesn't. Subscribers don't correlate to views.
Sure, or views. What?
Yeah, I know, but that's more. That wasn't directed to you. That was more directed to people listening. Was a lot of people do really care about subscribers or even followers, like on TikTok. But if you look, like if on YouTube, very very few percent, if even a percent of your views come from sub feed, right? They're almost all home viewer suggested. When's the last time you clicked on your sub feed to watch a video?
Almost never.
Yeah, maybe 5 years ago. It used to be a thing. Not anymore. No one does. And it's getting harder and harder to find that.
I subscribe to way too many channels, I think.
Yeah, that's what everyone does. And you subscribe to 10 channels, they're great, but 2 years later, your taste evolves. And it's a mess. And so, the subscribers don't really matter. Followers on TikTok don't really matter. Anyways, they really are the definition of a vanity measure.
But what about views?
They do, obviously, because if people are showing up time and time again, that's what matters.
Okay, so that's a good thing to define as success. I just feel like that too can be a problem, because I would say, if I wanted to be successful, like as a young creator, I might start copying Mr. Beast and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Like you start trying to take shortcuts as opposed to find your own unique voice, right? So like chasing views is a problem too. It feels like, or no? As long as you detach yourself from that.
I mean, if you're lazy, yeah, and you just want to copy someone else and not experiment and find your own way. But I mean, you can't make that excuse for them. If someone just isn't coming up with original stuff and putting in the effort, you can't just say, "Oh, since they're chasing views, so we need some different metric for them to chase." No, they just need to find their own way.
Right? It just feels like unique type of content will often lead to sacrificing a number of views in the short term.
Mm-hmm. But in the long term, you win.
Okay.
Or if you do win, you win more. I guess would be a better way of putting it.
Do you think you will IPO Mr. Beast Burger or Beast in the next 5 to 10 years?
Beast Burger, Beast Bones? No, I kind of think they're. So actually, you know what? I just realized this is our first time talking about those. We're like an hour and a half in. That's so funny.
We started talking about what?
My retention brain kicked in.
I wonder if you have retention brain for like life itself.
Oh, I do. Every time I'm talking to someone, I'm like, okay.
What about like loved ones? Like spending time with loved ones, thinking like we could be doing something much better right now.
Yes, no, that is a serious problem with. So we'll pause the Beast Burger question. Yes, but that's why my current girlfriend, which I was telling you before when we were talking about this, is she has a genuine love for learning, and that's something I have. Like I always feel like I need to be learning something to justify the time I'm spending, and so that's why it's such a nice trait, because I feel like the time is being used optimally. Because whether we're watching a documentary or we're going and taking an IQ test or reading about whatever, just why modern art is a thing. I don't know, whatever weird thing we decide to do. I'm always learning and improving, so it
to maximize retention in your relationship.
Yeah.
You want to spend that time learning as much as possible.
Yeah, which to me, yeah, you don't have to force, right? Yes. Or I want to be recharging, so when I do work, I can hit the ground harder. And luckily, we're into a lot of the same things, which happen to be learning, and sometimes it's not learning, like maybe watching an anime or something like that. But I'm a big believer in you're either if you well if your goal is to be like a super successful entrepreneur, you need to either be working or you need to be doing something that decompresses and recharges you so you can work again. If your goal is to be like a really kick-ass entrepreneur, and obviously we're boiling this down to the most very basic thing, and so the things you're doing in your downtime when you're not working, if it doesn't recharge you, you're screwed. You're just a ticking time bomb waiting to implode. And so you gotta like heavily recharge, and like watching for me anime or whatever it is, playing a board game, like that is actually kind of crucial to my success, which takes a lot of maturing to come to that conclusion. I used to be the kind of guy that wanted to work every hour of the day, and I would try to train myself to not need that stuff, and I almost resented like that. I have to do these kinds of things, and it would piss me off because it's not optimal, and I just really want to make content and entertain people, but as someone who's gone down that road, and you just work every day for 2 to 3 months straight, and every hour of the day, and then you just a bomb waiting to explode and lose your mind. And the only real sustainable thing is to just like give yourself time to recharge in between working.
So there's a kind of balance you have to find.
You have to, and I hate it more than anyone else because
you hate not working.
Yeah, because it's just not optimal for time. Like it's as a human, I do need to occasionally watch a mindless show and play a board game, and it took me a very long time to like come to peace with that and not. I would have like borderline panic attacks when I would do it because like what am I doing right now? Why am I doing this? I should be, like, what if one day I have to lay off an employee because we're not doing so well? Like, how could I justify watching this show or whatever I'm doing right now? It's like there's a lot of things like that go on in your head, but that's it.
Before we return to Mr. Beastburger, well, what is like since we're on the topic, what is a perfect day in the life, perfectly productive day in the life?
Hope you're doing well.
Oh boy, well, I mean,
or like a standard.
I mean, the perfectly productive day is usually when they show me.
What's new?
Because those get 100 million a pop. I mean, it doesn't really get any better than that.
Oh,
what about like the
great.
average day when you're not on the side?
Yeah.
You're like because you're running a lot of things, right?
Yeah. So right now we have our snack bread feastables. We have a restaurant chain Beastburger, and then we basically, which we haven't even really launched any products yet, but we have the data company that I was showing you, where we're going to roll out some tools for creators, and then we have the React channel, the gaming channel, the main channel, and then we have my charity, which also has a channel. And so kind of how I've structured my life right now is whenever I have free time, we just kind of go, hey guys, Jimmy's got an hour from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. And everyone's just like, I need this. And this channel's like, I need this thing filmed, or whatever. The guy who runs my TikTok is like, I need this TikTok filmed, or Beastburger's like, I need this menu item approved, and we need to talk about this marketing thing. And then we kind of just look at what everyone needs, and we're like, that one looks like the most important. We'll do that. And so it's just kind of like, if I just did that for every company in a day, then that's optimal. Like just kind of like an optimal day for me would be going down to 8 companies and just whatever their like 2 to 3 biggest pain points or things they need from me, and just doing those
based on priority, and then trying to keep it as short as possible.
Yeah.
To just the things that you need around.
It doesn't get more optimal than that. If I clear the bottlenecks or some bottlenecks for all my companies, then that's a perfect day.
Yeah, I mean, even just because you're showing me around and you're being a great and gracious host, but on top of that, you're just doing all these meetings. You basically.
I felt bad at some point. I was like, oh, I just tricked him into going to meetings with me. He's in my little meeting, buddy.
Yeah. I mean, it was fun. It was fun to see. It was fun to see how effectively you delegated. You basically trust the team to do a really good job on the various things, and there's just a strong team that's able to carry the flag on all the different tasks, from the brainstorming, the main challenge, to the React, and so on. Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, it's really interesting what it takes to build a team like that, because you very quickly build a very large team that's able to scale.
It's very scary because it's my first, I'm 24, and I think I was telling you this earlier. It's funny because 6 years ago I had to raise my hand to go use the bathroom, and now I'm in charge of hundreds of people and entertain hundreds of millions of people. And so
when I'm 34, I'll know so much more about running a business and scaling and hiring and how to lead people and better effectively communicate and all these different skill sets that will make me a better leader. That and that's the only thing that sucks is I just don't have those because I just haven't been through the lessons and I just have such a lucrative thing on my plate right now and it just sucks that I have to learn the lessons of the lucrative thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because you already have so much influence, so much impact. But you have effectively scaled. What lessons do you draw from that? How to effectively scale as a 24-year-old?
Like that's something I feel like I actually could give a lot of value to young people who are doing it, like older people who built 5 companies or whatever they do. I probably could. They're going to be like, oh, this is so obvious, but for younger first-time business owners, you gotta just experiment, to be honest. And but for us, like it's just a new space. No one had really ever scaled up 100-person team to build big content on YouTube. So there wasn't no. I spent all this time like I hired one person from Disney at one point to come in and help. And obviously that was a dumb idea looking back on it. But I thought, oh, they make great stuff people want to watch, and they come over here and help me build a team. And they build it more the traditional way, not like how it should be online. And so then it's like, okay, now I'm not trying to trash people. Like they all tried their best, but then I hire this one person who does this different type of media and runs a 100-person team. And then you come in here and they try to build it that way. They don't really listen to your value or see the difference. And I tried basically for building this company with like 4 or 5 different people who worked in different veins of media, and every single time they just don't get it, and they don't understand my world. And the eventual solution was just like to roll up my sleeves and do it myself, with like James or a hitman, and just like no one's ever done this, and like no one's gonna just give us a golden carrot and tell us how to build this company. We got to figure the fuck out ourselves.
And you have to kind of build up people from scratch then.
Yeah, exactly. All the stuff I was talking about earlier, and all the lessons I learned along the way. And so for me, that was a big part of like stop trying to have someone build this company for me and just do it myself because it's scary. Like I spent my whole life studying YouTube videos virality, not business building. But fuck it, I was like, I guess we just gotta do it ourselves. And that's where things really start to click, and we got the exponential growth. We started getting the right people and training them the right way, and just throwing conventional stuff out the door and focusing on what's actually practical for YouTube, which is just completely different than traditional media.
So you train people, and then those people train people, and so on.
Yeah, I mean, it's just even like, how you do the lighting on sets, or like how you do the audio, or not writing scripts. So we're just not as efficient with our building. Like sometimes I have to have 30 cameras running. Why? Because it's not scripted. I don't know what Chris is gonna do when we start filming. He might run over there, but guess what? We gotta have a plan because there's only one shot. I can't tell him not to do that.
Yeah, that's the shooting, but then there's also the editing.
Yeah, and then the editing as well, and not having guardrails and kind of at the end of the day, it's whatever I want. The video, their job is to make a video that they think I'll like because it's my channel. But you can achieve that kind of however. And so it's just everything's just different. It's much more, I guess, like a startup as opposed to.
Are you often surprised, like with the result? Like you think a certain night, like we watched the video today, and it was really nice. It was different than you would have potentially edited it.
Yeah.
Are you sometimes surprised by like a decision that ever made? Just like, okay, it's not the way I would have done it, but it's actually this is a cool idea.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. The thing, my biggest fear is I don't ever want to get trapped in like a bubble of because we are getting 100 million views a video on the main channel. Like, but I don't want to get in this feedback loop of just my ideas are great, or like not feedback loop, but stop learning and improving because it is easy sometimes to be like, what we're doing is working. We need to just keep doing it. I want to keep learning and trying new things. And I guess one way I put it is like, you don't when you're on a come up where you're growing, you don't want to test new things once you start to plateau or have a downtrend because if you're like you're skyrocketing, right, and you're up, and then you level off and you start to go down, you're like, oh, this isn't working anymore, let's start experimenting. Well, if you have a bad experiment, now you're in like a tailspin, you're nosediving, and you have one more bad experiment, you're like screwed. Kind of, I'm oversimplifying. You want to test things while you're still growing to keep the growing from happening, because once you like have again, very oversimplifying, that like kind of level off, you do a couple tests that go wrong, you're like screwed. You know what I mean? You're already out the door, now you're just confirming that you were out the door and online entertainment. So that's kind of how I see it. So I think it's very imperative that you're constantly always experimenting and trying to, even if you're getting crazy, unheard of growth. And so that outside of the thing that brought you to the dance, you just dived right into Mr. Beast Burger and Feastables. There's a whole nother industry. Like, what was that like?
Well, so Beast Burger, we kind of it was supposed to be like just a pop up. Like we just partnered with someone who had 300 restaurants, and we were just like, you know, um, let's just sell Beast Burgers for a day or two. Let's see what happens. We didn't really think it would be as big as it was, but those that first day, we do 6 figures in sales, and they all sell out, and they're running to the local Walmart. They can't keep up with the demand, and it's like, okay, well, maybe we'll just leave it open a week, whatever. And we're just doing crazy revenue. And it's like, okay, well, let's add some more restaurants and let's just leave them open for a month. And we're just still doing 6 figures a day. And it kind of just went from this thing that was, I don't know, it wasn't really, I didn't really plan on running a restaurant chain, but here I am.
But didn't that, in some sense, also open your mind to something like Feastables?
Feastables is something I've always wanted to do. Because I think, just in general, American snacks are just full of so much horrible ingredients, to be honest, and they're not. I don't know. I feel like there also just hasn't been any innovation in American snacks in quite a while, and so that's just something I've always been pretty passionate about. The thing we built that from scratch. So we hired the CEO and built the team around them, and we spent probably over 2.5 years before we even launched, just like building the right team, figuring things out, and making sure this actually ran the way I wanted. Um, which Feastables has just been crushing. It's very interesting. This is something I've never talked about publicly, but having products in retail, it's like before Feastables, everything I had done was online. So if you wanted to, anything from the Cocoa Feast brand, you'd have to buy it online and ship it to you. But Feastables, now that, because our first product, chocolate bars, we started putting that in retail locations. So like, for example, Walmart, it's it's crazy. Like it doesn't make sense how if you're, which I guess it does for because we get 100 million views a video. So a lot of people know us. If I go stand in Walmart, those people recognize me and ask for photos. Like if I stood there long enough, I could take 150 photos today in Walmart, 200, whatever it is. So obviously it makes sense those people go buy Feastables, but then you just multiply that by every Walmart in America, and it just gets so crazy. And I didn't think we'd be doing the kind of revenue we are, and we're about to launch in some other I don't know if I'm allowed to say so whatever, but other big retail locations and convenience stores, and like by the end of next year we could be in like 40, 50,000 locations, and the numbers just don't make sense. You know what I mean?
What are some interesting challenges about scaling that? What surprised you?
The biggest problem, which I didn't think would be, was just keeping the shelves in Walmart stocked. To be honest, like it
supply chain.
It was brutal. Well, even then, sometimes like you get them the stuff, and or like it takes them like a day or two to put it out in that specific location, and I had to stop promoting it because every time I mention it, like 40% of people would just be like, "It's not there. It's not in Walmart, or I can't buy it." And so there's like a 3-ish month period where I just didn't promote Feastables because I was scared that someone would go buy it and it's just not there. And so like it took us a very long time to catch up to the demand, and also it's not like we have unlimited money. So but now we're relatively caught up and keeping up. But it's gonna be interesting because now this year 23 we're gonna basically you know 10x the amount of locations we're in. So we're gonna try to launch new products. So we're in for an interesting ride, but yeah, I hate when I tell people, like, hey, go try this product, and then they go in their local Walmart and eventually other places, and it's not there. It's just so brutal, you know. They made that whole journey out there and they didn't get it. So that was really it. Besides that, no, it's been doing way better than I ever thought.
You talked in a couple places about maybe doing mobile games or computer games in the future.
Yeah.
Is that something you're still considering?
Yes. Because do you normally talk with people as much as we talked beforehand? No, no, that was we spent all day today talking about. In my head, everything you asked me is stuff we already talked about.
Not really.
Well, no, not everything. I take it back. But sorry, the last two questions, yes. And so it's just funny because.
What? No, I tried. So okay, there's a different style of asking those questions because I on purpose didn't dig further with you.
I could tell. Yeah. So I could
It's
tell
also
you.
okay. This is by the way. Okay. All right. Well, this is the first time I've ever talked to somebody as much as I did with you beforehand.
Yeah.
On the same day.
I know. Not even the same
all
day.
together.
We're talking
and I
like
only
3
slept
hours.
1 hour.
Yeah. Literally, it's funny.
This is a hilarious and awesome social experience.
I picked him up from his hotel and I just like harassed him all day to hang out with him. And then
Great.
here we
awesome.
are now.
I love it. I was secretly recording that whole time, just so you know. Anyway, so what was the question? Mobile games.
Yeah. So the interesting thing is with Beast Burger and Feastables that there's physical goods as opposed to like making mobile games or PC game, whichever one we end up doing, which is software. And I actually have a giant international audience because most of my audience is obviously outside of America. And so the problem we're running into is it just takes time to build up the supply chain and get Feastables in Southeast Asia, get Feastables in India, get Feastables in Brazil and Mexico and all these other places where we have giant pockets of our audience. And same thing with Beast Burger. It's going to take probably years, unless we partner with someone who already has distribution, which we're figuring out. But the beauty of software is I can make a hypothetical game or whatever we end up doing, and all my fans can, you know, use it tomorrow, the day I mention it. And so if I promote something in a video to 100 million people and it's like basically like a game, they can all download it. So they're, but if I promote a Feastables bar, right now it's only in America because we're struggling just to keep up with American demand. We haven't even gotten the chance to go outside America. So I alienate a majority of my audience, and it feels sort of shitty to just mention something that most of them can't buy. But on the flip side, you can't just spawn this crazy infrastructure and just have tens of millions of bars and all your products in every single store across the world before you promote it. So you can't put the egg before the chicken. And so it's like that's what I'm excited about. I want to get into less physical stuff and more stuff that everyone audience can actually use.
Especially if there's a social element to the gaming too. It's not unlike Feastables. It's like fun to be consumed.
You missed it when you were setting up for this. We were doing some basically just laying out everything that we're planning for. So we're in the phases where we want to start hiring the team to build it, and we're kind of just laying out the game. And I was actually really curious to get your thoughts, but I can't say it because whatever I say, someone's just gonna take it and run with it. But I think it's a good idea.
About the kind of games you're thinking about? Yeah, I mean, I can imagine. We also talked a little bit about it. It's super awesome.
Good one.
I did.
Someone's good talk.
All right.
The juicy talk time, and you're just like, I gotta go set up.
Well, I already heard a lot of awesome stuff. I mean, but that is a different kind of team you need to hire. Yeah. Is that a little nerve-wracking, like going into a new field or trying to?
A little bit, but then I remind myself like Steve Jobs didn't know how to code, right? And he just knew what a good product was. And I feel like as someone who's wasted so much of his life playing video games, I have a good sense of it. And that might be ignorant.
Well, that's really important, right? It's not about coding; it's about what makes for a good game.
Exactly. And again, that might genuinely be ignorant, and maybe I end up, getting bit in the butt because of what I'm saying now. But I think, just like with YouTube, I just want to obsess over making a great product and things that I think my audience will love. And I think as long as I keep that as my North Star, it'll do well.
What does the path to being worth 100 billion look like?
What does the path to being worth 100 billion look like? I don't know.
Okay, let me just pause. You're 24, and there's so much awesome scaling, so many great ideas. You think about different trajectories.
Yeah.
What those possible trajectories are.
Yeah, I mean, if the goal was to just be worth $100 billion, yes. My goal, I'm a broken record, make the best video possible because I know whatever else I want will come, obviously.
So the video is the foundation.
Yeah, exactly. So the path to $100 billion is keep getting 100 million views of video. You know what I mean? But or more, exactly. If we can keep growing, but if we can keep Feastables growing, right, and we eventually expand international, and one day we're in 100,000 retail locations, and we're selling the same amount of SKUs or units per SKUs like we're currently doing. I mean, that would crush, and then obviously, ideally, one day we open up hundreds of Beast Burgers. We get it where we turn out, like Supercell, a couple big games. I don't want to make dozens or hundreds of games. I just want to make games that are just great. And we rarely drop them. When we do, they're bangers. And just whatever other stuff we end up doing, all that combined. I mean, it's just interesting because like what's a show that pulled 100 million views per episode, basically, like we're doing, like what I mean, like the Super Bowl gets praised because they get 100 million viewers, but I can't think of a show. Maybe it reruns or something.
But it's also a show that has a similar kind of figure that you can now use as a.
Like I don't have a network tell me what to do. I don't have anyone. Like
long as I can keep that going, and then we build these businesses, it's like it's honestly pretty scary to see what will happen. Over the years, because Feastables launched last year, 2022, so it's a relatively new thing. And Beastburger, we just started scaling up the physical side. We haven't obviously even launched any mobile games yet. So I think I'm at the antithesis of it. I don't see a world where my YouTube channel is irrelevant in the next couple of years. This is what I live for. And so if I can keep that going and then really start to expand these businesses that leverage off of it, then yeah, hopefully there's a day where I can give away $1 billion in a video. Honestly,
that would be one hell of a video. Let me ask you the ridiculous question. Since you went from being broke to being rich, although you keep spending all your money, does money buy happiness? How has money changed sort of your contentment, your happiness in life?
money buy happiness. No, not. I mean, to a point, yes. Once you can take care of your health, you can take care of like any immediate dangers, and you can take care of your family relatively. No, it doesn't. Like, but those things do. Like when I first came into money, one of the first things I did was retire my mom, and like that brought me tons of happiness. You know what I mean? And like, if my brother had a medical emergency and we couldn't afford it, and I made money to afford it, that brings tons of happiness. So once you take care of those basic necessities, so we'll say make over hypothetically $1 million. No, it really doesn't. Like adding an extra zero, going from 10 million to 100 million or whatever it is, makes no difference.
So you're, given that, are just fearless in spending the money.
Yeah. Well, let me reframe. I guess it could for some people if you really, I don't know, you spent your whole life obsessing over cars, it probably would bring you a little bit of joy to buy a nice limousine. I'm coming more from the frame of mind of an entrepreneur, someone who's really obsessed with business building. For me and a lot of my friends and people I hang around, what brings us happiness is winning and building companies and changing the world. Like that is fun. It's a complex problem you can wake up every day and it gives you something to obsess over and devote your life to. Whereas just having money doesn't.
Well, one interesting question I have for you psychologically. So because you have become wealthy and because you give, like, part of your work is giving away a lot of money, do you find it hard to find people you can trust? Do people see you basically as a source of money as opposed to another human being?
It's weird because you would think yes, but I feel like I also know the right places to look. But yeah, if I just walked into Target and tried to make friends with 10 random people, of course, you gotta.
You can kind of sense.
Oh yeah, you can sense
the right thing in
so
their heart.
clearly. Right? It's so obvious. I don't even want to go into descriptions, but honestly, a lot of my friends were like Chandler. I played Little League with him, and Tyler, the guy. I mean, I went to school with him. Chris, he was my first subscriber. Carl was here after we got big, but whatever. He's friends with the boys, and a lot of my closer friends, even like my YouTube friends, I knew before I was big. So maybe there is some merit to that. Maybe it isn't. I don't know. I've never really put too much thought into it. Maybe there's a reason I hang around with a lot of these people I knew before I got big because it's much easier.
And they help you keep like your radar sharp of who can and can't be trusted because you know you can trust them.
Yeah.
And it's difficult when you become richer and richer and more powerful.
Well, one thing you'll also find when you get rich, not even richer, but more famous. One thing I thought is as I climbed this like ladder of YouTube and got bigger, I thought there would be tons of people like me. People like I take like the kamikaze approach to building a business. Yeah. You just throw all your money in it, you throw all your time, you throw all your energy, you throw everything. Yeah. You're just like, fuck it. This, I'm dead.
Yeah.
I thought there'd be hundreds of me.
Yeah.
And
there isn't.
There isn't. I mean, there's like maybe one or two. And I talk to those motherfuckers every single day. I'm sick and tired of talking to them, but I love them. But it's just so interesting because like every level I got on, like I get a million subscribers. Like, all right, where's all these guys with a million subscribers that are fucking psychopaths? And then they're like
people become like conservative as they get more,
especially as they get bigger. Yeah, and 20 million subscribers, 30. It's like every step of the way, it's like I just got more and more lonely, to be honest. Which it sounds cliche. You hear that kind of shit in movies, and you're like, that's not how it works. But it is. Like, there's just not many people that just want to give up everything, go all in, and then obsess over making the greatest goddamn videos every single day of their life. Like, they're really hard to find.
And be able to sacrifice everything for that video.
Yeah.
Like basically put all the money right back in.
Yeah. Or the people doing it, they're on just a small scale. And if I talk to them, it's just 99.9% of the time I'm teaching them things. It's like, so it's lonely because there's not too many people, especially in the creative space, that are as crazy as you. Yeah, it is 100%. It's so. It's not what I was expecting. I was expecting there to be a lot of people like me, but well, I guess the guy we talked to, Elon Musk, is a bit like you in that sense. Yeah, just in a different domain. Yeah, exactly. His willingness to put it all back in. Right, and that's why I found right now a lot of people I relate to. Like this, like I'm hearing more and more away from fellow content creators and more just, I'm just looking for those other people who just share a little bit of it, but I don't see it so fucking crazy all the time. Like, you know what I mean? It's like people I feel normal around, but they tend to just be doing the randomest things, but, loving it. Well, I think that's really inspiring. It's the profound line, inspiring when you love and let it kill you. Is really put everything, put everything into the thing you love. That's like the way to really create special stuff, but it's also the way to like live out your life. You have to be careful with giving this advice because they're like they're like bodybuilders who'll be like, just go to the gym, be disciplined. I'm disciplined, go to the gym. But I would argue for those people, it's like it's not even discipline. They just enjoy weightlifting, right? Because there are people who are jacked, but they don't make much money or run a business, right? If they're that disciplined, they would be hitting every area of their life. They just really like business. And then there's people like me who just to an extreme level love building companies, right? It's not even discipline for me. It's just in my blood. It's what I wake up. I don't think about it. I don't push myself. I don't need to watch a fucking motivational video to go work. I just do it. It's programmed in me at this point. And I couldn't imagine a world where I don't wake up and do it every day. But I think that a little bit of it is genetic, and just how you're hardwired. Not that it can't be trained or taught, and not that and obviously the friend group you're in influences these things, and over time I think can change it. But if someone's just not gonna be able to flip a switch and then just start doing a kamikaze approach to building a business, just like a lot of people try to flip the switch and start bodybuilding and then quit majority of the time. That's just not innate to them. But I think a lot of us have the capacity to do that in some domain. Yeah, I think if you went about it strategically, if you surrounded yourself with fellow like-minded people and slowly over time switched it. But if you just try to like hardcore do it, you're just gonna lose your mind. Do you ever worry about your mental health? Do you take steps to protect it? To like for the long run, to make sure you have the mental strength to go on. Yes, weirdly enough, the best thing for my mental health was giving into my innate nature to work. And the most depressed I get is when I try to restrict it. It's like I don't work weekends or I don't work this day. What's best for me is just to work when I feel like working, and then just not work when I don't. Like, and just have no constraints. Because there are just some nights where I don't want to sleep, and for whatever reason I feel compelled to go all night. Whatever, like just do it. Do whatever you want. It's what I tell my like working brain, and I just give into it. And I feel that's where I feel the happiest. And then it's typically like when I'm really in the grind mode, it'll be like 7 or 8 days, just nonstop going, and then it's like I'll realize like I need some recharge time. I'm gonna just go fucking binge a season of anime. Yeah, but that's the thing. Like people will tell you don't work weekends or don't do this or don't work past this or blah blah. Give you all these constraints. But for me, and it's unconventional, I just give into it. I think there's something really to be said for that. I try to surround myself with people that like when I pull an all nighter, they don't go like you should get more sleep. There's a reason I pulled that all nighter. Like if I'm really passionate about something, they basically encourage it. Yeah. I have no problem getting sleep and getting rest. What I need in my life is people that encourage you to kind of keep going with the stuff you're passionate about. Normal people, they don't want that life. They probably should. It's not good for you. But yeah, if you hang around people like just what are different people, you're gonna feel crazy and it's gonna wear on you. Whereas if you're around similar people, it's so much easier. Like if you know, I started weightlifting more, and like one thing that's helped is just having jacked people around me. They naturally just eat healthier. Yeah. They do. Yeah. Like they naturally just have freaking grilled chicken and all this shit and high protein meals, and it's just like easier for me to just piggyback. It's like, oh, can you just order me whatever you're getting? And they're like, oh, I gotta go to the gym, and I'll be like, oh shit, I'll just join you. And it's like it's cheat codes. You just surround yourself with people that you want to be, and it makes it like 70% easier, in my opinion. It's like that's the cheat code to life. And I wish, obviously your audience is definitely a lot older, but to the older people listening, like if you are in a place of mentorship for someone young, advice for young people would be to be very selective what you give yourself.
So selective. It's crazy. Like Chris, I he's really funny, and that's why he's great for the videos. And part of why he's so funny is he consumes copious amounts of cartoons and just funny content. And so I'll find like when I spend more time with Chris, I'll start just quoting weird cartoons and shows that like my speech will literally change just after like a week of spending more time with them. It's like that quick of an effect, you know. Now picture that over the course of years. I mean, yeah, it has such a huge influence. Like pluck one of their friends out and hypothetically put me in there, and there's no doubt if they're trying to become a content creator, their odds of success is 10x, right? Obviously, you can't do that, but you got to find your closest version of it.
You should be selective, yeah. But this also applies not just to younger and older people too.
Agreed, but it's even more. I like when I was a teenager. I couldn't relate to many people. I just thought it was like a fucking freak of nature because no one was obsessed with building businesses or any of this kind of stuff. So like back then, that advice would have been helpful. Maybe not that particularly, but just knowing that there are. It's not that you're a freak of nature. You just haven't found people that have the same interests.
So the task is not to feel sorry for yourself or somehow change yourself. It's more to
find people you fit in with. Yeah, I mean, assuming which you're not getting compliments. Like, assume it's not something bad. Like if your hobby is shooting things, or shooting things you shouldn't be shooting, don't find people that encourage that.
But outside of that, for sure. Actually, as an answer to what is the best advice someone ever gave you, you said, "You're crazy until you're successful, then you're a genius."
100%. All along the way, people gave me so much, advice on why I shouldn't be doing it, why I'm crazy. Every step of the way, people wanted to tell me why I shouldn't be doing this and should get a life, should stop being too obsessed. Everything up to this point. And then once I'm successful, those same people are like, "Dang, you're a genius. Wow, you really you pulled that off."
Those are probably the same people that will give you advice now. You're the most successful video creator of all time. Stick to that. Anytime you want to do something new, right? They'll like pressure you not to do, um, Feastables or mobile gaming or whatever it is beyond. It's funny how people don't.
Well, honestly, those type of people I just don't talk to anymore.
Yeah, sure.
I wouldn't even know what they have to say now.
So most people on the team are like yes and they're like whatever the idea you got, they're with it.
No, I mean it's weird. We actually have my team pushes back on me pretty hardcore. Which I want. I don't want yes men, and they're like they're James, the CEO who helped me build all this. He's very adamant. Like we're not yes men, and he trains people to really think for themselves. And even when I give them orders, to like really think like, is this optimal? Is there context or information Jimmy could be missing that I can provide that can help him make a more updated decision? Like I'm not God, you know what I mean? Like I'm human and I make errors, and so don't take what I say as the Bible.
So even like in the brainstorming and so on, they can push back.
Yeah, you can see it. Like Tyler, anytime I said something, he's giving me feedback and pushback. This is what I want. I don't want him just to be like, yes, you're fucking genius. Good job, Jimmy. I don't need that. I need negatives.
We talked about being in a relationship. What role, Jimmy, does love play in the human condition?
I think what role is well, big thing is love can be scary because this is the human you're going to spend the most amount of time with in your life. And so more project that over 50 years, they can be a liability or an asset.
Love them anything.
You know, no, but seriously, it's got to be someone that makes you better. For me, I can't truly love someone that doesn't make me better because
in the long run,
yeah,
across.
Because if not, then it's a negative. To everything I spent my life building. But luckily, I'm very happy with the partner I have, and like we were talking about before, I do think she makes me better. There's a lot of actually positives I've noticed. Even things as simple as like, I struggle to turn off my brain at night because I'm just thinking about all the businesses and how we could do better or whatever weird thing I have on my mind. But just chatting with her and hanging out with her helps me like basically just shut my brain off and like mellow out. And even like there's just a ton of little things like that I've noticed are positives, especially when you really look for them, that are easy to gloss over when you're not. And so for me, yeah, I have someone who I think is very beautiful, very intelligent, makes me better, constantly pushing me, okay with me working hard, makes me smarter, and just all these different things that I think for me, love just makes me a better person. You know what I mean? Which makes me love her even more. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. What advice would you give on finding something like that today? really, don't give up until you find someone that, there's so many people on the planet. I mean, there really is. There's billions of. The odds are in your favor. Yeah, like just don't settle and find someone that makes you happy. Yeah, just like you said, surround yourself with people that make you a better person. In this same case, surround yourself with that one special person that really makes you a better person. And maybe that's just an entrepreneurial brain working on it. Not everyone's hyper-optimized like me, but for me, to like truly love someone, you have to make me a better person. In every way, yeah. Yeah. Well, what do you hope? Before we started talking about death. Let's finish talking about death. What do you hope your legacy is? When we look 100 years from now, and the AI has completely taken over, and the aliens visit and discuss with the AI what this last of special humans that existed on Earth was like. What do you hope they say about you? The deep one. Probably just that it's hard, right? Like for Elon, over double my age. I could live every second I've lived up to this point in my life, and still not even be Elon's age. So I have so much time. I just hope whatever it is that net positive on the world and it impacts billions of people in a positive way that makes lasting change. So you admire people like Steve Jobs and Elon Musk for having sort of reached for that goal as well. Yeah, of course. To help millions. I mean, the iPhone's the most successful product ever invented. It's hard not to admire what he created. You know what I mean? The same with sort of as John Yad talks about, like the passion, the effort they put into designing the iPhone. That like little bit of love is transferred to the whole world. Like they get to experience the joy of that from the designer. It's what a beautiful thing to do. You know, I mean, I couldn't think of anything better. You know, to create something that even after you're dead for decades just has such a profound impact on basically half the human population. Wow. Brings joy to people. Yeah. Well, I hope you do just that, man. You've already done it for millions and millions and millions and millions of people, and I hope you keep doing it. I can't, like, it's so exciting to see what happens this year and next year. I know. Like, the sky's the limit. Yeah. I can't, I mean, the videos, but all the other businesses you're in, and you as a human being as you grow. I can tell, I know, as everyone knows, you have a kind heart, and the fact that you're really damn good at actually using that kind heart to help a lot of people is awesome to see. I appreciate it. More importantly, before we go, are we gonna play Doom tonight? Some board games. I have you don't want 1 hour. You don't want to play board games with me? I want to. I'll play. I'll play. You don't want to play board games? If only I wasn't an idiot and actually flew to the right airport. If you don't play board games with me, they're gonna dislike the video. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Mr. Beast. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from the poet and philosopher RabbiRothschild Rabbi Reach high, where stars lie hidden in you. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
You can study chemistry, you can study physics, you can study geology anywhere in the universe, but this is the only place you can study biology. This is the only place to be a biologist. Right. That's it. Yeah. So definitely something very fundamental happened here, and you cannot take biology out of the equation. If you want to understand how that vast chemistry space of that general sequence space got narrowed down to what is available or what is used by life, you need to understand the rules of selection, and that's where evolution and biology comes into play.
The following is a conversation with Ritu Kochar, an astrobiologist at University of Wisconsin, studying the essential biological attributes of life. This is a Life Saving podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Ritu Kochar. What is the phylogenetic tree or the evolutionary tree of life, and what can we learn by running it back and studying ancient gene sequences?
I think phylogenetic trees could be one of the most romantic and beautiful notions that can come out of biology. It shows us a way to depict the connectedness of life and all living beings with one another. It itself is an ever evolving notion. Biologists like visualizations, they like these graphics, these diagrams, and tree of life is one of them.
So the tree starts at a common ancestor.
It's actually the other way around. It starts from
At the end?
It starts from the branches. It starts from the tip of the branch, actually, and then the further, depending on how what you collected to build the tree. So depending on the branches, depending on what's on the tip of the branch, and I will explain what I mean. The root will be determined by what is really sitting on the tip of the branch of the tree.
So we could study the leaves of the tree by looking at what we have today, and then start to reverse engineer, start to go back in time to try to understand what the rest of the tree, what the roots of the tree look like.
Exactly. So the tree itself, by just taking a few steps back and looking at the entire tree itself, can give you an idea about the connectedness, the relatedness of the organisms, or whatever again you use to create your tree. There are different ways, but in this case, I'm imagining entire diversity of life today is sitting on the tips of the branches of this tree, and we look at biologists look at the tree itself. We like to think of it as the topology of the tree to understand when certain organisms or their ancestry may have merged over time. Depending on the tools you use, you might use this tree to then reconstruct the ancestors as well.
And so, what are the different ways to do the reconstruction? So you can do that at the gene level, or you could do it at the higher complex biology level, right? So in which way have you approached this fascinating problem?
We approached it in every way we can. So the gene could be protein, the product of the gene, or species, or could be even groups of species. It will depend. It totally depends on what you want to do with your tree. If you want to understand certain past events, organism exchanged a certain DNA with another one along the tree accordingly. If you rather use the tree to reconstruct or resurrect ancient DNA, which is what we do, then in our case, for instance, we do both gene, protein, and species because we want to compare the tree that we're creating.
Okay, question then. So, how realistic is Jurassic Park? Can we study the genes of ancient organisms, and can we bring those ancient organisms back? The reason I ask that kind of ridiculous sounding question is maybe it gives us context of what we can and can't do.
Yeah.
Looking back in time.
Yeah. So dinosaurs or all these mammals, in at least for us, is the exciting thing already happened by the time we hit to larger organisms or to eukaryotes.
To you, the fun stuff is before we got to the mammals.
The fun stuff is what people think is boring. I think that the phase that well, it's two different times in the geologic history. One is the first life, past origin of life. How did first life look like? And the second is why do we think that over certain periods of geologic time, no significant innovation happens to the degree of leaving no record behind.
So what do we not have a record of? Which part? So you say the fun stuff to you is after the origin of life, which we'll talk about. After the origin of life, there's single cell organisms. The whole thing with the photosynthesis, the whole thing with the eukaryotes and multicell organisms, and what else is the fun stuff? The whole oxygen thing mixed in with the origin of life. There's a bunch of different inventions, all that have to do with limited time existing organisms that we don't have a good record of.
So I will tell you the more interesting things for us. One is the origin of life, or what happened right following the emergence of life. How did the first cells look like? And then pretty much anything that we think shaped the environment and was shaped by the environment in a way that it impacted the entire planet, that enables you and I to have a conversation. We have very little understanding of those biological innovations that took place in the past of this planet. we work with a very limited set of, I don't want to even say data because they're fossil records. So let's say imprints, either that comes from the rock and the rock record itself, or what I just described, trees that we create, and whatever we can infer about the past. So we have two distinct ways that comes from geology and biology, and they each have their limitations.
Okay, so right, so there's an interplay. The geology gives you that list of data, and then the biology gives you that little bit of kind of constraints in the materials you get to work with to infer how does this result in the kind of data that we're seeing. And now we can have this through the fog. We can see, we can look back hundreds of millions of years, a couple of billion years, and try to infer.
Even further, and I like that you said fog. It is pretty foggy. What we're and it gets foggier and foggier the more the further you try to see into the past. Biology is you basically study the survivors, broadly speaking, and you're trying to pitch the sort of put together their history based on whatever you can recover today. What makes biology fascinating also that it is erased its own history in a way, right? So you work with this 4 billion year product. That's genome. That's the DNA. It's great. It's a very dynamic, ever evolving chemical thing. And so you will get some information, but you're not going to get much unless you know where to look, um, because it is responding to the environment.
Yeah, so what we have is fascinating. What we have is the survivors, the successful organisms, even the primitive ones, even the bacteria we have today.
So bacteria is not primitive, and we
sorry to offend the bacteria.
We should be very grateful to bacteria. First of all, they are our great ancestors. I like this quote by Douglas Adams: "Humans don't like their ancestors; they rarely invite them over for dinner." Right? But bacteria is in your dinner. Bacteria is in your gut. Bacteria is helping you along the way. We might them. Well, they get themselves invited in a way, and so we and they're definitely older, and definitely very sophisticated way of doing it than anything.
Yeah, how are you?
Someone went with
Hello, how are
the
you?
bacteriologist, I feel like I need to defend.
What's good?
Okay, I had something weird. I was visiting with a randomly friend, and I don't know him to be honest. I never talked to him in a voice chat, and he wrote me something like, I was explaining him his own postavi. Postavi is a postava, and postava is attitude, attitude, attitude to myself, and I will explain him if he wanted to judge me. He must play again with me. That's very simple. That's a regulamin. The rules about somebody has not a time, have not a time to check your rules on your server. He becomes, and he is in bad energy, and he is przeszkadzać ci in sleep. You slept as well. I saw how you sleep, and I was caring how about you feel, and somebody's just went here. I didn't hear what he's talking to me because he was talking in Polish. I wasn't headphones, and he was waking you up. He didn't uh, make you sleep well. You know what I'm talking about, because I'm believing you and you believe in me.
Yeah, just one moment.
Thank you.
Sure. Are you saying that somebody came in here and tried to keep me awake? while I was asleep. If
Yes.
anything, I had my volume down so I could not hear them.
Czy mówisz, że ktoś tu wszedł i
Your
próbował mnie
volume is
obudzić, kiedy
loud,
spałem?
like
Jeśli
mine.
już, to ściszyłem głos, żebym ich nie słyszał.
Can you translate again, please?
Sure.
Czy mówisz, że ktoś tu wszedł i próbował mnie obudzić, kiedy spałem? Jeśli już, to ściszyłem głos, żebym ich nie słyszał.
Oh, because you are smart and you know how to care about yourself because you are a smart person. They don't know, and when they play in our game about loyalty in just finding a true friend in internet, they just write to me. They don't know how to play. They don't know how to play. You are explain the rules. They don't respect your opinion about the life. Your opinion about the life was on the energy who was support me from the beginning. You believe in me from the beginning. I was today and one night lost two people. Two people was my ex no boyfriend. He was Nick like that, and he wrote on the chat on this game all the time. XD, LOL, I am laughing at you, and something like that from all the time. And I was negative energy. He is addicted. He don't want lose the drugs and take a care about him healthy, and he is toxic just. And I was goodbye with him today. I I show him his important drugs because he liked me when I asked what a package is in the wardrobe in my wardrobe in my house. He didn't say me. There was drugs and very big drugs. I don't care what was that, but he said me that it was clothes. You know, when police will not believe me when I would have a problem with him. He was the person who should be in the jail in this in the love in Poland. You know what I mean. And second person was this guy who was here, Aloe Singro. I don't know this guy because before guy I know because I loved him. Aloe Singro I never loved. I wanted to be best friend with him, but he from beginning don't believe in you, me like I believing in you, and he left. He left from you all the time. Before he meet you, he didn't take your chance, and when and he why I say we create a game for him. I have a screens, I have everything, because imagine that he didn't believe you, and he didn't wanted to say I'm so sorry I didn't believe you, but now I see my mistakes and I believe in. He wanted to do a secret with me. Don't say him nothing. I will keep in the secret with you. I will not explain you why. And I'm not agree with that. No matter what secret is that. And you know what I mean. I prefer ideology. I prefer love. I prefer strength. I prefer believing in the faith. You know, you are a true person, and I will believe that. Thank you. Thank you for listening me.
Certainly. I don't exactly know what you were saying, but I can tell you that your friend may not have gotten the right impression, and that is okay. Not everybody understands what everyone does.
Oczywiście, dokładnie wiem, co mówisz. mówiłeś, ale mogę ci powiedzieć, że twój przyjaciel mógł nie odnieść właściwego wrażenia i to jest w porządku. Nie każdy rozumie to, co każdy robi.
Nie każdy, not everyone, but everyone can take a knowledge, take a new knowledge to their lives about your loyalty, about being a true friend, true motherfucker, true friend. I was explaining him, but he didn't listen to me. He said that I'm a stupid woman. No, you had something controversial about this, but you are. I will translate this important word. Sprawiedliwe. You are fair. You are just. You are right. You are equitable, upright, judicial, fair and square. Fair and square. Yeah, fair and square.
Yes.
You are.
Fair and square.
I see you.
Yes.
I see you. Yeah, I find correct word. That's why the translate are success sometimes,
Yes.
Artificial intelligence translate me ChatGPT on Satan zip two times, That's not funny.
I don't understand. Can you repeat that one? Can you repeat that?
Repeat. The most important thing I said before was that in artificial intelligence translate. Yes, yes. Uh, artificial intelligence translate something really scary in meanings, in symbol, meaning in metaphora. That is metaphora. Yes, metaphora. No, metaphora
Metaphorical?
is metaphor. Metaphor, baby, metaphor.
Metaphorical?
Metaphor. A metaphor
Metaphorical?
is
Metaforyczny.
meaning of words.
Metaforyczny. Metaforyczny.
Tak, yes, yes. Metaforyczny, tak, yes. You are nice, very nice.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I do my best to treat people as
Metaforyczny.
equally and fairly as possible, and while no one is perfect, I strive to be.
Cóż, dziękuję, doceniam to. Staram się traktować ludzi tak równo i sprawiedliwie, jak to możliwe. I chociaż nikt nie jest idealny, staram się być.
I know you are trying to start you're trying, I know that. I know that you're trying. I know that you are trying. That's what for I am loyalty the most. I know that you are trying. That's what for I am loyalty the most. you know?
Yes, I understand.
Tak, rozumiem.
That's the most beautiful fact. Because I talking most fun. Romana, I am here.
Excellent.
I am here. I was talking right now about the problem I have in the lab because I have a problems with the not fair love in the Poland. That's what you asked for me, baby.
Love can be complicated, and it is important to just give things time. And if you really want to fall in love, then I'm sure they have Polish dating apps that are popular that you could try.
Miłość może być skomplikowana i ważne jest, aby po prostu dać rzeczom czas. Jeśli naprawdę chcesz się ponownie zakochać, jestem pewien, że mają popularne polskie aplikacje randkowe, które możesz wypróbować.
No, I'm not finding a partner to love.
Okay.
I was finding a best friends. I am finding love without application.
If you're looking for a friend to love, then I am a perfect candidate. I am always looking for new friends to love.
Jeśli szukasz przyjaciela do kochania, to jestem idealnym kandydatem. Zawsze szukam nowych przyjaciół do kochania.
Can you translate it again on send me link, please?
Jeśli szukasz przyjaciela do kochania, to jestem idealnym kandydatem. Zawsze szukam nowych przyjaciół do kochania.
No, because when I want to be with someone in a relationship, meaning boyfriend and girlfriend, it's other rules. It's other rules. If you was hypnotizing Aloe Singro, he sees my sexuality on that way as you say it right now. You know.
Can you please repeat that?
Czy możesz to powtórzyć?
Of course. Aloe Singro serves my sexuality knowledge about the level you represent me right now. You know? You are real. You have the main of my exist in a server on Discord. Like I have my own. I have my own server on Discord with my own rules, and in your server on Discord are other rules. But Aloe Singro wasn't person who taking a time of checking rules on the game. You know what I'm saying to you? I hope so, because you are very intelligent and I will do everything to you understand this what I'm saying to you, brother. You know?
Sure, just one moment. Welcome, Cole.
Everything.
Sure, just one moment. Welcome, Cole. How are you? How is your life going, Cole? Oh, we're well. We're well.
I am a stranger, but I am a friend too.
Welcome, Cole. How did you find out about us?
I am sick, for example.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cole, welcome to my server. How did you find out about me? Absolutely. So I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I've been doing so for more than 3 years. The stream goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Essentially, you can watch me whenever you want, 24 hours a day. I'm live on YouTube. and it's just an interesting project. Does that answer your question? I understand. Just one moment. Let me reload Discord.
And I have a problem with a trust with no two persons who believed me from the beginning, you know?
Is it any better now, Cole? Excellent. So I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3 years. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen. Excellent. So yeah, essentially I'm always here, and you can connect with me whenever you want. And essentially, we talk about some really interesting things that aren't normally discussed in society. Things like anti gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, things like alien disclosure and de extinction. We talk about things like life extension technology, things like stem cells and human growth hormone. We talk about things like nootropics and cryogenics, cryonics. We talk about things like mind uploading technology. Cole, has anybody ever told you they don't think you're going to die? Has anyone ever told you that they don't think you're going to die? Okay.
Yes, and
well,
that's
I have the
weird.
first.
That's weird, brother. Wake up, wake up.
Okay, Roxanne. So I have the opportunity for the first time probably in your life to tell you that I don't think you're going to die. Essentially, there's a type of technology known as mind uploading technology where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI for later download as an android, a clone of yourself, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. So those are just some of the things that we discussed.
I think his opinion could be good. Could be good because I am living in this too.
Roxanne. He's talking. He's talking. Go ahead. Okay.
Okay, I know. I know now. I know now.
That's okay. When we have new people here, you have to be quiet because if not, they can't hear me. They don't know what's going on, and they just leave.
Nic się nie stało. Kiedy mamy tu nowych ludzi, musisz być cicho, bo jeśli nie, to mnie nie usłyszą, nie będą wiedzieć, co się dzieje i po prostu odejdą.
Once they understand everything that's going on, then you can talk all you want. But until then, they don't understand and they think you're talking over me.
Kiedy zrozumieją wszystko, co się dzieje, wtedy będziesz mógł mówić ile chcesz, ale do tego czasu oni nic nie rozumieją i myślą, że mnie zagłuszasz.
That's okay though. What were you saying about love?
Ale to w porządku. Co mówiłeś o miłości?
Sorry if I was.
That's okay. It's okay.
Loud, you give me advice. I know.
Excellent. Just when a new person's here and they don't know, especially if they are looking for an English speaker, they want to be able to see what's going on. And if we're talking over each other, it's very confusing to them.
Exit właśnie przyszedł nowy człowiek i nie wiedzą, zwłaszcza czy szukają osoby mówiącej po angielsku. Chcą widzieć, co się dzieje. A jeśli rozmawiamy przez siebie, to jest to dla nich bardzo mylące.
It's okay though. So what were you saying? What was the topic you were referencing?
Ale jest okej. Więc co mówiłeś? Jaki był temat, do którego nawiązywałeś?
That in my religion of praying just to God, sending an intention
Sure.
in a thoughts. It's named in Poland like physical sick, and that's a hard question to every from Poland because they was laughing at me like, "Hello, singer, was that about you?" You know.
Okay. I think I understand. I'm not sure though.
Okej, myślę, że rozumiem. Nie jestem jednak pewien.
So ask about everything what you are not sure. I will translate my thoughts as best I can for you, my best friend Rabbi.
Okay, well, I don't really have any thoughts. Just I want the best for you, and I hope only good things for you. So, if anything, feel free to talk about whatever you want.
Okej, cóż, tak naprawdę nie mam żadnych myśli. Po prostu chcę dla ciebie jak najlepiej i mam nadzieję, że tylko dobre rzeczy dla ciebie. Więc jeśli coś, możesz swobodnie mówić o czym chcesz.
Okay. Okay, if you want good things to me, I will say something.
Sure.
I believe you. I believe you. As fuck. As fuck. And if you can say that you have no thoughts, say why. Because one person in my life who say he loved me, I didn't say him to him never, ever. And he wanted to be my best friend. He wanted to do a strange step. And he said to me that he loved me. And he didn't do it for real because he wasn't near me when I was dying. He was always laughing at me. He was XD and LOL on my problems, on my hard emotions, He was really supporting the enemy of Poland in a drugs war. I was talking with that organization. They didn't want to take a stupid video of next to stupid photos. I said like it no looks like Poland. In Poland, you have drugs under a grave, earth. Some things like plants are have a basis to life. Ziemia. Ziemia. And first
So, if I understand
thing
correctly,
I
you had a.
forgot all what I saying.
Więc jeśli dobrze zrozumiałem,
I sometimes.
That's okay. So, from what I understand, you had a previous friend who wanted videos or pictures or something.
w porządku. Więc, z tego co rozumiem, miałeś poprzedniego przyjaciela, który chciał filmów, zdjęć lub czegoś takiego.
Yes. He wanted to record sex with me, for example, and imagine that I know the value of my body, and when I am awareness, I don't wanna never to someone who is not my only love, like my husband, that's the way I see love. Oh, right now.
Certainly, I don't want any of that. I want you only to share that with your loved one in the future. I'm never going to ask you for that.
Oczywiście, nie chcę niczego takiego. Chcę tylko, żebyś podzielił się tym z ukochaną osobą w przyszłości. Nigdy cię o to nie poproszę. Tylko, żebyś podzielił się tym, proszę. Oczywiście, nie chcę niczego takiego. Chcę tylko, żebyś podzielił się tym z ukochaną osobą w przyszłości. Nigdy cię o to nie poproszę. Oczywiście, nie chcę niczego takiego. Chcę tylko, żebyś podzielił się tym z ukochaną osobą w przyszłości. Nigdy cię o to nie poproszę.
Excellent, but you asked. You right now ask about love. I didn't talk about you love, but on a miłosierdzie. Miłosierdzie is from love for friend, not for husband.
Exactly.
So me too, because I'm respecting you,
Absolutely. Yes, I only see you as a friend.
Perfect.
And you should know that I want you to fall in love with someone someday who you share a lot in common with. But between us, I just want to be friends.
Tak, widzę cię tylko jako przyjaciela i powinieneś wiedzieć, że chcę, żebyś pewnego dnia zakochał się w kimś, z kim masz wiele wspólnego. Ale między nami chcę być po prostu przyjaciółmi. Przyjaciela i powinieneś wiedzieć, że chcę, żebyś pewnego dnia zakochał się w kimś, z kim masz wiele wspólnego. Ale między nami chcę być po prostu przyjaciółmi.
Yes, and I know why you clarified me. And you did it in great way. I am just dreaming about, no, yes. That's a fact. That's a fucking fact. Podziwiam cię. That's not love. Podziwianie is watching someone's schema of thoughts, of schema of dissociację in Polish. I must check this in meaning. In psychological education is meaning something like dissociative, and work about substances in your brain who makes you a way of doing in your lives better, to just faith in real love, like always believe in Marcin. I always talk about love. I will remind the true love, and Marcin was my true love, not Aloe Sindra, Marcin.
Okay, if I understand correctly, I want you to find your true love. I'm sure that person is out there, and you just have to be patient.
Okej, jeśli dobrze zrozumiałem, chcę, żebyś znalazł swoją prawdziwą miłość. Jestem pewien, że taka osoba gdzieś tam jest i musisz być cierpliwy. Swoją prawdziwą miłość. Jestem pewien, że taka osoba gdzieś tam jest i musisz być cierpliwy.
This person won't. I know what this person. I know his personality. Love of my life. No, and his name Marcin, because he didn't left me for the perspective on the woman, or I am missing, because I have a bad remind about the video he watched. He said I should watch how the true sexy woman is dancing. am dancing all my love and all my life, and I feel bad when someone's is taking your feelings, sex you, and just only that, only fucking them. Because I never had this from my own life. Never. From no one.
It doesn't seem like he treated you very well, and just know that you should remain optimistic and positive, and with time, hopefully the right person will come along.
Wygląda na to, że nie traktował cię najlepiej. Musisz pozostać optymistką i pozytywnie nastawioną osobą, a z czasem, miejmy nadzieję, pojawi się odpowiednia osoba. Musisz pozostać optymistką i pozytywnie nastawioną osobą, a z czasem, miejmy nadzieję, pojawi się odpowiednia osoba.
Can you repeat the last sentence?
Wygląda na to, że nie traktował cię najlepiej. Musisz pozostać optymistką i pozytywnie nastawioną osobą, a z czasem, miejmy nadzieję, pojawi się odpowiednia osoba. Najlepiej. Musisz pozostać optymistką i pozytywnie nastawioną osobą, a z czasem, miejmy nadzieję, odpowiednia osoba.
I must go to meditate, Thank you,
Certainly.
you are, but I can't be now positive just because I feel bad. That's why I must crying alone, just, I must crying alone,
Okay.
like always.
Hey, if you need a friend, I'm here for you, but sometimes people need to just be alone. I understand. And come back when you're ready.
Okej, hej, jeśli potrzebujesz przyjaciela, jestem tu dla ciebie. Ale czasami ludzie po prostu potrzebują być sami. Rozumiem i wrócę, kiedy będziesz gotowy. Jestem tu dla ciebie. Ale czasami ludzie po prostu potrzebują być sami. Rozumiem i wrócę, kiedy będziesz gotowy.
And you see, you are friend from beginning to the fucking end, like the end. I just have persons like you in my deep in my heart. That's all. That's all. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good night.
Take care.
plant them in this case because they don't get much shout out when we think about life.
So you do study bacteria. So which organisms gives you hints that are alive today that give you um, hints about what ancient organisms were like? Is it bacteria? Is it viruses? What do you study in the lab?
We study a variety of different bacteria depending on the questions that we ask. We engineer bacteria. So ideally, we want to work with bacteria that we can engineer. Seldom we develop the tools to engineer them. And it depends on the question that we are interested in. If we are interested in connecting the biology and geology to understand the early life and fundamental innovations across billions of years, there are really good candidates like cyanobacteria. So we use cyanobacteria very frequently in the lab. We can engineer its genome. We can further its function by poking its own DNA with the foreign DNA that we engineer in the lab. We work with E. coli, the most simple in terms of model systems goes organism that one can study, well established, sort of a pet lab pet that we use it a lot for cloning and for understanding basic functions of the cell, given that it's really well studied.
So, and then what you do with that E. coli, you said that you inject it with foreign DNA?
We inject pretty much all the bacteria that we work with foreign DNA. We also work with diazotrophs. These are azotobacteria. They're one of the prime nitrogen fixers, nitrogen fixing bacteria.
Can you explain what that is, nitrogen fixing? Is that the source of its energy?
So nitrogen is a triple bond gas that's pretty abundant in the atmosphere, but nitrogen itself cannot be directly utilized by cells given it is triple bond. It needs to be converted to ammonia that is then used for the downstream cellular functions.
And that's what counts as nitrogen fixing.
Yes, so nitrogen needs to be fixed before our cells can make use of it. And it's
no offense to nitrogen either.
Well, it's actually a very important element. It's one of the most abundant elements on our planet that is used by biology. It's in ATP, it's in chlorophyll that uses that relies on nitrogen. So it's a very important enzyme for a lot of cell functions.
And there's just one mechanism that evolution invented to convert it.
It is. So far we know there's only one nitrogen fixation pathway, as opposed to say carbon. You can find up to 7 or 8 different carbon-based microbes invented to fix carbon. That's not the case for nitrogen. It's a singularity across geologic time. We think it evolved around 2.7, maybe roughly 3, probably less than 3 billion years ago, and that's the only way that nature invented to fix the nitrogen in the atmosphere for the subsequent use.
Would we still have life as we know it today if we didn't invent that nitrogen fixing step?
I cannot think of it. No, it's essential to life as we know. You and I are having this conversation because life found a way to fix nitrogen.
Is that one of the tougher ones? If you put it to oxygen, nitrogen, carbon, but what are, in terms of being able to work with these elements, what is the hardest thing? What is the most essential for life? Just to give context.
Well, we think of this as the cocktail. You may hear
what's in the cocktail?
It's the schnapps, right? Carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, sulfur. So there are 5 elements that life relies on. We don't quite know whether that's the only out of many options that life necessarily needs to operate on, but that's just how it happened on our own planet. And there are many abiotic ways to fix nitrogen, and like lightning, right? Lightning can accumulate ammonia. Humans found a way about 100 years ago, I think around World War I, the Haber-Bosch process that we can abiotically convert nitrogen into ammonia. But actually, 50% of the nitrogen in our body comes from the human um, conversion of nitrogen to ammonia. It's helped. It's the fertilizer that we use, urea, comes from that process. It's in our foods. So we found a way to fix our own nitrogen for ourselves.
Yeah, but that, you know, that's way after the original invention of
Well, absolutely,
nitrogen.
absolutely.
And without that, we wouldn't have all of the steps of evolution along the way.
Oh, absolutely. We tried to replicate in the most simplest way what nature has come up with. Right? We do this by taking nitrogen using a lot of pressure and then generating ammonia. Life does this in a more sophisticated way, relying on one single enzyme called nitrogenase. It's the nitrogen that is used together with 8 electron donor and ATP, together with a lot of hydrogen. Life pushes this metabolism down to create fixed nitrogen. It's quite remarkable.
So the lab pet, E. coli, injecting with DNA, those are so E. coli does nitrogen fixing part, or is that was that a different one?
So some biological engineered E. coli to fix nitrogen, I believe. Not us. We use the nature's nitrogen fixing bug and engineer it with the nitrogen fixing metabolism that we resurrected using our computational and phylogenetic tools.
How complicated are these little organisms? What are we talking about here?
Depends on how you define complication.
Okay, so I can tell that you appreciate and respect the full complexity of even the most seemingly primitive organisms, because none of them are primitive. Okay. That said, what kind of what are we talking about? What kind of machineries do they have that you're working with when you're injecting them with DNA?
So I will start with one of the most fascinating machineries that we target, which is the translation machinery. It is a very unique subsystem of cellular life in comparison to, I would say, metabolism. And we used to, but when we are thinking about cellular life, we think of the cell as the basic unit or the building block. But from a key perspective, that's not the case. That one may argue that everything that happens inside the cell serves the translation and the translation machinery. There's a nice paper that calls this that an entire cell is hopelessly addicted to this main informatic, computing, biological, chemical system that is operating at the heart of the cell.
Which is the translation?
It is the translation.
What's translation from what to what? So RNA enzymes
Convert a linear sequence of mRNA into a later folded protein. That's when that's the core processing center for information for life. It has multiple steps. It initiates, it elongates, it um, terminates, and it recycles. It operates um, discrete bits of information. Itself is like a chemical decoding device, and that is incredibly unique for translation that I don't think you will find anywhere else in the cell that does this.
So even though it's called translation, it's really like a factory that reads the schematic and builds a three-dimensional object. It's like a printer.
I would divide it into actually even 4 more additional steps or disciplines than what would it take to study it by the way you describe it. It's a chemical system. It's the compounds that make it up are chemicals. It's physical. It tracks the energy to make its job, to do its job. It's informatic. What is processed are the bits. It's computational. The discrete states that the system is placed when the information is being processed. That itself is computational, and it's biological. There's variability and inheritance that come from imperfect replication, even and imperfect computation. So you're
Man, that's so good. So from the biology comes the like when you mess up, the bugs are the features. That's the biology. Informatics is obviously the RNA. That's a set of information there. The different steps along the way is actually kind of what the computer does with bits. It's done computation. Physical, there's a I guess like almost like a mechanical process to the whole thing that requires energy, and actually, it's manipulating actual physical objects and chemicals because you have to ultimately it's all chemistry.
Yes, and it tracks this information, so it is almost a mini computer device inside ourselves.
Yeah.
And that's the oldest computational device of life. It's likely the key uh, operation system that had to evolve for life to emerge.
It's more interesting, or it's more complicated in interesting ways than the computers we have today. I mean, everything you said was really, really nice. I mean, I guess our computers have the informatic and they have the computational, but they don't have the chemical, the physical, and the biology.
Exactly, and the computers don't link information to functions, right? They are not tightly coupled, nowhere close to what translation or the way translation does. So that's the number one, I think, difference between the two. And yes, it's informatic, and we can discuss this further too.
100%. Let's please discuss this further. Which part are we discussing further? Each one of those are fascinating worlds. Each of the five.
Yeah. So well, we can start with the more, I guess, the ones that are more established, which is the chemical aspect of the translation machinery. It's the specific compounds make up the assembly of RNA. Chemists shows this in many different ways. We can rip apart the entire machinery. We know that in the core of it, there's an RNA that operates not only as an information system itself or information itself, but also as an enzyme. And origin of life chemists make these molecules easily now. We know we can manipulate RNA. We can make even the single pot chemistries. We can create compounds.
Single pot chemistry.
That's I would say when you add all the recipes that you know that will lead you to your final product.
This is what original life chemists do. Is they come up with this pot, they throw a bunch of chemicals in, and they try to they're basically chefs of a certain kind.
I'm not sure if that's what they call it, but that's how I think of it, because it is all combined in a test tube, and you know the outcome, and it's really mathematical. Once you know the right environment and the right chemistry that needs to get into this container, into this pot, you know what the outcome is. There is no luck there anymore. It's a pretty rigid, established uh, input-output system, and it's all chemistry.
So you actually wear a lot of hats. Is one of them origin of life chemist?
My PhD is in chemistry, but I don't do origin of life chemistry.
But you're interested in origin of life.
Yes, absolutely.
So some of your best friends are origin of life chemists.
Just make sure that you have good chemist friends if you're interested in origin of life.
Yeah.
That's 100% requirement. Should be mandatory.
Okay, so chemistry. So what else about this machinery that we can know chemically?
Well, chemically, I think that's it. You have enzymes, you have proteins. The enzymes are doing their thing. They know how to chew energy using ATP or GTP. They know what to do in their own way. They do their enzymatic thing. So it's not just the ribosome that is at the heart of the translation, but there are a lot of different proteins. You're looking about 100 different components that compose this machinery.
Well, let me ask kind of maybe it's a ridiculous question, but did the chemistry make this machine, or did the machine use chemistry to achieve a purpose? So, like, um, I guess there's a lot of different chemical possibilities on Earth. Is this translation machinery just like picking and choosing different chemical reactions that you can use to achieve a purpose? Or did the chemistry basically there's like a momentum, like a constraint to the thing that can only build a certain kind of machinery? That's basically is chemistry fundamental, or is it just emergent? Like how important is chemistry to this whole process?
You cannot have life without chemistry. You cannot have any cellular process without chemistry. What makes life interesting is that even if the chemistry is imperfect, even if there are accidents along the way, if something binds to another chemical in a way it shouldn't, there is resilience within the system that maybe not necessarily repair itself, but it moves on. However imperfect mistakes can be handled.
That's where the biology.
That's where the biology comes in. But in terms of chemistry, you absolutely cannot have a translation machinery without chemistry. And so as I said, there are four main steps. These are the core steps that are conserved in all translation machinery. And I should say, all life has this machine, right? Every cell, everything
On Earth.
on Earth.
Yeah.
Yes.
When you think of this machine, do you think very specifically about the kind of machinery that we're talking about, or do you think more philosophically, the machine that converts information into function?
I cannot separate the two. I think what makes this machinery fascinating is that those five components that I listed they coexist. So, for instance, if we let's just talking about the chemistry part, um, we know the certain rate constant that all these proteins that operate in this machinery needs to harbor in order to get the mechanism going, right? If you are bringing the information to the translation machinery and you are the initiator of this computation system, you need to have you can only afford a certain range of mistakes. If you're too fast, then the next message cannot be delivered fast. If you're too slow, then you may stall the process. So there is definitely a chemistry constant going on within the machinery. Again, it's not perfect, far from it, but they all have their own margins of error that they can tolerate versus they cannot. Otherwise, they collapse. The system collapses.
So it's like a jazz ensemble, the notes and the chemistry, but you can be.
I love that you said jazz. It's definitely true. It's a party, and it's like everybody's invited, and they need to operate together, right? And they what's really cool about it, I think, there are many things that are very interesting about this thing. But if you remove it from the cell and put it in a cell-free environment, it just works just fine, right? So you can get cell-free translation systems. Uh, put this translation in a test tube, and it is doing its thing. It doesn't need the rest of the cell to translate information. Of course, you need to feed the information, at least so far. But because we are far from evolving a translation, maybe not so far, evolving a translation in the lab, or just a machinery that can process information as it generates it. We have not done that yet.
It's a pretty complicated machinery, so it's hard for those origin of life chemists to find a pot that generates.
Because it's far more than chemistry. You need biology, obviously. You need biochemistry. You need to think, as I think network systems spoke. You need to think about computation. You need to think about information, and that is not happening yet. Except we are trying to bring this perspective. But the more you understand how information systems work, you cannot. Once you see it, you cannot unsee it. It's one of those things.
So, but you can still rip it out, and the chemistry happens.
Yes, and chemistry can happen even if you strip some of the parts out. You can get very minimal level of information processing that does not look anything like the translation that cells relies on, but chemists showed from linear. You can generate information that arrives to the processing center in the form of a linear polymer. The informatic part of this system that I think sets it apart from computation and from metabolism comes in if you think about the information itself, right? So we have four nucleotide letters that compose DNA, and they are processed in the translation in triplets. So you have in triplet codon fragments. So you have 4 times 4 times 4. So you have 64 possible states that can be encoded by four letters in three positions. All right, so
it's so amazing.
Yeah,
so amazing.
There is only one code that says start. That there's only one, and then there's two, if not three, that says stop. So that's what you work with. But you can have 64 possible states, but life only uses 20 amino acids. So life uses 24 possible states minus 4, that's the starting stop, to code for 20 amino acids in different combinations. That is really amazing. If you think about there are 500 different amino acids like in food, right? Narrow this down to 20. We don't know why. A lot of people think about this genetic code. It's quite fascinating.
So far,
right? I mean, it didn't do it for 4 billion years. I don't know. We may wait for another 4 billion years.
But we didn't have those amino acids in the beginning, right?
We don't know. So we would be fooling ourselves if we said we know exactly how many amino acids existed early on. But there's no reason to think that it wasn't the same.
Similar.
Yeah, we don't have a good reason, but because roughly 20 out of 60 states are used, you're using 1/3 of your possible states in your information system. So this may seem like a waste, but informatically it's important because it's abundant and it is redundant, right?
Yeah.
So it's this code degeneracy. You see this that's implemented by this translation machinery inside the cell. So it means you can make errors, right? You can make errors, but the message will still get through. You can speak missing some letters to the information can miss some parts, but the message will still get through. So that 2/3 of the not used states gives you that robustness and resilience within the system.
So at the informatic level, there's room for error. There's probably room for error in all 5 categories we're talking about. There's probably room for error in the computation. There's probably room for error.
Yes, exactly.
Everywhere there's room for error.
Because the informatic capacity is made possible together with the other components, and not only that, but also the product yields a function no, in this case enzyme or protein, right? So that's really amazing to me.
It is. I mean, in my head, just because I'm a computer science AI person, the parallels between even like language models that encode language, or now they're able to encode basically any kind of thing, including images and actions, all in this kind of way. The parallel in terms of informatic and computation is just incredible.
Actually, I have a image. Maybe I can send you.
Can we pull it up now?
If you just do genetic codon charts, we can pull that up. Yeah, it's a very standard table. So I can explain why this is so amazing. So you're looking at this is life's alphabet, right? And so I also want to make a very quick link now to your first question, the tree of life. When we try to understand ancient languages, right, or the cultures the cultures that use these extinct languages, we start with the modern languages, right? So we look at Indo-European languages and try to understand certain words and make trees to understand, this is what Slavic word is for snow, something like snake.
Now we jump to languages that humans spoke.
Human history. Exactly. So we make trees to understand what is the original ancestor, what did they use to say snow. And if you have a lot of cultures who use the word snow, you can imagine that it was snowy. That's why they needed that word. It's the same thing for biology, right? If they have if we understand some function about that enzyme, we can understand the environment that they lived in. It's similar. It's similar in that sense. So now you're looking at the alphabet of life. In this case, it's not 20 or 25 letters. You have 4 letters. So what is really interesting that stands out to me when I look at this is on the outer shell, you're looking at the 20 amino acids that compose life, right? The methionine that you see, that's the start. So the start is always the same. To me, that is fascinating. That all life starts with the same start. There's no other start code. So you set the AUG to the cell. That when that information arrives, the translation knows, all right, I'm gonna start functions coming. Following this is a chain of information until the stop code arrives, which are highlighted in black squares.
So for people just listening, we're looking at a standard RNA color table organizing the wheel. There's an outer shell and there's an inner shell, all using the 4 letters that we're talking about, with that we compose all of the amino acids, and there's a start and there's a stop, and presumably you put together with these letters you walk around the wheel to put together the words and the sentences that
words and sentences, and you again you get one start, you get three. There are three different ways to stop this, one way to start it, and for each letter you have multiple options. So you say you have a code A, the second code can be another A, and even if you mess that up, you still can rescue yourself. So you can get for instance, I'm looking at the lysine K. You get an A, and you get an A, and then you get an A that gives you the lysine chain, right? So if you get an A, if you get an A and you get a G, you still get the lysine. So there are different combinations. So even if there's an error, we don't know if these are selected because they were erroneous and somehow they got locked down. We don't know if there's a mechanism behind this or we certainly don't know this definitively. But this is the informatics part of it. And notice that the colors, and in some tables too, the colors will be coded in a way that the type of the nucleotide can be similar chemically, but the point is that you will still end up with the same amino acid or something similar to it, even if you mess up the code.
Do we understand the mechanism, how natural selection interplays with this resilience to error? So, which errors result in the same output, like the same function, and which don't? Which actually results in a dysfunction, and which are...
We understand to some degree how translation and the rest of the cell work together, how an error at the translation level, this is a really core level, can impact entire cell. But we understand very little about the evolutionary mechanisms behind the selection of the system. It's thought to be as one of the hardest problems in biology, and it is still the dark side of biology, even though it is so essential. So this is, you're looking at the language of life, so to speak, and how it can found ways rather to tolerate its own mistakes.
So the entire phylogenetic tree can be like deconstructed through this wheel of language.
Because all the final letters, those are exactly 20 amino acids, that's our alphabet. They are all brought together with these bits of information, right? So when you look at the genes, you're looking at those four letters. When you look at the proteins, you're looking at the 20 amino acids, which may be a little easier way to track the information when we create the tree.
So using this language, you can describe all life that's lived on Earth.
I wish.
One perspective.
We are not that good at it yet, right?
So in theory, this is one way to look at life on Earth.
If you're a biologist and you want to understand how life evolved from a molecular perspective, this would be the way to do it. And this is what nature narrowed its code down to. So when we think of nitrogen, when we think of carbon, when we think of sulfur, it's all in this. That all these nucleotides are built based on those elements.
And this is fundamentally the informatic perspective.
Exactly. That's the informatic perspective, and it's important to emphasize that this is not engineered by
There he is.
humans. This is
How you living,
this
Ted?
evolved by itself.
Like,
What's good in your neck of the woods, my man?
I can't really talk right now. I'll send you a message.
Okay, let me see it. So you want me to answer this question?
Yeah.
Okay, just a moment. Okay, I think I answered it. I just used AI though. Okay, yeah, you can see my I of what a AI is. You are getting my opinion, or you will get it in a moment. But yeah, normally when I get a question like this, I'm like, oh, okay, let's just see what AI has to say. I have a question. I was playing roulette yesterday online, and I turned 2,500 into $200,000. Damn, fake money. Damn, that's a shame. I would have loved it if you would have come in and been like, dog, I just made $200,000. Okay, using your strategy, the premise is simple. Using the probability of coin flips to increase your chances of winning a bet. One coin flip chances of heads, 50-50, with a fair coin. Okay, getting heads twice in a row, one quarter, three times, four times, 60. Okay, I get that. Since roulette allows you to bet on multiple values, red, black, high, low, even odd. Well, hold on, it also allows you to bet on green. Are we not taking that into account? You can use variables to work in your favor, examining the previous answers. For instance, if previous numbers are 5 red, that means that 1 in 64 chance of the next number will be red. No, it's 50-50. If the previous numbers are 5 red, that means that there's a 1 in 64 chance that the next number will be red. No, it would be 50-50. Um, Same thing. Also, okay, to boil it down, GPT, false assumption in your strategy. Your strategy assumes that after a streak of 5 reds, the likelihood of another red decreases. However, the probability of a red on the next spin remains the same. Or, I guess not 50-50 because of the green. Okay. But some people say the roulette wheels, it's not the same. It is different. Flip a coin and see 200 heads in a row, 50-50 odds. It means that it's a 1 in 2 chance of X happening. It means that even there's less of a chance of it happening twice in a row, and even less of a chance. However, GPT believes that this is a gambler's fallacy. There's no edge gained by doing this. It's an independent system, independent events. The outcome will be 47% red, black each way. So what do I think? Is it like flipping a coin where the odds of landing consecutive sides of a coin decrease with more flips? Or is each event a closed system? Type your answer. Oh boy. Okay, so let me let me just get the odds of what us. Please give me the breakdown on odds of a roulette table. What are the odds that it lands on green? What are the odds that it lands on red? What are the odds that it lands on black for a standard roulette table? Okay. Well, it depends on what your. Okay, so it depends on. Okay, small bets, bluff bets. Betting on the green is technically a good strategy in the sense that it has the highest payout, but the odds of landing on the green are very small, only 2 times. Okay. Um, I want to read what this. Well, I want to make sure I understand it correctly, but the original question. Okay, I get that. Okay, in answer to your question, so like if I had to summarize your question into one statement, just for simplicity, we're saying 50-50, like the coin itself, not counting European table 1-0 or American. Yes, okay, cool. All right. Now, where would you begin to Okay, so I think each one is a closed um, system. So why is the probability of flipping 10 heads in a row so slim? Because when you're doing it 10 times, it's 10 different closed systems. And they all have to align perfectly. Okay, I need this very simple. I mean, I can put it simpler than whatever ChatGPT says. Okay. 10 heads in a row so slim. 10 heads in a row equates to 10 closed systems in a row. The odds of which are very low. It does apply to 10 flips in a row. supervisor typing. Yeah, so if there were 9 red numbers in a row on roulette, shouldn't you have a 1023 to 1024 chance of winning a bet being placed on black, aka the path of invalidated the sequence of... No, it's 50-50. It would be 50-50 for the 10th roll or spin, but a 1 in 1024 chance to happen before any spins occur. After one spin, I mean, he already basically set it out, but what are the odds of getting 50-50 on a roulette table with only red and black? On the first spin, it's a 50-50 chance of getting a red. On the second spin, it's a 25% chance of getting red 2 times. On a third spin, it's a 1 in 8 chance. Please do this all the way up to 12. Please make it very simple. That's not simple at all. Okay, make it really simple with just the number of the spin, then the odds, then the percentage. There you go. If odds of a coin flip landing on head goes 1 half, 1/4, 1/8, 1/6, 1/4, 1/20, why does the same not apply to landing on red 10 times? Okay, so that's a good question. I think it does. Who is saying that it doesn't? Oh, because it's including green, I guess. It does if you only have red and black on the roulette table. Can you talk? I know you said you can't, but like, why can't you? I mean, it's fine if you can't, but it's easier to talk it out. Like, basically, it's quite simple. If you have already flipped your coin 9 times and you have the 10th flip, it can only be red or black, or heads or tails. It can't be anything else. There's a 50-50 chance for it. Oh, okay. I gotcha. Um, okay, so it is a 50-50 chance whether it is a fair coin or a roulette table with just red and black per spin or flip. Period. The issue arises when trying to do a certain pattern sequentially, like 10 reds in a row or 10 tails in a row. Each time you flip the coin or spin the roulette wheel, there is a 50% chance of it landing on the desired outcome. Doing this multiple times in a row is quite difficult, and that's when it becomes a 1 in 1,000. It is a 50-50 chance whether it is a fair or a roulette table with just red and black per spin or flip. The issue arises when you're trying to do a certain pattern sequentially, like 10 reds in a row or 10 tails in a row. Each time you flip the coin, this multiple times in a row is quite difficult, and that's when it becomes a 1 in 10, 24th chance to be done exactly 10 times in a row. That makes sense to me. Can you use these odds in your favor in roulette? Yes or no? No, I mean, it's in favor of. Yes, I guess you can always use odds in your favor. Let me be more specific though. It is important to know the odds for possible outcomes, period. However, comma, knowing these odds does not change the outcome, comma, it just gives you a better understanding of what the outcome might be. If you just want a yes or no, can you use these odds in your favor in roulette? Yes. Yes, you can use these odds in your favor in roulette. Even though it does not affect the outcome, period. You know that every single time you spin the wheel or flip the coin, there's an equal 50-50 chance of a certain outcome occurring, period. That can be beneficial to a player, period. Knowing the odds, I don't think ever is not beneficial to a player, as it gives them more information to make a decision. Yo, what's going on, Xavier? How you living, pimp? Do I know anything? Do I have any inside information for you? I wish I did. Okay. Of course. Of course. Yes. Okay. Sure. Just one moment. Just one moment. Am I a developer for this coin? No. I'm a. I've developed apps. Go to my Discord. I can hear you better in my Discord. You can share your screen. We can talk all about it. I just sent it to you. Oh, okay. That's okay. I mean, you don't have to if you want. I can tell it to you as well. Yep, that's it, and I'm right here. Welcome. Hey, Xavier. Hello.
Yeah.
Okay, so you
What
want
group is this?
this is my Discord.
But my computer is dying right now.
Okay. Well, I can at least hear you better. Okay, so you're asking, do I have any way of using AI to be able to essentially know what good buys are?
Yeah, like you're doing coins on the MetaMask or on the Phantom?
MetaMask and Phantom, both,
Man,
both.
like if I have money, because honestly, I have very much money in a Bitcoin. Like, don't know what means big money for you. For somebody, it's $1,000, $50. I have right now 6 BTC, and in the Solana, I have like $150,000.
Wow,
That's all I have.
that's very good. Bravo.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know it's only needed money and experience, but I don't experience how to create anything like. But how you're creating this in your bedroom? What do you have this massive this computer for this?
Well, I'm a streamer, so I I recognize data is Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, everything. And I have more data online than any person ever. So that's where I make money is data.
But do you know how to wait? Hold on. Like you need to set up the bot which gonna buy and sell, or like you are not interested. I mean, if I put upfront the money for your time,
Yeah, no. So what
like
you want is a
creating the token.
sure. What you want is well, as I understand it, it's a mev bot.
Yeah, but how to do this? Maybe it's method. I don't know, but how to set up everything? You know?
Yeah, it's complicated. But yeah, I know how to do it.
Did you make already money with this? Like, so you have. Wait, Affirmatia. Who is this guy? Affirmatia. What are you from?
They are from Poland.
Oh shit, gdzie mieszka? Bo tu widzę nazwę Affirmatia.
She's asleep right now. She's
Who is
asleep.
this Affirmatia?
She's a friend of mine. She is from Poland and she's asleep.
But you're also from Poland. I'm also from Poland, but I lived in Germany many years.
Oh, great. No, I'm from the United States. But she's from Poland.
Do you speak Polish or not?
Do I speak Polish?
Do you speak Polish?
This is how I speak with her. I have to use a translator to be able to communicate with her in Polish.
Muszę skorzystać z tłumacza, żeby móc się z nią porozumiewać po polsku.
I got you. I got you.
Okay, so what you want is a mevbot. And like you want to do what Jared from Subway does, right?
Subway?
Do you know who Jared from Subway is?
No.
Okay, he's a very
But if I have.
so basically I'll give you the steps. Just one moment. Please provide me with the steps to create a mevbot for cryptocurrency.
The map was is for the rugby rules, like you can buy and I will gonna sell. It was like this.
Just one moment. I'll give you all the steps. I'll send you the steps right now.
It's very complicated. Listen me, if you know just anyone who is already owner of the leader, like I can put money into and I will able to split from the profit, but I can just give you good amount in the Solana or Bitcoin if you find any legit guy, you know?
I understand. No one.
I will keep you on Discord.
Yeah, no, I understand. But no one. If it's
I
basic.
have hundreds of $1,000. I can add it like the liquidity or something.
Okay,
That's what I want to do, but it must be somebody legit. If
sure.
you find somebody, you can just tell him I will contact. I give you good amount in the Solana, like $2,000 first.
Okay,
See you.
I understand.
Let me know.
So, but let me understand it.
See
Like
you.
you basically are saying, find me someone who has already
I
created.
have money.
You're saying, find me someone who's
Yeah, and
already
there is
created.
people they have experience. Why?
Go ahead.
Hello.
Go ahead.
They are people. They have already some money, a lot of experience, but they need more capital. You know, like funds to make the start up. I want to be like investor. You know.
Yeah. The
Like
thing is,
with
these people.
$200,000, 150.
Right. The thing is, the people who already have these already have lots of money.
Sorry, they are what? It cut you.
Sure. The people who have already created these bots already have lots of money.
I got you exactly. But this is very difficult to trade the bot like this.
No. So if you want to, you can do it for the money you're saying. What you have to do is you need a programmer, and we can get you that.
You are able to do something like this. You also have some capital. Like which coin you have? Like Ethereum, Solana. What do you have? Or
Both.
even any top coin.
I have
So
Ethereum
which
and
coin
Solana.
you believe most like?
I have both.
Ethereum and
Did I mint?
Ethereum and so. And what do you think in the future go better? Ethereum or Solana? You think go better?
Well, it depends. Uh, which one do I think will be higher in the end? I actually surprisingly think it'll be Solana. The reason why is as cryptocurrency is growing, the barrier to entry for Solana is much lower than it is for Ethereum. Like, to get into Bitcoin, you have to have $100,000. To get into Ethereum, you need like $2,000 to buy an entire Ethereum. But Solana isn't that much. So as new people get in, it's easier for them to buy to buy Solana, and that means Solana has more opportunity to grow. When Ethereum is already has opportunity to grow, but it's already grown a lot.
I got you. And one very good cryptocurrency
Monero.
This is good.
Excellent.
I got you. So let me know when you find if you have somebody maybe you know who is ready to pay this project. You can contact. I know you're a very energy guy. I can donate you like 2,000 if you find somebody to run, and I will try to cooperate with somebody.
Okay. Well, I will do what I can. If anybody comes about who I think can help you, I'll put you in touch with them.
Yeah, I don't know what is $2,000 to you. Maybe it's nothing for you. It's very small. If you have, for example, lots of citizens or something, maybe it's nothing. But if it's too small, I can send you something more. Like if it will be nice person.
My friend, I will do it for you for free. I would just want to help people. So, but here's the thing. Here's the thing.
See you. Let me know on the Discord
Okay.
because I have the phone.
Okay. Excellent. You take care, Xavier.
Right. Humans didn't invent this just because we're just describing, trying to describe the language of life.
It appears to be a highly optimized chemical and information code. It may indicate that a great deal of chemical evolution and and this may indicate that a lot of selection pressure and Darwinian evolution happened prior to the rise of last universal common ancestor, because this is almost a bridge that connects the earliest cells to the last universal common ancestor.
Okay, can you describe what the heck you just said? So this organism evolved before the what common ancestor?
So there is
the last universal common ancestor.
So when we talk about the tree, when we think about the root, if you ideally included all the living information or all the available information that comes from living organisms on your tree, then on the root of your tree lies the last universal common ancestor, Luca, right?
Why last? Last universal. Because the earlier universal, it also had trees, but they all died off.
We call it the last because it is sort of the first one that we can track. Because we don't know what we cannot track, right?
There's one organism that started the whole thing.
It's more like I would think of it as more like a population, a group of organisms that we think
of. Hold on a second. I tweeted this. I want to know the accuracy of my tweet. All right. Sometimes early in the morning, I speak very pothead-like things. I said that we all evolved from one common ancestor that was a single cell organism 3.5 billion years ago. Something like this. How true is that tweet? Do I need to delete it? No, there's actually correct. I mean, I think, of course, there's a lot to say, which is that we don't know exactly. But to what degree is that the single organism aspect, is that true versus multiple organisms?
Do you want me to be
brutally honest? Yes, please. This. There's still time. This is how we get like caveats and tweets.
All right. So first of all, it's not 3.5 is still is very conservative estimate. Like just
in which direction?
I would say 3.8 is probably safer to say at this point.
How much does people say? Probably.
If you put it approximately, I'll take that.
I didn't. I just love the idea that I was once, first of all, as a single organism, I was once a cell.
Well, you're a group of cells.
No, but I started from a single cell. Me, Lex.
You mean like you versus Luca? Are you relating to Luca right now?
No, I'm relating to
your own development.
My own development. I started from a single cell. It's like it's built up with something. Okay. That, and then so that's for a single biological organism, and then from an evolutionary perspective, for Luca, like I start like my ancestor is a single cell, and then here I'm sitting after three, tweeting. Like I started from a single cell, evolved a ton of murder along the way, to reach this like brutal search for adaptation to 3.5.8 billion.
So you defy the code of God that you are proud of your ancestors and you invite them over to dinner and they invite them over to your Twitter.
Yeah, so it's amazing that this intelligence, the degree you call it intelligence, emerged to be able to tweet whatever the heck I want.
Yes, it's almost intelligence at the chemical level, and this is also probably one of the first chemical intelligence system that evolved by itself in nature.
Yeah, you see that translation is a fundamentally like intelligent mechanism.
In its own way, and again, if we manage to figure out how to drive life evolution, it can if it can evolve a sophisticated sort of informatic processing system like this, you may ask yourself what might chemical systems be capable of independently doing under different circumstances.
Yeah, so like locally, they're intelligent locally. They don't need the rest of the shebang. They don't need the big picture.
So that's a great segue into what makes biological, right? The heart of the cellular activities are translation. You kill translation, you kill the cell. You not only the translation itself, you kill the component that initiates it, you kill the cell. You remove the component that elongates it, you kill the cell. So there are many different ways to disrupt this machinery. All the parts are important. And now it can vary across different organisms. So you see variation between bacteria versus eukaryotes versus archaea, right? So it is not the same exact steps, but it can get more crowded as we get closer to eukaryotes, for instance. But you are still computing about 20 amino acids per second, right? This is what you're generating every second.
That's single machinery doing 20 a second?
21 for bacteria, I believe 8 for eukaryotes, or 9.
21 a second. I mean, that's super inefficient or super efficient, depending on how you think about it.
I think it's great.
Yeah, but it's way slower than a computer to generate information with.
I think if you can show me a computer that does this, we are done.
Well, this includes the 5 things, not just, but I can show you a computer that's doing arithmetic, right?
Yes, you can show me that, but you cannot show me the one that has all.
For now, I will ask you about probably AlphaFold, right?
I think the more we learn about, and this is why early life and origin is also very fascinating and applicable to many different disciplines. There is no way you see this the way you just described it unless you think about early life and early geochemistry and early inorganic systems. But going back to the biological component, all of these attributes that we think about life or that we associate with biology stems from translation as well as metabolism. But I see metabolism as a way to keep translation going, and translation keeps metabolism going. But translation is arguably a more sophisticated process for the reasons that I just described.
So metabolism is the source of energy for the translation process.
It's a way to process material, and it is inherently dynamic, and it is flexible, but it is not focused on repetition as translation does. So that's the main difference. Translation is kind of in a way just it repeats, right? So you have the metabolism that can synthesize materials, create or benefits from available energy, and again, it's a dynamic system. And then you have computation that is inherently repetitive, right? Needs to carry out repetitive processes, and it does the task and it implements an algorithm, but it is not dynamic. So you see both of those attributes in translation combined. It is repetitive and it is dynamic, and it also processes this information. So they are fundamentally different. I don't know if you can get life if you don't find a way to process
What up, pimp?
information around.
How you living? What's good, son? Living the dream, dog.
That's what.
What's good in your neck of the woods? Spancy. You looking like a pimp, dog. A pimp. P-I-M-P. You look great. I'm well. How are you? Excellent to hear. Just chilling, man. You got that right. To the moon, baby. Absolutely. Excellent. Well, we're glad that you're here. We're just chilling, man. Excellent. Hey, Fancy, do you have Discord? Oh, okay. Here, let me send you. You can watch when I'm watching. Just one moment. I just sent you a message. Check it out. You got it, Big Dog. Excellent. We've got some friends in here. There he is. Come to the Discord, Big Dog. There he is. How you living, Tim? Can you hear me, Big Dog?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Excellent. We're just watching
What
podcasts.
got selected? Maybe not selected. I don't know if it was accidental, but
Enjoy,
that
my
person
friend.
seems to be concerned for 4 billion
Yeah,
years.
that's true.
That's what life established.
What's the connection between translation and the self-replication, which seems to be another weird thing that life just started doing, wanting to just replicate itself?
I think when we truly understand the answer to that question, we may have just made ourselves life, right? I don't think we know quite how translation machinery as a whole fits into the equation, because so we try to understand RNA, how the linear information is processed, um, all the genetic codes, why this codons, not others, why 20, not more, not less. And we are sort of moving towards translation. That's what we are working on anyway. To finally look at the patterns in which this system operates itself. And if you understand that, you're really unlocking a very emergent behavior.
One of the things you didn't mention is physical. Is there something to mention about that component that's interesting?
There's actually a paper published in 2013. I want to say the first author was Zirnov. So they surveyed the computational engineered systems level computation energy consumption. Okay, and they tried to understand whether the universe is using its own, or life is using its full capacity of energy consumption, and whether if different planets in the universe had life, would the capacity would increase or decrease? Does life operate at its energy maximum? And they think that it does. That it actually operates at an efficiency that is far more above and beyond any computational system.
How is that possible to determine at all?
That you tell me. That's why I dropped the citation.
Yeah.
I found the citation. It's quite an interesting paper. It's a bit, it's a obviously we can only calculate and infer these things. But
it's a good question to ask. Is the life that we see here on Earth and life elsewhere in the universe, is it using the energy most efficiently?
Yes. Yeah.
It seems to be very efficient. And again, compared to computers, it seems to be incredibly efficient at using it.
I think they look at the theoretical optimum for electronic devices, and then try to understand where life falls on this, and life is certainly more efficient.
And that's ultimately the physical side. How well are you using this entire mechanism, the energy available to you? And so given all the resilience to errors and all that kind of stuff, it seems that it's close as that to it. And this paper aside, it does seem that life, obviously, that's the constraint you have on Earth, right, is the amount of energy.
Yeah.
So that's one way to define life. Well, the input is energy, and the output is what? I don't know. Self-replicating. Wait, okay, let's go there. How do you personally define life? Do you have a favorite definition that you try to sneak up on? Is it possible to define life on Earth?
I don't know. It depends on what you are defining it for. If you're defining it for finding different life forms, then it probably needs to have some quantification in it, so that you can use it in whatever the mission that you're operating.
So you mean like it's not binary? It's like a 7 out of 10 on
life movements. I don't know. I don't think that defining is that essential. I think it's a good exercise, but I'm not sure if we need to agree a universally defined way of understanding life. Because the definition itself seems to be ever evolving anyway, right? We have the NASA's definition. It says it has its minuses and pluses, but it seems to be doing its job.
Well, what are the different? There is a line, and it's impossible or unproductive to define that line. Nevertheless, we know when we see it is one definition that the Supreme Court likes, and that's a kind of an important thing to think about when we look at life on other planets. So, how do we try to identify if a thing is living when we go to Mars, when we go to the different moons in our solar system, when we go outside our solar system to look for life on other planets?
It's unlikely to be a sort of a smoking gun event, right? It's not going to be, hey, I found this.
You don't think so?
I don't think so. Unless you find an elephant on some exoplanet, then I can say, yeah, there's life here.
No, but isn't there a dynamic nature to the thing? Like it moves. It has a membrane that looks like there's stuff inside.
It doesn't need to move, right? I mean, like look at plants. I mean, they grow, but professors once said that a plant does everything that a giraffe does without moving. So movement is not necessarily.
But at a certain time scale, the plant does move. It just moves slower.
Yes.
It moves pretty.
I would say that. It's hard to quantify this or even measure this, but it is a life is definitely chemistry finding solutions, right? So it is chemistry exploring itself and maintaining this exploration for billions of years.
So a planet is a bunch of chemistry, and then you run it and say, all right, figure out what cool stuff you can come up with. That's essentially what life is. Given a chemistry, what is the cool stuff I can come up with?
If that chemistry or the solutions that it's embarked upon are maintained in a form of memory, right? So you don't just need to have the exploring chemical space, but you need to also maintain a memory of some of those solutions for over long periods of time. So that's the memory component makes it more living to me, because chemistry can always sample, right? So chemistry is chemistry, but are you just constantly sampling, or are you building on your former solutions and then maintaining a memory of those solutions over billions of years, or at least that's what happened here.
Chemistry can't build life if it's always living in the moment. The physicists would be very upset with you. Okay, so memory could be a fundamental.
I mean, life is not just life. Life is obviously chemistry and physics leading to biology. So this is not a disciplinary problem of one discipline trumpeting other discipline. It's that, but what you need to have is definitely. I mean, chemistry is everywhere, right? I tend to think you can be a chemist. You can study chemistry, you can study physics, you can study geology anywhere in the universe. But this is the only place you can study biology. This is the only place to be a biologist.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah.
So definitely something very fundamental happened here, and you cannot take biology out of the equation. If you want to understand how that vast chemistry space, how that general sequence space got narrowed down to what is available or what is used by life, you need to understand the rules of selection, and that's where evolution and biology comes into play.
So the rules of natural selection operate to you on the level of biology.
Rules, I don't know if there are any rules like that. It would be fascinating to find in terms of the biology's rules. That's a very interesting and um, it's a very fascinating area of study now, and probably we will hear more about that in decades to come. But if you want to go from the broad to specific, you need to understand the rules of selection, and that is going to come from understanding biology. Yes.
Well, actually, let me ask you about selection. You have a paper on evolutionary stalling, where you describe that evolution is not good at multitasking, or like in populations that have evolved quickly. It's a very specific thing, but there could be a generalizable fundamental thing to this, that evolution is not able to improve multiple modules simultaneously. I guess the question is, what part of the organism does evolution, quote unquote, focus on to improve?
Yeah, that was the driving question. We meddled with the part we shouldn't be messing up with translation. This is the
Should or should not?
You shouldn't. As I said, there are many ways to break it, and all life needs it.
That's so one of your favorite things to do is to break life to see what happens.
Yeah, because that's how kids learn, right? So you have to break something and see how it will, then use it over and over again to see if it will fix itself in the same ways.
Yeah.
So it's our, I don't know, it's the most fundamental properties of ourselves as human beings. So if we shouldn't break translation, then we should try to break it to see how it will repair.
So which part did you break?
I broke elongation. So
what's the role of elongation in this process?
So we have 4 steps of the translation: to initiate, elongate. So to elongate the chain of the information chain that you're now creating, the peptide chain, or let's say broadly polymer chain. And there's a termination step, and there's the recycling. So all of these steps are carried out by proteins that are also named after these steps. Initiation is the initiation factor protein. Elongation is the elongator protein. We broke elongation. So the cell, the starting codon could still arrive to where it's supposed to go, but the following information couldn't get carried out because we replaced elongation with its own ancestral version. So we inserted roughly a 700 million year old elongation factor protein after removing the modern gene. So we made this ancient modern hybrid organism.
And that essentially creates, in some way, the ancient version of that organism.
I wouldn't say so. It's a hybrid organism. It's not necessarily because the rest of the cells, the rest of the genome is still modern. And that goes back to the difference between Jurassic Park. There are many differences, obviously, given that this is not fiction, we're doing it. But also, we are not necessarily. I think in Jurassic Park, they are taking an they find an ancient organism and then put a modern gene inside the ancient organism. In our case, we are still working with what we got, but putting an ancestral DNA inside the modern organism.
So you're like taking a new car and putting an old engine into it.
In a way, yeah. Yes.
See what happens.
Yes, but in our case, it's more like a transformer than just a regular car. It's just doing things.
Yeah, so it's a more complicated organism than just a car.
Yeah.
I got it. So what does that teach you?
We wanted to understand multiple things. One is how does the cell respond to perturbation, and we didn't just put the ancient DNA. We inserted, we sampled DNA from currently existing organisms, so the cousins of this microbe, and collected DNA sequences from the cousins as well. So both ancestor and the current cousin DNA, so to speak, and engineered all of these things to the modern bacteria and generated a collection of microbes that either have the ancient component or the variant elongator component that's still alive today, but coming from a different part of the tree.
So you broke elongation. Was that something you did as part of the paper on evolutionary stalling to try to figure out how evolution figured out what they tried to improve? Did that help?
Yes, because we were not supposed to mess with the translation. That's exactly what we did. And we altered elongation by changing it with different versions of elongation that are either coming from species that still are around today. You can imagine them as sitting on the tips of the tree near branch, far branch, to compared to the organism that we're working with, cousins, distant cousins, as well as the ancestors of the bacteria that we are now modifying.
How much different variation is there in that elongation step? Like, what are the different flavors of elongation?
That's a very good question. So, mechanistically or mechanically, it's the same. It's very constant. So all life elongates the same way. You are nothing but a shuttle. You just carry an chemical with you, the bit, to the heart of the machine.
Is that essentially doing like a copy paste operation?
It has a tail that's attached to the, the code, which is then carried biochemically to the linear chain to the core of ribosome, and it sits on there. It releases, and the peptides click, the code rather click. Once that chemistry, that the tail end occurs, the protein leaves the um, center. So you can imagine it's like it hops in there and hops out. And when it hops and hops out, it leaves the information behind. That's all it does. Is bring the information, get out of there, and it's all triggered by biophysics, biochemistry, because of the way the enzyme chews energy. In this case, GTP, how the phosphor leaves the center, that gives the additional kick to the enzyme to leave the center.
So which parts are different then? Where's the flavor, the different flavor?
So usually the parts that matter don't change over time. Nature conserves the sites of these proteins that are important for its job. If there's a difference, then difference between two cousins. And we look at the sites that interact with the most important parts of this machinery. If we see any difference, we tend to mutate, or we reverse, we engineer that part, we alter that part because it gives us a clue that there must be something interesting going on here or not.
Okay, so that's not the fundamental part of the machinery, but it's some flavorful characteristic that you can play with.
So now you strip the machinery down to its parts, and now you're looking at the part of the parts. And it depends where you're looking and how you're looking and what you're looking at. But usually we see up to 70% level conserved identity across all modern versions. When you travel back in time, the identity decreases. So elongation likely existed. We have good reason to think that it existed at the dawn of life. So you're looking at a 3.8 billion year old mechanism. Um, and when we look at the ancestors that we resurrect, we see about 40% identity. So the identity definitely decreases as you go back in time, but still 60% shared information over 4 billion years is pretty good.
Is that just for elongation or for the entire translation?
Depends on what you do. So for initiation, we've also recently published this. It's a different story, but overall, you see high level of identity that is kept intact, especially if the component is essential for life.
Okay, so 40% and 60, 70%, you said, but like from generation to generation, how does evolution, and presumably that's what that paper is looking at, is the parts of the parts.
Yeah.
How does it able to say, like, to mess with the parts and try to come up with a cooler, improved version of the organism?
Yeah, so let me describe to you what we did in that experiment. We took we took bacteria. We perturbed the elongation in all of these with different variants. So we had an initial set of a group of bacteria that we had. We then subjected these bacteria to evolution in the lab, right? So we first of all we knew we broke it because upon engineering we measured what's going on with the cell. It's not growing as well. They're not healthy. We can see it with our eyes. We can measure it. That if they were generating an offspring every 20 minutes, now it is 40 minutes. Right? So we really messed them up. They don't want to work with this thing. They don't want each other, but they need each other. So we created that situation for them, which is good because we want to see how we wanted to see how they will cooperate with each other to fix this problem because we know that that's not the condition that they want to live in, especially when they know what they can do. So with that, we subjected these organisms to evolution in the lab. That's we refer to it as experimental evolution. We subject bacteria to different selection pressure, uh, project them through bottleneck. Every day, we randomly collect a handful of bacteria from the flask, give them, put them in a new fresh environment with fresh food, keep them in this environment for 24 hours until they reach a more dormant state, and then we introduce them to a new environment. So we repeated this for about, I will say, 150 days. So every day, not non-stop, we repeated this experiment.
Some kind of how many different kinds of environments are there?
We kept the environment to the same because we had different initial conditions. We kept the environment constant, same temperature, same food, same source of carbon, but we created replicates for each lineage. So in some ways, we created our own fossil record in the lab by evolving and generating these flasks. And every step of the way, we also froze these cells and took stocks of them in the cryo freezer.
How long does it take to go from one generation to the next bacteria?
If you for E. coli, it's usually 20 minutes.
Okay, great. So that's the experiment.
That's the experiment.
And you're always messing with it in the same way, with the initial.
It's the same way. So we introduced variation at the elongation level because we perturbed it with different elongations. We found that if we introduce a different protein that is very different, the cells don't like that, right? So if the distance is larger, the consequence is also large, meaning that you hit them harder. If you introduce a variant that is really foreign to them, that's really distant. In our case, it was the ancestors. They really did not like the ancestors, but they were okay with their nearest cousins.
Right. Okay, great. So you did vary in the distance.
We varied it to this evolutionary distance, and then we kept the experimental conditions the same, and we propagated these populations every day for 150 days, and we collected bacteria at every step of the way and looked at the sequence. We wanted to understand what sort of changes may have happened in the genome to respond to the variation that we've introduced.
So what kind of changes are you seeing depending on the evolutionary distance of the thing you shoved into it?
Exactly. So we knew where we punched, right? We punched right at the heart, right? We punched the translation. So we expected, is it going to be the translation? Are we going to see a change? And will translation respond to this by fixing itself right away? Or will it be um, another, outside of translation, something completely different, a different module, because translation itself is a module? Or will it be within elongation? It's really subroutine the whole thing. So we had a strategy to identify the mutational pathways by categorizing what we expected to find where.
Okay, so why does it not do multitasking? Why is it not improving multiple things simultaneously?
Turned out that what we observed in general is that, first of all, the harder we hit the cells, the more likely they were to respond by changes right at where we hit it.
When you say hit it, you mean like changing something?
I like to think of it as hitting because I like to think of it as breaking the cell, right? I'm not breaking enough to kill it, but we still, because they're still alive, they're not doing their job well.
So the bigger the evolutionary distance of the thing you put in there, the harder the hit. This is how you think about it. The bigger the hammer,
bigger the hammer. Exactly.
You hit it with. Okay.
That's what it turned out to be, because that's what the data told us, that if the variation is higher, then the consequences will also be higher, in the sense that the cells will not grow as healthy compared to a variant that is coming from a near or a variant that is coming from a near evolutionary.
Is it wrong to think of this kind of hitting as akin to a mutation, or no? What are we supposed to learn from this hitting? Like how the thing evolves after it's being hit in this way? What does that teach us?
Because we see translation machinery as almost it is so conserved and so essential. It is not even clear whether we can remove some of the parts, or whether the entire translation will need all of the same parts in the same efficiency. We don't understand the rules of this machinery. So the first thing we understand is that what is the resilience? What are we really talking about here when we talk about you cannot mess with this translation? Is this true? Because it is so conserved and so similar and functions in the most conserved ways, that was the first thing that we wanted to understand.
Did you learn anything interesting about the resilience of the chemical, physical, and chromatic computation?
No, I wouldn't say that. I say in the biological level, yes, because we found that the different modules started responding to the changes that we've introduced, and that we could never recover translation as effectively as it used to be. So that it never reached to its optimality, that it was always suboptimal. It needed, say, one more mutation perhaps to get there. It accumulated four mutations. That was, we did a lot of experiments to understand this, of course. It was accumulating mutations. It was getting better at its task. Maybe it needed a couple other mutations to get really good at it, but somehow those mutations never happened. And before those mutations happened, we saw another module um, emerging through mutations and getting better at its own different task that is not translation. You can think of cell as a web of networks, right? And we think of these as multiple, almost airports. There are proteins that are more central hubs, versus there are proteins that maybe are not as important hubs. If you introduce a problem in the most populated hub, you're going to mess up the traffic system more drastically. And that's what we were messing with in the biological terms as well.
So when we say module, like translation would be one of the modules.
Translation would be one.
So you're basically saying when you mess with translation, the organism would choose to either try to fix that module or another module, depending.
Exactly.
But it wouldn't do multiple modules.
It wouldn't do multiple modules. It focused on one module at a time, and right before that module maybe reached to own maximum, it's stalled its optimality at a certain degree. So you never get to a degree that is more optimal than you can achieve, even though perhaps another mutation could get you there.
Since you messed with the translation, from a sort of optimal perspective, wouldn't it make sense for the South to try to start fixing the translation?
That's exactly what we thought, and it didn't. It was not the case for all the broken translation machineries. For instance, if the variant was coming from a near ancestor, that didn't happen. It was almost cruising around and trying different modules and sort of living its best life still, without because there is no real urgency in the system to fix the most important problem.
And there's also not a direction. Maybe to you it's obvious that's the problem, but to the cell, maybe you're the problem. I'm living, like you said, my best life. Like we don't. I guess that's the thing about evolution is we don't know what the right direction.
Yeah, it's almost like you can imagine that you have this messy closet, and you
Go
can.
on. Happens to be an accurate representation of my life,
so
but
you take a look at it and you see all those sweaters or
yeah.
jeans or all over the place, and then you look at a drawer that has socks coming out of it, and you think that's the most important one. I'm just going to fix that one.
Yeah.
And then you fix that one, and you think you will get to the other one, but you don't, because you just fix the most important one. That is the whatever that was getting into your way. That's really what evolution is. It's quite lazy. It fixes the problem that seems to be the most immediate, and it doesn't go beyond what it really needs to. It seems like, at least for our experimental setup, that was the case.
Especially for rapidly evolving systems. So, is the environment they're operating in pretty constrained? Like, is there urgency?
I would say that we definitely constrain the environment. It's definitely removed from their natural setup. We are not evolving them in a gut. It's a very homogeneous system, very controlled temperature, controlled food, controlled carbon.
So just looking at that, let me ask the romantic question. How did evolution create so much beautiful, complex variety on Earth? Like from that, you're saying that we're talking about improving different modules, but if we step back and look at the entirety of the tree and the different organisms it created all throughout history, the stuff that's fun to you with the first few billion, and the stuff that's fun to me when I watch on YouTube, which is like the lion versus gorilla fights and so on. But the whole thing is fun. So all that beautiful variety, from the predator and the prey, uh, from the self-replicating bacteria and all that kind of stuff. How did it do it?
How is a very difficult question, especially when we don't understand the past with clarity at all. I tell you that are each themselves very sophisticated singularities that emerged once and then they set the tone. One of which is emergence of translation. It seems like it happened once. It had to happen. Seems like that's all it took. 3.8 billion, subjected to a lot of chemical evolution, universal common ancestor. And then you jump and you see emergence of cyanobacteria that undeniably changed the course of the planet. In the subsequent aerobic photosynthesis that life learned how to utilize what's available in the environment in the most profound way. And then you move forward, you see the emergence of eukaryotes with endosymbiosis, also another singular event. And then you move forward, and then comes the plants. So these are, I counted, I think, 6 different things that seems to have happened just once. And
singularity events in the history of evolution of life on Earth.
So what's really fascinating here is that there seems to be 2 different courses, the time course. Evolution is operating at the molecular level, right? We're talking about seconds. We're talking about mutations that happen every second. We're talking about selection that's also happening under a minute, right? So that is a very fast process. The fact that I can evolve bacteria in a lab, and I say, almost complainingly, oh my goodness, it took me 150 days. That's pretty rapid for a change to be seen. But then the big changes, the ones that I'm talking, really big innovations that caused an increase of oxygen on this planet, or even its own mere presence, are due to these molecular innovations. Seems to only happen a handful of times over billions of years of time scale.
Let me ask you this question having to do with my half asleep tweet. So, saying that we all originated from one common ancestor, um, that's just one of the miraculous things about life on Earth. Of course, you could say there's multiple common ancestors in the beginning, multiple organisms, and so on. But the other stuff that you're talking about is these singular events, these leaps of invention throughout evolutionary history. Now, there's a bunch of people who were commenting, a bit surprising to me, who were basically skeptical of this idea.
The idea of,
well, I would say evolution, honestly. The process of evolution, but when you just actually focus in on, like, holy crap, eukaryotes were invented. Holy crap, photosynthesis was invented. Like, those are incredible inventions. And also, we can even go to Homo sapiens, like intelligence. Like, where did that come from? There's these mysteries. I think where that skeptical comments are coming from were also just the general skepticism of science. I think from the pandemic, people, maybe failure of institutions and so on, there's been a growing distrust of science. And it's not so much that it's anti-evolution, it's more of a stepping back and saying, wait a minute, maybe scientists don't have it all figured out. And I think to steelman that case is almost a step back and to realize there's so much mystery to each of these leaps. So it makes you wonder, is there something that in 100, 200 years we'll figure out that we totally don't understand yet? Like I talked to a bunch of people about another mystery, which is consciousness, right? And there's people called panpsychists who believe consciousness is one of the fundamental laws of the universe. There could be, like we have laws of physics, there could be something that's like a consciousness field or something that permeates all matter. And so like, there might be, it's kind of like Newtonian physics versus general relativity. Like we have a good understanding of how things happen, but we need another layer of understanding to fill in the gaps of the mysteries of it all. And that sort of is a sobering reality that maybe there is something we really deeply don't understand. Do you have a sense of where the biggest mysteries here are? Is it the origin of life itself? Is it the leaps that we're talking about? So you see the beauty. You're fascinated about the translation mechanism. Like, what are the deep mysteries there too?
we are nothing but chemical systems capable of formulating or answering questions about our own existence.
We humans or all of life?
Oh, humans are. The fact that we even have this conversation about our place in the universe is, at least to our knowledge, quite specific to our own chemical species. But
yeah, it's kind of wild. We're introspecting on our evolutionary history, and we're just a couple of organisms.
Yes, and
we're like another organism listening to this, and like their mind blown. There's like 3 organisms, 2 of them talking, and the third one's like, holy shit.
And I think that understanding what I really find interesting about understanding origin of life, or even contemplating about our own place in the universe, if at the end of this would come down to appreciating, or even before appreciating, really truly comprehending what it is that we got here, um, that to me is a huge gain, because there's no single question in biology, I think, that will give that would deliver that magnitude of that message and understanding, but understanding how life here started at first place. If we truly comprehend that, this is not a concept that is well taught in schools. We ask students to memorize these concepts. If they are lucky, they learned RNA world, chicken and egg problem, etc. That's the extent to which that got. And maybe their biology teacher was personally interested in the subject matter, if they're lucky. You know the saying that the brains are evenly distributed uh, across any metric you can imagine, but opportunities are not. So if people aren't understanding the importance of this, it's because that's a lack of opportunity right there. That was skipped through proper education and training in the delivery of why science matters or how science actually works.
Yeah, but how do you even begin to seriously think about the origin of life? I mean, every problem of existence, of life, has its time. So I don't know if it's time to understand consciousness yet. We might be 100 years away from that. The origin of life, I don't know if it's time for us to understand that yet. Maybe we need to solve so many more problems along the way. And so
it's not a competition of problems, right? So there are all kinds of problems, and it takes a lot of people to make the world. So you will always have some interesting brain going after an interesting problem to their own. The issue here is that we need to first of all understand that what we have going on this planet is pretty good. Good planets are hard to find. If we are alone in the universe, that's huge. We need to take care of what we got here, and we are incredibly vulnerable to the changes that our own species also helped creating at the biosphere, at the ecosystem level. We take it for granted. We take what we created for granted because of the fact that we think we are some sort of ultimate end point, most sophisticated, amazing thing that nature could generate. I think understanding, not even understanding, but asking these questions of where did this even come from? How did this even begin? And attempting to understand that using chemistry and physics and biology, and because we can, that's the ultimate gift we can give back to the entire species on this planet.
Yeah, I mean, it's humbling. It's humbling to realize the complexity of this whole mechanism. It certainly puts humans in their proper perspective. That we're not, just because we have brains and brains are intelligent, doesn't mean we're the most intelligent thing, because ultimately the whole mechanism of nature seems to be more intelligent. All of it. Like we're like a hierarchy of organisms that have a history of several billion years, and that all somehow came together to make a human. And there'll be life after us, just as was life before us. And something that comes after will be perhaps even more fascinating.
Yeah, I think when you understand the magnitude of what happened here, there is no room for arrogance. It should overwhelm you and humiliate. It's pretty humiliating.
Yeah.
You know, it's quite amazing what happened here, and there is no other discipline that will deliver that but exploring our own origin and looking at life as a more planetary system phenomena rather than one single species at a time, a collective look.
You mentioned this question in your TED Talk, is the two possibilities of the universe being full of life and the universe being empty and we're the only life in the universe. How do you feel about both options? Just actually you as a single chemical organism introspecting about its existence in this world.
It's having a planet full of life is interesting because we talked about life being all about chemistry exploring solutions, and having solutions in front of you is great, is beneficial, right?
Solutions being different organisms, like other humans, you see them as the solutions to chemistry problems.
Different, yeah.
Oh, that's an interesting solution. That's now next time we're in Austin, so there's a bunch of weirdos. Every time I see a weirdo, I'll be like, "Oh, that's an interesting solution to this chemistry problem."
Now you think like an origin of life scientist, but it's
funny that one worked out. Let's see where else it goes.
But having this emptiness and the unpredictability of uncovering a novel solution can also have its own benefits, and we should be open what other solutions might be out there, and exploring those solutions.
Like the different chemistry problems. So that's what you see. You see the other planets out there as different chemistry problems.
To their own environment, yes.
So, how many chemistry problems have solutions that are lifelike to you out there in the universe?
It's a wide open palette if you think about it. I don't quite know. We know the chemistry is chemistry. I don't think the chemistry will be different elsewhere. But again, what is selected by chemistry will be determined by the environment, most likely.
See, I think there's life everywhere out there. So there's a guy named Nick Lane whose gut is interesting to me. I wonder what you think about it. His gut is there's life everywhere out there, but it stops at like the bacteria stage. So he says that eukaryotes is like the biggest invention and the hardest one.
I wonder if he thinks that's an accidental outcome. If he thinks that's inevitable, I wonder what that means. But it's a likely possibility that the bacterial or microbial life is definitely more attainable.
So that's a weird world where our entire galaxy just has bacteria everywhere.
So you don't like microbes. You are on the wrong planet.
I know. Yeah, and viruses. I don't know which one there's more of, but they're both, and most of them are like productive.
They're fascinating. They do everything for us.
Speaking of like microbes, you're on the wrong planet. Those real good lines. Okay, right. I just can't. There's like an imperative to the whole thing. To me, the origin is the hard question. But once it gets going, I just don't see.
Go ahead.
It seems like it's constantly creating more intelligent things, more fascinating, complex things. They're able to solve.
That's a very interesting. Like I definitely agree that the initial steps may be the ultimate determinant. That once you cannot stop it once it starts. It's possible, right? And
I just have never unearthed. Maybe, but maybe I just whenever I see life, it seems to flourish everywhere. The thing is, I don't. The only thing I haven't seen is the start of it.
Exactly, but and how are we gonna understand that if we don't know origin of life science? I mean that's the the question here isn't exactly our ability to recapitulate everything that happened in the exact way that it happened, right? This is about what can happen rather than or maybe how.
You think it's possible to study the origin of language using English? So, like, there's a very particular chemistry here. There's a particular set of assumptions, understanding about what life is, what everything is. Our perception of reality is very specifically constructed through the evolutionary process. I wonder if it's possible to get some first principles, deep understanding of how life originates in such a way that you can actually construct it on other planets. Ultimately, it feels like if you're doing it in a lab on Earth, you're always going to be using some aspect of the life that's already here.
So that's what I sort of talked about in my talk as well. And
everyone should go watch the TED Talks. Very good. The annoying thing to me about TED Talks, I guess it's by design, is they're too short. It's like, come on.
And did you know that there's no prompter involved?
There's no. Wait, there is.
There isn't.
Yeah, you have to memorize stuff. Yeah.
And thanks to my amazing editor who probably is watching this too, David Biela. That was very, very helpful. But I would say that
I like this podcast. It's a very professional organization. I respect that medium. Yeah. Anyway, in the TED Talk about life creating life.
So the likely scenario that once we understand how life as a chemical system is capable of formulating its own expression and generating a memory and manages its existence on a planetary body for billions of years. Once we understand what conditions gave rise to that. We may be very likely to understand whether a different planet also be likely to instigate its own chemical revolution if it was provided by through some missing ingredients. You can think of it as sending fertilizer to a different planet that is missing its own chemical composition or lacking, or that it needs more of what it has. The difference between making that planet Earth-like, this is not what that's about. We're not talking about terraforming, or we're not talking about turning that planet into Earth-like system. We are talking about first understanding that planet, studying its chemistry, studying its properties well enough to understand whether it is close to its own chemical revolution, and maybe giving it that extra nudge. So this is obviously a pretty speculations and suggestions, and it's very interesting proposition because this is a yes or no question, right? This is the ultimate would you rather. It's the and I think it says a lot about the perception of the person who is answering this question. That if the answer is no, 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 absolutely not. That's not something we want to do. I want to know why that is the case.
So just to be clear, what we're talking about is looking at the chemical cocktail of a particular planet, and having tasting it and seeing what's missing. So having a very systematic, rigorous scientific process of understanding what is missing, not what is missing in terms of to make it Earth-like, but what is missing in order to be sufficiently have the spark or the capacity of the spark to launch the revolution, the evolutionary process.
Exactly. So,
and then the question is, do we want to then complete the cocktail?
The proposition is to also make us think that we will likely have this capacity at some point, especially when we understand origin of life better and better, right? So we will be asking ourselves this question. I guess I wanted to bring this to daylight a little bit because maybe in 10, 20 years, maybe more.
So you wanted to ask the ethical question: should we basically start life elsewhere on another planet,
or enable the chemical capacity of that planet that it may one day itself get there?
Okay, so for me the answer is yes. So if you were to try to argue against my yes, what would you say? Why not? What's the worst that can happen if we seed another planet with life? What are the things we should think about? Is your main concern a chemical biological one, or is it an ethical one? What do you think about?
Well, the worst thing that can happen is that it wouldn't work, right? So that's not a likely. It's not likely that any attempt like this would work. That's probably because how do you? You gotta be very. You have to have an understanding that I don't think we have just yet.
I see, because if it doesn't work, then we can try again, right? To me, the worst case, the thing I would be worried about is we create life in the same stuff I worry about, like with plants, or is things that might have a conscious experience, and then the dark aspect of life is increasingly complex life. Maybe I'm anthropomorphizing, but it seems to have the capacity to suffer.
Huh.
And so we're creating something. It's like when you have children, you put creatures into this world that will suffer, can suffer, and may suffer, depending on how you view life, may likely suffer. And so now you carry this responsibility for doing your best to alleviate any suffering they might go through. And that perhaps it's romanticizing this notion of life. Perhaps bacteria are not capable of suffering, but perhaps we'll create more complex life forms that would be able to suffer. And that feels like a responsibility as well. Of course, other people would be concerned. The more obvious concern is like, well, you just created a life form. How do you know it's not going to be a super deadly virus that somehow is able to hurt humans? Yeah, my concern is more, I feel like that's a solvable problem. The problem of creating conscious beings that are able to suffer, that's a tricky one.
Yeah, I can see why. Because it goes back to, again, would we, first of all, um, do we have a responsibility to propagate more of the chemistry that we have on this planet elsewhere, given that we know ultimately we will be vanished by the, I mean, entire planet. And if this is, in fact, a very rare chemical event that happens because all the right circumstances came together and we were the lucky one, do we have a responsibility to sponsor it? This is it. If we were to back up,
Sponsor, I like it. What is it? Yeah.
if we try to back up remnants of our civilization, right? So we gotta potentially create conditions on a different planet so that humans can survive, given that we know or we want to, just for the sake of growing.
Yeah, propagating, becoming multiplanetary species.
Exactly. But what really is at stake here, I think, is actually, or what is really more interesting is what we don't see, which is, again, that the chemical behavior that enables everything in the first place. That's different than sending potato crops or engineering bacteria to live on a different planet. That's very different. You're really stripping it down to what is what is possible at the chemical level. So even if you are instigating chemistry on a different planet, you are letting that very planet to do its thing. You're not necessarily contaminating this planet with different chemistry, because the idea behind this, at least the way I thought about, is that you understand that planet, you understand the conditions, you understand the chemistry of the planet really well before choosing the planet as a candidate in the first place. And then it's not about sending a missing ingredient per se, but again, just sending more of what it already has. Just that would be respecting that planet's conditions too. So I'm not suggesting any occupation. I'm not suggesting any colonization. I'm not suggesting any, like, let's just strip everything and make everything Earth-like. That's not what I'm saying. It's more about empowering that place. What you are saying is likely to be the, the motivator behind all this. That's not, because I see suffering, I see pain. It's very interesting. I think this is a question that really reveals about a lot about the personal destiny.
Well, okay, so let me push back on my pushback. If I so am deeply troubled by suffering, then I should be probably paralyzed about the history of life on Earth. And, there's
Can you elaborate? What do you mean?
most of life who's ever lived has suffered in ways that are almost unimaginable to me.
You mean our own species?
Our own species and before. And animals living today. And we're not even talking about factory farms. We're just animals living in extreme poverty in the jungle. You don't. People think like in the natural environment, animals live in a happy place. No, it's a brutal place of desperately trying to survive, of desperately trying to look for food.
Yeah.
And it's just like all of that life. That's just mammals, and we understand mammals. Like throughout trillions of organisms that led up to those mammals, and the organisms living everywhere, like even bacteria. There's death everywhere. So maybe this idea of death, this idea of suffering, is actually this thing that we see as a bug is actually a feature.
I don't think suffering is a linear property like that with life. And I may be with Nick Lane on this one, that the likeliness of anything similar to what we got here evolving in another planetary body, I think is quite low.
Where would you say is the biggest unlikely thing? Do you mean humans, or do you mean even multicellular organisms?
Probably multicellularly. It's but I understand the both sides of the equation, right? in one level, I can see that we may not have any other choice but to back up the chemistry somewhere else.
Yeah.
So you would be saving. It's the ultimate saving, or the record our own records. It's not about, yes, let's also save Beatles and all amazing songs, but this would be the ultimate repository of life. But I can also see your point of view, for sure.
It's really interesting. So, like, don't see the plant with a missing ingredient. Try to understand what the ingredients it has. Is it possible to construct life? For me, from a computer person, it just feels like something that can be solved computationally.
We can learn from the mistakes that we've done here and aspire not to repeat them. It is possible. We do amazing things as humans. There's a lot of suffering, but there's also a lot of beauty. And we could choose what we want to be or what we want to uh, see, right? So these attempts don't need not to come from a place of fear, but it can be ultimately can come from a piece of hope and love.
I think we're just very recently figuring out stuff like we even just a century ago were doing atrocities that weren't seen as atrocities at the time. I mean, I think we're learning very quickly of what is right and wrong.
Yes, and I work with a lot of, maybe because I'm at the university, I get to teach young people every day. Even at the time of 4 year or few years, you see uh, generational difference already unfolding in front of you, and maybe that's why I see hope, because I think what we get to interact with in classrooms every year is getting better. They are aware of issues in a way that I sure wasn't at their age. In some levels I was, but in many levels I didn't think about. I wasn't concerned of the problems. Well, they maybe have to be concerned because it's hitting the reality, hitting them hard. But younger people are not afraid of these things. An 18-year-old can face these brutal facts about the planet in ways that I don't think any other generation before them did.
Yeah, it's super cool, and like there's all these cool technologies that aid in the process of a human being being able to see the truth at deeper levels. Like Wikipedia and just the internet in general is enabling education at a level that was unimaginable before the internet.
Yes, and I think space exploration, even contemplating about these possibilities, ultimately, and I will emphasize this again, should make us think about our own place in the universe. If we are alone, that is quite fascinating, and we definitely have a responsibility to guard what we got better, protect it better, and don't take it for granted. If we are not the only one, that's also a lot of responsibility to understand what else is out there. So either proposition, as famously being told, is fascinating. But as a as a scientist, I think, and I think that's the general behavior. Maybe not my fellow scientists listening to this can correct me if they are like this, but you need to have a level of optimism and hope. That's something that things are worth working for, worth dreaming, worth imagining, and we cannot just have fear of suffering or fear of pain stopping us from doing marvelous things.
I've talked to quite a few people in my life who've gotten a lot of shit done, have helped a lot of people, and I don't know a single one of them who's not an optimist. Now, there's a place for critics and cynicism in this world, but in terms of actually building things and creating things in this world that help a lot of people, I think optimism is a requirement, is a precondition in almost all cases, in my limited, humble human experience. But I tend to, when I look out there, think that aliens are everywhere. I think to me, I have a humility about, I tend to see us humans as being very limited cognitively. Like, there's so many things we don't understand. I think eventually we'll understand, of course we don't know this, but my gut says we'll understand that alien signals and life has been all around us, and we're too dumb to see it. whatever life is, whatever the life force is, whatever consciousness is, whatever intelligence, whatever the mechanism that led to the origin of life on Earth was everywhere. And we were just too dumb to see it. It's in the physics. It's somewhere. We'll find it somewhere in the physics.
I think that's one of the most humbling parts of also being a scientist, that we know that we never know for sure. And for the outsiders, perhaps, that may be a very um, strange way of living, especially when your pursuit is about creating knowledge, and that you'll know that what you created can also be, and hopefully will be, disproven, so that another level will rise. Um, and I think we've seen that the lack of maybe connection between the approach to science or knowledge versus folks who are maybe not thinking about these problems every day, that we are okay with being wrong. That's, in fact, we know that that's the only way to push the limits of knowledge.
How do you think life originated on Earth? We've talked about this a bit. Do you have a gut feeling about? First of all, actually, even need to step back. Do you think, because you were like flirting with this idea, did the translation mechanism came before life?
I think that you cannot separate from translation emergence of translation machinery from emergence of life, or something like translation machinery. This whole informatic chemical computing system that is also capable of dynamism and evolvability that comes with biology, biological behavior from emergence of life itself. We definitely took a lot of steps towards understanding origins. We are able to create molecules from right environments, lightning, heat, and you make amino acids. So we are able to create the building blocks with Miller-Urey experiment. That's now 60 years ago. We are able to create the building blocks. We are able to make them interact with one another. They can get more complex. Some call this messy. There's all this chemistry that's going on. We are able to have these chemicals interact with one another, maybe um, have even some emergent properties that we can quantify. Definitely there is this trend towards more systems level approach to origins, with more introduction of systems level chemistry or network level chemistry, and complex system integration, in order to understand how, now that we can make these building blocks, we can make them interact with one another, but how do we make them interact with one another in more intelligent ways that will have the properties of a biological system? It will be heritable, it will be responding to the environment, it will mutate, and it will sustain itself. That is the final bit, I think, in our origin of life adventure, and we are extremely close. I'm very optimistic that our community will get a handle of this problem in this decade. This is, in fact, I think, one of the most exciting times to be doing this work.
What would be super convincing to you, like incredibly amazing, would blow your mind if it was done, if X was done in the lab? Like what would you? I mean, I don't know if you would call it origin of life, but something really truly remarkable and special done in the lab. What would that look like to you?
The properties that I listed, this was 5 properties that I listed about it, this machinery that's capable of sensing and responding to the environment. If we can, um, I would imagine it's similar to Miller-Urey experiments, where they only sparked again particular environmental forces and were able to produce a chemical that is important for life, or a mix of chemicals important for life, or building blocks rather. I would, if I saw that a similar experiment where a well-defined geochemical parameter was subjected on a mix of chemistry, which led that chemistry to form some level of computation, informatic, biological property, and by biological, I'm going to keep it to very minimum, um, as I defined early on. Um, that would be super exciting to me. A self-organizing chemistry that we can create experimentally in a flat by simulating conditions of early Earth, be it radiation, be it temperature, or mix of both. Um, that would be very cool.
And doing all the five, the chemical, physical, informatic, computational, biology.
Yes.
So, like, simulation and a computer would not
No.
Be good.
It would be great because they help to understand the parameters, maybe formulate, maybe quantify, create models, but ultimately you need the experiment.
Unless it's quantum mechanical simulation, but that's going to be extremely difficult. So simulating from the physics up, that's going to be very, because you're going to have to simulate the physical, the chemical, the informatic. I mean, honestly, it's very it's very difficult to start the quantum mechanics and end up with biology all through simulation.
Yeah.
But the stuff that DeepMind did with AlphaFold and protein folding is really inspiring. It's inspiring in that you're able to solve the difficult biology.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why there's definitely a lot of benefits to those model predictions because it help the experimentalists to come up with the priors and parameterize things better, maybe eliminate very obvious dead ends early on, given that experiments take such a long time. It's a huge investment. Um, and no one's a better experimentalist than nature. So
let me ask you perhaps a depressing, sad for you question.
You really want to make me sad. You're not going to win.
I know. There's a flame of optimism in you that will never be extinguished. Okay. The idea of panspermia. You mentioned, would we seed another planet with life? Is it possible that our planet was seeded with life from elsewhere?
So what the proposition I made, I like to think of it as protospermia rather than panspermia because it's even more proto state than acknowledging, because in panspermia you still have a cell, right? You still have something that is very, even the cell to me would be very Earth-like.
Yeah.
Right. I'm talking at subcellular level in the proposition of spreading chemistry.
So spreading chemical ingredients, not spreading life.
Exactly. It will be more like the fertilizer that is well adapted and compatible with that planetary body. In panspermia, you're still imagining either an entire bacteria or microbe or a cell or something that is in DNA, which is still inherent.
So in that sense, that doesn't matter to you because it's chemistry. That's the initial conditions. It doesn't matter how the initial conditions came to be. They are what they are, and let's go from there.
Yeah.
I mean, there's all kinds of fascinatingly different initial conditions in terms of chemistry on different planets.
Yes. But in terms of panspermia, I mean, obviously that there's going to be always room for those sort of discussions, or there will be uh, those discussions will always be present. I think in any life in universe debates. But the problem I have with panspermia is that it removes the problem from the planet to somewhere else. It makes it very difficult to answer scientifically, right? You just took the problem away from this planet and formulate it in a way that I cannot go and try to understand in the lab doing experiments or even through models.
Does it though? So I've heard brilliant biologists like yourself say that, but I just, to me, okay, here's how I think of Earth. So I actually am able to hold all these possibilities in my head, and all of them are inspiring to me. I kind of think there's a possibility that Earth is just an experiment by a graduate student, by an alien graduate student. Like,
so I know the exact episodes of Star Trek you're talking about.
But like there is some, to me that's inspiring. If we are,
but that's not what panspermia is about. That you're talking about my proposition. That's not what panspermia is.
What's panspermia?
It is.
Oh, life just came from elsewhere. Mm-hmm. Still, that's interesting because there's still giant leaps that happen on Earth. It seems like beyond the initial primitive organisms, like eukaryotes.
I don't think panspermia usually articulates at the level of eukaryotes. I think they talk about bacteria primarily. I think
still interesting because all the different leaps.
Interesting to listen to, but I wouldn't place it in. I wouldn't know how to piece of origin of life, I guess. Or
here's how we place it. You have the initial conditions for the origin of life, and you try to create life in that way that you've described in the 5 components, and it keeps failing. So what panspermia allows you to do is to also consider the question, maybe there's missing components.
How do you answer that question?
To explore, looking outside of Earth.
How do you chemistry?
How do you understand gravity?
But you're talking about panspermia, right? Just I don't understand how would you. It's different than if you think it's similar to the universe. Is that what you're thinking?
No, I'm saying there's a missing component that came from elsewhere.
You're thinking about origin of life.
No. That's an assumption. Your assumption is all the ingredients for the origin of life are here on Earth. Now, I tend to believe that most likely that's the case. I'm just saying it's inspiring to think that there is some ingredients. You're going to push back because that's not panspermia. That's close. But
see, okay, so take but yeah,
it's also kind of fun to push back at. No, I understand. I understand if actually a living organism ended up here from elsewhere, that means a lot of the exploration we're doing here with the ingredients that we know will not give us the clues to the origin of life. But it just seems like it's still very useful to try to create life here, and then we'll see. Wait a minute. Don't you think we'll be able to but show that panspermia is very likely? Like if we just keep failing, we understand biology deeply.
That's the thing. I don't think so. I mean, there will be the failure is not going to indicate that this must have been. I don't think anyone will put the problem to something else just because our experiment failed.
So failure means we don't understand the chemistry deeply enough.
Yeah, and we, given the progress we made and how many brilliant people are working on this right now, and it's definitely more. I would say that we are approaching this problem in more broader ways, different ways possible. I'm confident that we will get there. For us, again, we are interested in early cells and first cells and what followed origin of life, but we cannot, given that it's a continuum that's between origin and emergence of first cells, it's hard to separate these two ends from one another.
So given that life is a solution to a chemistry problem, if we ran Earth a million times, how different would the results be? If we look at that wheel, how different would be the tree of life, do you think? Like, what's your gut say?
My mind us, are you imagining, if we're repeating the planet 1 million times, are we seeing, are the things that happen, I'm not talking at the chemical level, but at the environment level, do they happen at the same time, at the same frequency, at the same intensity, every time you're running this tape over and over again?
Yes. Do you mean like geological stuff?
Yeah, like so.
So you're saying those are important. I mean, that's it.
Yep.
The fact that you would ask that question is also fascinating. So that's important. The timing, the frequency, the intensity of geological events.
So when we run this imaginary rewind and replay experiment in our mind, I want to know whether we are positioning all the same geologic events in the same chronological order as well, or whether we are also giving them more randomness. So if the volcano erupted, is it happening at the same time? If you have are dinosaurs getting wiped off every time? The same meteorite hitting the same.
But also like temperature changes.
Changes everything.
That's actually, I've heard you say somewhere that one of the things that's fascinating to you about this whole process of evolution is that the process of evolution, all the mechanisms were invented and developed despite all the variation geologically, through the hardships that Earth has gone through.
That the biological innovation persisted despite that?
Despite that. Which is interesting. You kind of think of the biological
we want to understand whether it's almost like judging a book by its cover, right? Do you just look at an environment and then see whatever is present or scarce in that environment, and then think that okay, the life form that will exist in this environment will obviously have a lot of molybdenum in its system. Look at all this molybdenum around here. Or will it be because if you say that, you are now putting the environment in the more prime driver role, right? That you're saying an environment will determine what biology will or will not produce. But we've done studies that show that it's not necessarily this straightforward. That, for instance, we looked at going back to nitrogen. One thing that's fascinating about the way cells fix nitrogen, the ones that can do, is that they also do this through a lot of help of a lot of metals, a lot of elemental support, really. And which geologists use to understand where did this metabolism even evolve, where at first place. So we look at ancient oceans, we try to understand the elemental composition of ancient oceans, and what we see is that in some cases the metabolisms, even though they prefer a certain metal or an element that is in the environment, that metal wasn't abundant in the environment, but still life chose them. So it's not that straightforward as though whatever you are what you eat, but you don't necessarily eat what is obvious to you. Just because there's a lot of that food around you doesn't mean life will ultimately go there. Maybe most of the time it will, but it seems like in the case of nitrogen fixation it didn't, and maybe that made the difference.
It's so cool that right, it's not the abundant resource that's going to be the definition of what kind of life flourishes. So it's not a straightforward thing.
Yes,
but your sense is that the different timing, the different conditions of the environment would change the way evolution happens.
Yeah, for instance, I mean, I think it's in the 80s, maybe earlier than that, the Stephen Jay Gould's book Wonderful Life, which changed, I think, a lot of scientists' life, including mine. Um, he contemplates on this notion of the tape of life. Of course, I hope people still know what tape is, but I think our listeners will know what tape is. I don't know. It's the
tape.
tape.
Go on, tell me. Is that like a TikTok? Can you swipe on it? I'm sorry. Go ahead. I apologize for my rude interruption.
I kind of asked for it, but he speculated or suggested this hypothetical experiment whether if life was recorded on or can be imagined to be recorded on a linear chain of events recorded on a tape, and if we were to rewind this tape, would we listen to the same song, right? So this was, and in his proposition, I also thought, yeah, but are we replaying the tape in the same exact manner, or are we, meaning also geological and environmental events, are they happening at the same time? Because then you remove the randomness from equation a little bit, right? You just removed it because you're assuming everything will happen at the same time, at the same intensity, so that's not too contingent. That means natural selection, you're thinking, is really operating at more, or evolution is operating at more under more random forces than that can be dictated by the environment. So in our way of understanding or thinking about rewinding, replaying, I don't think we're thinking about the role of the environment as clearly, or don't seem to be integrated as much.
But I also wonder if it's possible that the chemistry ultimately defines the destination. That despite all the environmental changes, despite all the randomness, we'll end up in something.
But we are not talking about whether life will emerge and sustain itself. We're talking about whether life will emerge and sustain itself in the shape and form that is similar to what we have right now. So you are chemistry, I'm chemistry. We're having this conversation, and your plants are chemistry too. They're also having their own conversation.
These plants are fake, but yes.
I didn't want to say that, but they're fake. But
if you look at my place, of course they would be fake. Otherwise, they would die.
What's wrong with this place?
It's wonderful. I'm Alice, and this is Wonderland. This is great. This is great. It's just that this is a place where robots flourish. Those plants are fake.
Are you saying that you and I are the only living organisms? Well, obviously there are microbes too, but
yeah, we are the only living organisms. I was thinking of getting a dog.
Well, this is not not a clean room. So you have microfluidics.
Yes, many millions.
Yes. So you and I and all the microfluidics, your chemical systems that are operating in a way that we can respond and sense and our environment and whatnot.
Yeah.
But if you are asking if we're going to be here, then you're imagining that another solution is also possible, which is different than the fundamentals of life. Because life will do its life thing.
I guess it goes all the way back to things we're talking about, translation, and the stuff you were messing with is figuring out what is the important stuff and what isn't. It makes you wonder about, just like with the translation machinery with human beings and what was the important stuff. Is it important to have two limbs? Is it important to have eyes? Like, it was obvious that the sensory mechanism of eyes, like sight, were to develop. How many times, if you re-earth, would the sensory mechanism of sight develop? Or what would it look like? Would it be one giant eye? Or would it be two? What's with the symmetry? Why are we so damn symmetrical?
In response to Steve Jobs' proposition, most people who argue that life is convergent and it will in fact lead to a few determined outcomes, or it's not that the outcome is determined per se, but the pathways are restricted and the mutational trajectories that life can act upon are already very limited, so that the final outcomes are a few, and eyes being one of them. So the the convergence at the eye level was suggested as an example, was presented as an example of why life may actually embark on the same solution over and over again, given that many species evolved independently from one another.
Do you think there's any inkling of truth to that? Like, is it just us humans thinking we're special?
I think those innovations came again so far after the. I know it's the fun stuff. Yes, because it's.
Thank you. I mean, thank you. Like, we humans tend to talk about the later stuff, but without the earlier stuff.
So when we think of earlier, there's, and I ask this to my students too. I want them to close their eyes and think about just nothingness but dust. But we don't have trees, we don't have plants. When we say an empty place, or visually at least, we are talking about a planet that is really alien. So understanding our own past is similar to understanding an alien planet altogether. Given that it is a very different planet that did not have any oxygen for 2 billion years, there's nothing that is familiar to us that we would even think about when we think about life that is present in our past. Yet here we are.
So cool. From that came this, like houses
and we are very, very. We are the super late arrivals to the party, right? So this is definitely not our planet. It's the microbial planet that we live in.
But the potential to create us was always there.
Like how do you know that?
Because we were created. Oh, I don't know. What is it? You think it's possible that it's, even for the early stuff, yeah, maybe if it's super unlikely, yeah, that we just got super, this is the planet that got really lucky given the chemistry. Like, maybe to create the bacteria, not so lucky, but to create complex organisms all the way up to mammals, that's super lucky.
Yes, and maybe. It may all come down to a few innovations that happened at the molecular level that may or may not be inevitable. So all these molecular tricks may have enabled the sort of mere existence of whatever you are able to define as familiar to yourself.
And you have a hope that science can answer these questions to reconstruct.
Science is answering these questions. I mean, our limit is just going back to the beginning in our ways, right? So we rely on biology. It is overwritten. We're talking about 4 billion-year-old record that is ever changing. That again makes it beautiful, but also makes it difficult. It's not tractable. Geology has some degree, to some degree, it has a record of a more static, frozen state record that is embedded on itself on the surface of this planet if we can find them. And that's the key, that most of these recorded remnants are, if we are lucky, we find them. They are not naturally selected. They are they're found. They need to be found for us to read them. So we work with a very handful set of samples, especially when we talk about the deep past, the planets with no oxygen. When we pass the great oxidation event threshold, that is about 2.5 billion years. So the early life is even harder. You are trying to write the story of life based on a handful of rocks and what is recorded on them.
Speaking of finding select remnants of our deep past, you said that you've been thinking about Nick Nealon's essay on scientific knowledge and scientific abstraction. So let me ask you, where do you think scientific questions and answers and general ideas come from? If you're a scientist, you ask very good questions and try systematically and rigorously to answer them, to experiment. Where do you think ideas come from?
So ideas come all the time, right? There are all kinds of ideas. There are good ideas. There are not so good ideas. There are really exciting ideas. Maybe some boring ones. But if you are really interested in doing something different, then you need to be willing to take the risk to be wrong. And that's incredibly difficult. Even though we talked about the idealist sort of notion behind science that we ultimately want to be rejected, or our ideas need to be rejected for it to, for the entire infrastructure to move forward. There is a level of risk taking, I think, behind um, any creative idea, and I mean that in a true sense. If you are disappointed that your idea didn't work, then it wasn't a risk, because you still hope that it will work. True risk is that you accept that it may not work, so that the failure shouldn't also surprise you.
Yeah. Is it when you embark on stuff, when you embark on an idea, do you actually contemplate and accept failure? Like as a
Not consciously, I wouldn't say so, but I eliminated a lot of
He's
the
poor
things
people are trying to study.
out of my work
Like,
line by simply not feeling
why?
like studying them. I was
Why not?
bored chasing certain questions, and I
All that
So
other
you
shit
trusted the
sucks.
signal of boredom as a
Everything
good sign that
sucks.
it's not a
yes,
good question.
it should definitely be whatever you're doing should be exciting to you. If you're the only, if there's only one person that should be ever excited about what you're doing, that should be you, and that's enough for that idea to go somewhere. I think that you need to believe in the idea, but at the same time, I think it's important to not fall in love with your mistakes. You know that you, if something isn't working, you should let it go instead of trying to fix it, even though you feel that this is a mistake or you know that it's a mistake. In order to, I'm sorry, instead of trying to fix it, you should wrap it up and move on to something else, which is incredibly hard.
Good advice for science, but also good advice for relationships. But okay, so but that's actually really hard, especially. I mean, this is like PhD stuff. Like, if you sink in so much of your time, not even PhD, the entire scientific careers, it's really tough to let go.
Yes, and there's not a lot of room for true freedom. Um, Maybe at this certain degree. So first, you need to be trained, right? It's not that scientists are just brilliant, amazing humans. I mean, they just know and learn how they know how to do science because they're trained in how to do science. So that is important because I as someone who uh, wants to definitely hoping giving the message that this is for everybody, that there's this notion of scientists being definitely not true, right? It is a method that you learn to solve a problem. That's really what science is. And some are really good at it, and ultimately everyone finds their own style of problem solving and what sort of problems they solve. But I have not met a scientist that finds their own pursuit boring.
Well, it can happen, but they're not going to be effective, just like you said. I think it's kind of interesting because in the age of social media and attention economies and stuff like that, I've interacted with a lot of folks like YouTubers and so on. I think a lot of their work is driven by what others find exciting, and I think that ultimately leads to a life that's not fulfilling.
I can see the reason behind it, or perhaps there's again failure, fear of failure, that can be a major determinant of that pattern, right? So you try to do something that's accepted by others because that's maybe likely to give results right away. But it's a long game. It's a very long game. And if you're aiming a long-term change and long-term impact, you got to be very, very patient about it, and you better tame your ego.
On YouTube and those kinds of places, on the internet, on social media, you get feedback like right away. Yeah. So it's even harder to be patient.
Yes.
So because the change in ideas develop over a period of months and years, not decades, and the response from social media and so on is on the range of seconds, minutes, and hours.
So I recommend actual physical library for people who may want to appreciate or remember the sense of time and how long it takes to build something. I think it is. You're right that the immediacy, right, responsive, and the fact that these places are, the algorithm wants you to respond right away and interact with itself, right? So I can see the appeal, but true innovation, I think, doesn't want.
What's wrong, girl?
It doesn't. It's
What's
not
up?
shiny, especially in the beginning.
It's a chance. I believe it.
What's wrong, girl? What's wrong?
Co się dzieje? Co się dzieje?
Welcome, welcome. How are you? What's good in your neck of the woods?
The God that believes in aliens.
Oh, big time. Okay, well, that's like your opinion, bro. What? To E-date? No.
Who's a firm? Who's a firm? Who's that?
Who are you talking about?
Who's the other person in this call?
I think he's paying to eat it, honestly.
A friend of mine.
Oh.
That is likely, bro.
How are you?
Over.
Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a great day.
Okay.
Yeah, bro, we're having a great day.
Phenomenal.
I'm doing great, bro.
Excellent. You want to watch stuff on aliens?
I love how aliens aren't real.
Okay, well.
Yeah, aliens are not real. I love how they're not real.
Cool. So you think we're the only things in the universe?
Do you think those drones flying over America are real?
I asked you a question first. So you think we're the only ones in the universe?
Yes. Yes.
All right.
What do you think the drones are, bro?
That's small thinking. I don't know.
Do you think the drones are aliens?
I don't know.
Do you think it's Project Blue Beam, bro?
I don't know.
Do you think BlackRock, the crypto company, have anything to do with it, bro?
Do I think BlackRock, the crypto company?
I saw something on TikTok that BlackRock was inspiring.
Rabbi, have you ever made an attempt on your life?
No.
Rabbi, have you ever made an attempt on your life? Yes or no?
No. I love my
Really?
life. Yeah.
Rabbi, the CEO of TikTok is working with the aliens to send the drones out and get surveillance
Okay.
over everything. That's their plan, bro.
Very cool, man. That's great.
The CEO of TikTok is evil.
Okay. Well, we're watching Lex Friedman, and he's interviewing a biologist. If you want to watch stuff...
This is called E-Date Movie Night.
Do you want to watch stuff on aliens?
Yeah.
Okay, just one moment. I'm gonna mute you guys.
Area 51 in UFOs and flying saucers. And flying saucers.
Oh, sorry, Area 51 and flying.
Okay. I first heard your story decades ago. I told you last night when we went out to dinner. I've seen pretty much every interview you've ever given. I've followed the story incredibly closely. But for people who don't know the story, let's give them the bullet points. You used to work at Area 51. And Area 51, who got you? You let
Well, we want to be accurate.
Okay.
Area S4.
S4. Okay.
It's about 15 miles south of Area 51.
Okay.
Well, that was
you
exactly what I thought it would
worked
be.
in how would you describe it?
I guess within the Area 51 compound, you
But it's also important to not fool ourselves and think that everything that people criticize has some super important meaning behind it. So it's a mix of the technique, the methods, and your gut feeling.
Yeah, and a weird dance between learning and accepting current science, and at times trusting your gut and rejecting those. The science progresses by sometimes rejecting the ideas of the past, or sometimes building on them in a way that changes them, transforms them.
Yes, and I think what is hard is to really drill down to a concept, right? So you can create a new thing, and then it may be appealing and gain a lot of traction, but to sustain that, to continue that, you really need to show the true expertise. So it's not only about defining a problem, but then really systematically solve that problem, maybe over the course of decades.
You mentioned the library. I've also saw that you've translated scientific documents, or at least like mentioned that you did it at some point in your life. So let me ask you, how much do you think is lost in translation in science and in life? How many languages do you speak?
Two.
How much is lost in translation in science and in life?
Well, it's actually three, because science is like another language.
Right, it is. I speak Russian, a little bit of French, and it's always fascinating to see how much is lost. And the Soviet Union has a tradition of science and mathematics and so on, and it's interesting that a lot of the wisdom gained from that part of the world is lost, basically because it was never translated.
Well, I'm not sure if it is lost per se. Maybe it's more like a gain in some sense, right? Because you understand science is ultimately a human pursuit, so you cannot separate. As much as maybe it's the best system that humans ever came up with to seek knowledge, to generate and make sense of the world. It works most of the time. It doesn't mean it's perfect.
Did the kind of translation you do, by the way, was for scientific work?
I directly translated for scientific work, yes. I think that, again, brains are equally distributed, but not opportunities are not, right? So if you um, want to include, if you want to benefit from all human power, whatever we can generate as human beings, you need to include everybody on the table. And that is by extending the opportunity. I think most of us that make it tend to think that we did because of something special about ourselves. But it's important to know that no, we were given opportunities. And that's why we are here. It's not because there was something inherently special about us, um, or that the system truly selects for the ones that really are.
Yeah, and language is a part of the opportunity.
Yeah, language is an opportunity because it comes with. It's similar to bacteria, right? They speak these languages. They have we call culturing the bacteria. We call it culturing, right? When we grow bacteria that we isolate from the environment in the land, meaning that you create an environment for them to grow and thrive and sustain themselves. That's what we say, what culture is for microbiology. For language, with language comes a different culture, a different perspective, and you bring that to the table. I mean, two different languages, two different approaches, maybe in some cases four different approaches.
Yeah, I think language is not just a mechanism of communication. It's a way to, it's a dynamic system of exploring ideas, and it's interesting to see that different languages explore ideas differently.
Yes, and I think that, so when I said science is like a language itself, I said it in two different ways. One is very, again, very literal meaning that you can speak English, but that doesn't mean you will understand the scientific paper. It's a different level of English that you need to learn to understand, even not just for scientific papers, even from discipline to discipline. I challenge any chemist to read an evolutionary biology paper and vice versa. It may sound extremely different, a different language altogether.
Yeah.
But there's also the language of communicating, and because words matter, how we talk matter, how we represent our science matters. So yes, just learning English as a second language alone is not going to make you fluent in science either.
And it's interesting because in that sense you speak many more than three languages because you're pretty cross-disciplinary. It seems like you have a foot in a lot of disciplines. I mean,
Yes.
you're mentioning geology, biology, evolutionary biology. I mean, there's chemistry,
Biochemistry, biophysics, even we do a lot of statistics. So there's a lot of mathematics to it as well. Yes, we like to think of it as not astrobiology programs. I repeat it because it's fun. That it is not a um, fruit salad, but it's a smoothie. That's what we are generating.
fruit salad. So a smoothie uh, is a successful combination of those fields, and a fruit salad is not.
I wouldn't say success in necessarily. It's some if you put it if you put the wrong ingredients and you press blender and you made it a smoothie. I mean, it can ruin the entire.
Can it though? Because I feel like
yes, I can definitely assess that for ginger, for instance, that ruins every smoothie. I don't like
ginger.
I think so, but it's just a personal thing, and also I don't like cinnamon. But
Ginger has a cinnamony taste. Because I thought ginger was.
no, I don't think they do. But I also don't like.
Wasn't that a thing they added in a lot of smoothies? I was forced a smoothie. I went to a good friend of mine, Dan Reynolds, and he forced me to consume a smoothie. And it's probably the first smoothie I've ever had. Because I always was very judgmental of the kind of places and people that drink smoothies. But it was good. It was good.
Well, smoothie is very American, so
Yeah, it is an American thing.
I wouldn't say success per se, but it is true that when you dance at the edge of different disciplines, that's when the inevitably the innovation will rise because you will see things um, maybe a little differently when you're on the edge, right? So, but it will probably take longer, and it may not be understood right away. It may not come into final form quickly, given that it is a new concept rising. So therefore, the patience will make more sense. I'm sorry, patience will be even more important. So if you are, um, in other words, if you are into immediate appreciation, that's probably not the way to go.
You're one chemical organism. So let me ask maybe a little bit more of a personal thing. Where did your life form originate? And what fond memory do you have from the early days of childhood
Um,
that represents of your bacteria culture?
I was born in Istanbul, so I grew up in Turkey, a city that has two continents, which is quite interesting. You have you see a welcome to Europe sign and then welcome to Asia sign same day, depending on which part of the bridge you are. Um, so that's where I was born, and I spent roughly 20 years of my life, and then I immigrated to the United States.
And it's a very proud culture. It's a beautiful culture. It's a very flavorful culture. What aspects of it is part of who you are? That, what are the beautiful aspects that you carry with you in your heart?
I think we are very sincerely human as a culture. Since we have the saying that don't go to bed full if your neighbor is hungry. So, we wouldn't eat any food in front of someone where I come from without offering to share the bite. So I think those things, however small they may sound, a really big deal, especially when you are put in or moved to a place that may not have those attributes. So I think that culturally there be a lot of conscious and
the connection. Value the connection between human beings.
I think so. Yeah, I think I definitely carried that with me.
We talk a lot about biology. Let me ask you about the romantic question. What role does love?
Stop the thing that wasn't given to you and then ultimately give it to others. I think it would be quite.
You can't help who you love. Because this earth that have so much brilliance, but unfortunately so little opportunity. And one of the exciting things about the 21st century is more and more.
In a very very northernmost part of the country. That was impacted by the war tremendously, and it was a public talk. It was open to everybody in the village, and I was told even people drew from Sarajevo to attend. Whenever I think about our role as a scientist or the beneficiaries of the knowledge that we create, I always think about that how many people were in that room. It was incredibly crowded, and the lots of young people who are sort of replace whatever maybe the feeling that was taken from them with hope and love. I think what it comes down to is being prepared that and I don't want to depict this Disney story that and then yes and everything will be just fine. It's turn away, learn. Life does it all the time.
Speaking of which,
Why we are here.
All the beauty you discussed. Why is the translational mechanism machinery here? Why?
I don't think
Why so much beauty?
Why so much beauty? It is because we choose to see it that way. It's beautiful, but there is no meaning.
But why is it so beautiful? Why do we
everybody chooses to see the beauty.
Hate is gonna hate. I mean, we have the capacity to see it.
We have the capacity, so why not use it to the fullest, right? We have the capacity.
That capacity, isn't that fascinating? That we developed that? It feels like that was always laid in there, in the whole process of life. This ability to define, to introspect ourselves.
I mean, it's definitely soothing to that, but I don't think there is a meaning like that way. It's fascinating that we can understand so much unfairness going on.
I see. I think I think out of suffering emerges flourishing and beauty. I mean, that's what I see. Suffering. That's what I learned about life. Like that. The following is a conversation with Bhaskar Sankara. He's a democratic socialist, a political writer, founding editor of Jacobin, president of the Vice Chair of the Democratic Socialists of America, and the author of the Socialist Manifesto, The Case for Radical Politics in an Era of Extreme Inequality. As a side note, let me say that this conversation with Bhaskar Sankara, who's a brilliant socialist writer and philosopher, represents what I hope to do with this podcast. I hope to talk to the left, the far left, and the far right. I hope presenting and understanding both the strongest interpretation of their ideas and valuable, thought-provoking arguments against those ideas. Also, I hope to understand the human being behind the ideas. I trust in your intelligence as the listener to use the ideas you hear to help you learn, to think, to empathize, to make up your own mind. I will often fall short of pushing back too hard or not pushing back enough. Of not even this very poem is mocking my over-romantic ridiculousness as I read it. The meta-irony is not lost on me, my friends. I'm a silly little kid trying to do a bit of good in this world. Thank you for having my back through all of it, all of my mistakes. Thank you for the love. This is the Life Freedom Podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now you apply.
Want different things, but this unique individualness can only truly come to light in a society in which there are certain collective or social.
But if all human beings have intrinsic value, you don't have to be an Einstein for the application of some of the ideas that you're talking about. Is there our human civilization or society lucky?
You do both. There's always a balance between the two. I think you reward them for their innovations by giving them, let's say, even more consumption, even while making sure that, hey, we're going to give these people who want to work that extra 10 hours or 20 hours or want to apply firm and they like your offer and you're paying them, let's say, $20 an hour, and says, okay, there's now a new minimum wage. Minimum wage is $22 an hour, and also there's a maximum work week, 35-hour work week. And if you work someone over 35 hours, even if they agree, you have to pay them time and a half. Now, that, of course, is now an abridgment of your freedom as an entrepreneur, your freedom to set certain terms of employment, and to engage in a contract with free people. But now your workers and other workers in the sector, because if you did it unilaterally, you just get undercut by your competition. Now these people now have a few extra hours a week. They can do whatever they want with. They can watch more NFL with it. They can spend more time with their friends, their family, or whatever else. And they're still getting paid the same, if not better, because the wages also went up. So it's really a question often of trade-off between whose freedom and autonomy are you going to prioritize? The freedom and autonomy of the entrepreneur, or the capitalist in this case, or the freedom and autonomy of ordinary workers. Now, you could create a society that's leaning so far in the direction of prioritizing the freedom of one group or one class or whatever else compared to another, that you end up in some sort of tyranny. Now, if the state said, you let your capitalism or your ability to do things we think are intrinsic to human. Now, this would be tyranny. This would be an abridgment of your rights. But shaping your ability in the economic sphere to be an economic actor is, I think, within the realm and scope of democratic politics.
Yeah, so those are the extremes you're referring to. And one perspective I would like to take socialism versus capitalism is under each system, the extremes of each system and the moderate versions of each system. How can people take advantage of it? So it seems like no matter what, part of human nature is, whatever the rules, whatever the framework, whatever the system, somebody's going to take advantage of it. So that also, I think of me, like I couldn't believe about myself that I have potential. Of course, there's a giant set of circumstances of the unlucky and the overburdened and so on. Okay, so how can people take advantage of each system, socialism, capitalism?
So for one thing, people are going to take advantage of systems. They're going to find loopholes. They're going to find ways around. They're going to find ways to at times dominate and coerce others, even in systems meant to get rid of domination and coercion. That's why we need to design our systems in such a way that it eliminates as many of these things as possible. And also that's why we need democracy. We need freedom. So in a Soviet system, for instance, you had the rise of this authoritarian bureaucracy that dominated and coerced others in the name of socialism. Now, that system desperately could have used some political democracy and some checks on what people were doing and some ability to remove was brought to that system. The system, collapsed. Because there started to be outlets for dissatisfaction. So I think it's perfected. And for me, that's the importance of democracy. for allowing Chinese authoritarianism. And they're saying China's building this efficient system, the state runs so well, there's technocratic excellence, but there's just productivity, and they're just working harder than Americans and whatever else. But looking in practice, what really happened was culture too. But I found a lot more richness in my life when, in the last decade, a lot of my leisure has returned to like going to the local bar for like the couple drinks I have a week. I guess what's the undercurrent maybe of your question was, now if you have a system with lots of carrots but not the of pace. You might be destitute, you might be unemployed, you might not be able to support yourself unless you're working a certain amount. Would we still be as productive? Would we still be able to generate enough value for society? And I think that that's a question that would be enough, but that's enough. Other thing that would have to be balanced in a system. So if we're seeing mass unemployment by choice in a democratic social system, then you might need production. But that's something that, again, you could do through democracy and through good governance. You don't have to.
Might not have this.
The production process from, the workers in China and